No, that's not exactly a mascot. Hi.
Hello. So, good morning. Welcome.
Welcome everyone to WordCamp Europe 2023 in Athens, Greece. We're excited to have you here with us.
Well, last year, in 2022, we were in Porto and enjoyed our first in-person WordCamp event since the outbreak of COVID. Who was there? Thank you all for being there, and thank you for being part of this amazing community. We had a blast last year. Remember? Remember this? Well, fun times. Let's repeat that.
So, Jose, Evangelia, and I'm Sjoerd.
And he managed to pronounce all the names correctly.
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we're very happy to be in Athens today. A little bit more, I'm happier than these two, considering that I'm Greek. And we have been planning this event for a long while now, since I think it was the spring of 2022. So we are here at the Athens Concert Hall, or otherwise Megaron. And while we're very happy that we're holding this event, we're also very thrilled that we're continuing the legacy of the online events. And that means that we are live streaming the whole WordCamp Europe for all our friends that are connecting and watching from home worldwide. So we are welcoming all our friends and also our virtual friends to WordCamp Europe 2023. And we are wishing you to have an amazing event. We would like you to be here in person, but since this is not an option, at least we will have you with us virtually.
So, WordCamps represent the very best of WordPress, and they bring us together across borders, language barriers, and time zones to celebrate the power of WordPress community. It's not about only about learning something, but also about sharing knowledge with each other. It's where community contributes to WordPress and gives back to the community.
Well, this year, we are very happy to welcome people from 100 different countries to WordCamp Europe. Yeah. This is an event for full inspiration to all of us, but most importantly, you.
We want to thank you again for being here. Usually WordCamp Europe is When it is in early planning stages, we plan for around 3,000 people. Okay, so the number of registered attendees for this year's WordCamp Europe is 2,862 people.
Now, another figure, 1,332 of you are attending WordCamp Europe for the very first time. So that's almost half of you. Thank you.
We are welcoming people from all backgrounds, no matter what their knowledge, their skill set, experience, religion, age, skin color, gender is. Safe and inclusive environment where everyone's voice is valued, heard, respected, and inviting you all to get involved in all aspects of this wonderful event.
We are really excited to share a full schedule of an awesome content this year. And this is something that hasn't happened for a lot of time now. We have 3 tracks full of excellent talks on a variety of topics like artificial intelligence, for example, in WordPress, and maybe also tomorrow's generation perspective on WordPress, and several other things. The last topic that I just mentioned is presented, and that's also, again, a first time, by the youngest speaker we ever had on stage for WordCamp Europe. And it's amazing to see a new generation.
16 years.
16 years old.
Wow.
So we're having 2 tracks of workshops also on topics like automating WordPress with no code. That could be for me. Or learning how to create Gutenberg blocks from scratch. That could also be for me. And we also have a lot of other activities because we had amazing content and community teams. So we are including to these, this year, the WP Connect, that used to be the WP Cafe previously, so now it's a different structure. We have sessions on topics like Five for the Future, which is very important for all of these people who want to get involved and contribute to WordPress. And also WordPress Playground, who's really interesting this year. We also have a wellness track for those who try to stay fit and calm, because we're having yoga, and we also have an evening hike with a view of the city. And a lot of raffles and quizzes and games in the sponsors area, so you are free to go and, discover everything.
And one that's not on a monitor, the after party.
Oh, the after party.
Ooh,
Get that
we have
one.
an after party.
I have.
More on that later on.
Well, the after party.
Now, always our code of conduct, which we present online. Our code of conduct outlines how we expect our community to treat each other. It's in a way that is respectful, collaborative, considerate, and in a way that is fair, no matter what a person's gender, age, race, religion, sexuality, or ability is. We're also committed to ensuring our event is friendly, it's safe, and welcoming for everyone. And if you notice any behavior that does not meet these expectations, please contact one of the volunteers right away. And the volunteers, that's on the next slide.
Yep. Volunteers. We have around 150 lovely volunteers who have donated their time to help make this event possible. Many of them have been volunteering for multiple years in a row, just because they love to be part of this great event. You can spot our volunteers pretty easily by looking at people with the light blue t-shirts, like this one. They are all over the venue and able to answer the questions that you might have. Please be respectful and help our volunteers helping you. Thanks.
So a few words about our venue. The Megaron is a fantastic but also a very large location. So most of the areas are below ground level, which makes it comfy and also cool, considering the hot Greek sun. You will find maps available on the website, so you can navigate easier inside the venue.
So yeah, about maps, talking about the website. During the event days, we have replaced our homepage of our website with a simplified page. It only holds easy-to-click buttons and links to all the necessary information. Use it for gaining quick access to all the WordCamp Europe information.
Well, join us at the outdoor plaza for the family photo of WordCamp Europe 2023. After the shoot, the lunch will be open. The family photo, the community family photo, will be done tomorrow at around 13. Yeah.
Around 10. 1, yes, sorry.
Yeah, 13. No, in the outside foyer. We are enjoying outside photographies since last year.
So also, because we enjoy sharing things on social media, especially our experience about WordCamp Europe, our Wi-Fi is very easy to find. So the network name basically is WCEU, and the password is WCEU 2023. We didn't want to make it difficult for anyone. So every year, we see a very vast growing number of devices connected to the Wi-Fi. So we plan bandwidth accordingly, and we're trying to give to all the attendees and also sponsors, volunteers, organizers, the best experience, the best wireless experience possible. However, we would like to kindly ask you not to stream anything while you're using the Wi-Fi. Just that we have the option to maintain the best wireless connection for everyone, okay?
And of course, if you have your connection set up, you can share all your WordCamp Europe moments on social media. Use the hashtag WCEU 2023, and for accessibility, please use capital letters when you type the hashtag. And you can find us on Twitter, on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Telegram, and Mastodon.
We are trendy.
This event would not be possible without the generous support of our amazing sponsors. Thank you so for super admin sponsors, Ostinger and Jetpack.
Without our sponsors, this event wouldn't be possible. This is the truth, because we are funding the event mostly from the sponsorships and the ticket revenue. So we would like a big applause also for the admin sponsors: Bluehost, Elementor, Google, Ionos, SiteGround, Riglot, Who, and WP Engine. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, thank you very much for the editor sponsors: Cloudways, PayPal, WebPros, and Yoast.
And thank you all to our author and small business sponsors.
Well, micro-sponsors are not exactly sponsors, but are people of this community who want to give back and contribute a little bit more from their own pocket. And this year, another interesting number, we have 103 micro-sponsors. So we would like to thank these people, and would like also to ask you to make sure you visit all the sponsors in the expo area when you're not in the sessions. Go blend with people, go networking, have some fun, meet new products, meet new people. I don't know, maybe search for a job. That's also an option. And keep in mind, they also have brought all kinds of goodies for you, because who doesn't love swag?
Yep.
So, now let's talk about the postcards game that the lovely community team has prepared for us.
Everyone will receive 4 postcards in their swag bag. You can get your swag bag at the swag station, which opens around 10:30, or maybe just be open yet. It's on the round, in the middle. You will see these cards are the same. The idea is that you mingle, network with other people, exchange postcards. There are 4 different cards. These images were created by contributors and are part of the Museum of the Block Art and were built using Gutenberg. To learn more about the museum, go to the community booth located at the Expo Area A.
So for the other 4 postcards, you will have to get them from the community booth. You will find the community booth very, very easily in the expo area, and you will only need to answer some very simple questions. So these postcards will be given at different times between talks today and tomorrow. And they were designed by the community and the design teams that wanted to celebrate the 20th anniversary of WordPress. Happy birthday, WordPress. And also to celebrate WordCamp Europe 2023. So another thing we would like to mention is that we have 2 Wapus this year, because we really like these yellow creatures, and we couldn't decide. That's a Greek problem, usually. We had 2 that we wanted so much, so we opted in keeping both of them. So our first Wapu is W Athena, from our city's name, and it was designed by Ohaya. So thank you very much, Ohaya. And the second Wapu, is a Wapu that most probably you have heard the name previously, but not as a Wapu, but as a Greek food. There is a reason we like food here in Greece, because we have gyros and souvlaki, so we made a Wapu out of that. And we have the gyro Wapu that was designed by Eleonora Rancini. This one actually makes me very hungry.
Oh.
So thank you. Thank you also for the big applause, because I was about to ask for it. And thank you from the community team, and thank you for the design team, because they have done an amazing job this year.
Yep.
Thank you. Now, when you have your cards, why not just send them by old-fashioned, yes, old-fashioned mail to your friends all around the world? You can do it right here in Athens. The mailboxes, you can see them on screen, they're yellow. I hope you have brought your own address book, so you can just write them down. And if you're not fancy on sending the postcards by mail, just take them home, frame them, and hang them on your own wall.
Well, WordCamp Europe after parties are always something to remember, right? This year, we have planned another great happening. We hope you have planned some outfits for accompanying the theme of the after party is the 20 years of WordPress. We'll treat you with local food, a couple of drinks, and a great cover band. So we can assure you that you will have a wonderful time. The after party will be held at the Lowen Athens Club tomorrow, Saturday, starting at around 30 minutes past 20. Important, very, very important. Badge is mandatory, no exceptions. Take in consideration that for security reasons, we have a limit capacity of 1,500 people.
But you should prepare to dance a lot, right?
Yep, of course.
I mean, this is also mandatory? Okay.
Some people might avoid it. I not.
And Now, let's get on with the event, because maybe we have tired you a little bit and it's early in the morning.
Yep.
So in case you didn't have some coffee to wake you up, we should, just get off the stage. We will take a very short break in order to allow people to get to the first content, because we have 3 tracks and workshops, so maybe you shouldn't be in track 1 in a few minutes. And I hope that you're ready for this.
Yep.
So, track 1. Track 1, that's over here. We have, after this session, a panel with Miriam Schwab, Thierry Muller, Adam Silverstein, and Rahul Bansal on WordPress performance, community perspectives.
On track 2, we have Viola Gruner. We'll talk about test instead of guessing, generate more leads through growth hacking.
Sounds good too.
Yeah.
And for track 3, David Ortiz will show us 10 things that all WordPress plugin developers should avoid.
Carrie Dills will be hosting workshop 1, International Appeal, making your themes and plugins translatable.
Jonathan Bossinger will be hosting workshop 2 on developing WordPress blogs using plain JavaScript, and everything starts at 10 or a little bit after 10. And please don't forget to visit the amazing sponsors area. Have fun.
Enjoy.
Enjoy. This is WordCamp Europe, folks.
Welcome.
See you.
I think we should slowly go.
Oh, really? Thanks. Okei. Sisääntulo aulasta alaspäin. Okei. Okei. Me tullaan tänne sitten.
Good morning, Athens. Woo! We are ready to start. it's very exciting to be here again, and we're starting with a bang. It's a panel on WordPress performance with 4 amazing people who are plugin developers, innovators, and just the best that our community has to offer. Now, you'll see me do this many times, so be prepared. This is going to happen now. And so today we have, sorry, should have really done this before, Adam Silverstein, Miriam Schwab, Thierry Muller, and Raoul Bansal, who, here they are. Good morning. Please grab a bottle of water, take a seat. And the conversation is going to last about half an hour with 15 minutes for the Q&A. After that, there will be a quarter of an hour to, stay in the room, go take a break, go to a different track, and do whatever you want. So here we are. Adam, I believe you're moderating the panel, aren't you? Yes. Great. So I'm going to leave you to it. Give them a big hand.
All right, thank you. Is this working? Yes. Cool, awesome. Thanks so much for coming, everyone. I'm really excited to host this panel, and we're talking about performance today. I'm really grateful to my panelists for agreeing to join. Just as a brief intro, when I proposed this panel, performance for me is about way more than the raw speed of a website. It's about how users experience your website and how it performs for you as a website owner or a website builder. So we're going to sort of broaden the topic of performance to include anything that can affect the experience that people have on your website. So just to get started, I'd like to go around and ask each of my panelists to just introduce themselves, say kind of where they come from, why they might be here on the stage to talk about performance. I want to go start from you, Miriam.
Okay. Hi, I'm Miriam Schwab. I'm the co-founder and formerly the CEO of a company called Stratic. Stratic is a different approach to publishing and hosting WordPress websites, and we do that in a static architecture. And by doing that, we remove the underlying server stack, and in that way, sites can be much more performant and scalable, et cetera, and secure. Stratic was acquired by Elementor exactly a year ago. I'm now celebrating my 1-year anniversary there. And yeah, so now Stratic is part of Elementor, and I'm happy to be here on this panel.
Hi, everyone. I'm Thierry, based in Switzerland. I'm a software engineering manager at Google, and specifically in Google Chrome and web platform. And me and my team, we care a lot about raising user experience on the web, specifically for WordPress sites, trying to make a better web.
Hi, I'm Rahul. I'm founder and CEO of RTCamp from India. So as part of my work, I work with clients who are worried about performance and all the metrics that surround it.
Excellent. And just in full transparency, I have a bunch of questions I'm going to ask here, and I have already shared those with the panelists. So we're just going to start out with something hopefully pretty easy. So what I'm going to ask is if you would tell me about some work you've been doing recently to help push performance forward in your product or service or work area. And I guess I'll start with you again, Miriam, and then I'll vary who gets to start.
Okay, so as I'm sure you know, the world of performance is never ending in terms of how we approach it in different ways to try to optimize your sites for performance. That can start with the back end, and it also obviously can apply to the front end. So in terms of Stratic, we're constantly taking strides to optimize the front end in different ways, because in Stratic, the back end no longer, it ceases to be a function or an aspect of performance just because it's not there. With a fully static site that's served up through a CDN and available in hundreds of edge locations around the world, you kind of have checked that box. But then there's that last mile of performance. So there's aspects to that it's actually a constant challenge, because in the end, if someone builds a site in a certain way, and not always a good way,
then that HTML code, the JavaScript, CSS is going to be problematic. And so how can we help that last mile be better, even in a world where people can do whatever they want with their websites, including not great things? I'll just also represent the Elementor aspect. So Elementor is obviously the page builder plugin and also the hosting. And also there, performance has become, on both of those products, a very, very important focus and part of the strategy in terms of making the user experience, like what you said. Performance is so much more than just fast. It's about a user experience. And so we've seen really great improvements around that on the hosting and the plugin as well.
So as part of helping with performance to our clients, so first thing, like whenever new things come, like there was page speed, Lighthouse, now there's a lot of buzz around core web vitals. We put a lot of stress on educating them about the right metrics. For example, with web vitals, there is a lab score and there is a crux report. So many client think that if it's working fast on my site, that's it. Like, oh, sorry, it's working fast on my computer, then my site should do well for everyone. And that's where we try to educate them, like you need to use lab data as a reference, but also work on the real world data and fix performance issue for everyone, not just for yourself.
Yeah, for my part, and I guess I can speak a bit on behalf of the team, but we really are on a mission to try to make every WordPress site faster, and that's, you know, we have multiple projects going on. You know, one area is trying to see how we can improve WordPress core, make core faster, or bring new APIs to make core more capable from a performance perspective. And then also provide better tooling for all of you, developers, for sites or plugins and stuff like this, to really try to embed performance as part of like the development workflow and have better tooling, like, you know, for example, better ways of checking plugins in terms of performance. And last but not least is working with the ecosystem. So, you know, with Elementor, with other plugin developers, trying to really see if we can work together on whether it's adopting some of this tooling or actually making the product faster. So that's kind of like what we've been busy with lately.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so my next question is about artificial intelligence, the hot topic of the day. Artificial intelligence has been making amazing leaps and strides recently. So what role do you think artificial intelligence, AI, could play in performance, in improving performance for WordPress? And I'll go to you, Rahul, to start.
So, like it's a tough one. So maybe AI can generate images that are already optimized to begin with. So like all the image optimizations we do, like the post-processing, lossless compressions and all, like if you tell AI that, hey, I'm going to upload this on a website, or I'm generating this one for the website, then I think it should take care of all those optimizations that are required for the web.
That's a good idea. Anyone else?
Okay. So, well, what would a panel be if we didn't talk about AI, right? It's like it's required. I'm excited about AI because I mentioned that last mile of performance, and it's really hard for humans to get that right. There's, you know, a lot of products and initiatives trying to hack away at that and improve that, but in the end, you've got render blocking JS, and trying to shift that around without breaking things is like a nearly impossible feat. And I hope that at some point, AI will be able to take the output of a site, and just like it optimizes at this point, let's say the content that we write, you know, you can have it write a blog post and then tweets. I don't know if you do this, but I'm just saying you can. Tweets, etc. Then at some point, the output of a site will be optimized by AI in a way that also makes sure that the front end continues to function. So I can see that happening at some point. And actually on static, that would be ideal because we output the static and then it could kind of like have AI go better, and then you've got like the best site. So that's kind of my vision of how AI will help with performance. We'll take it, just like it takes a lot of things out of our hands that, let's say, we're not excellent at, but we're trying to do it anyways. So this could be something that it can help people with as well.
Well, AI is an interesting space, and I think that we are kind of on the tipping point. Ideally, it would be magical, like AI solves all the performance problem and many more. But there's always a risk to do that automatically, and so I think that we're far away from that still. But the advantage of AI is really that, we can train the model is based on data. And there are a few areas which I think are quite promising. For example, on tooling, at the moment we have great tools to identify performance problems and stuff like this, but not really helping to guide what we need to do next. There's a checklist of like, hey, you need to optimize your CSS, do your JavaScript and stuff like this, but it's not really contextual to any website. And so I feel that with AI and more data and trained models, it will get better and better at identifying the problems and then giving some guidance more contextually according to a given site. So, in the context of WordPress, it could be analyzing which plugins are installed or some setup and stuff like this, and be much better at saying like, hey, here are the things that you need to do for your website, and not just a checklist of things that we have documented essentially. So I see that as like a promising future with AI.
Yeah, great, awesome. So my next question is just about the general performance of WordPress as a whole. And we've seen other platforms like Wix and Shopify dramatically improve their performance in the last few years, while at the same time WordPress has either stagnated or maybe even decreased slightly compared to the web as a whole. What do you attribute that to, and what do you think we could do to improve the situation? And I'll start with you, Thierry.
Yeah, we have, I think, to look at the different nature of each CMSs, and you mentioned Wix and Shopify, and they are kind of SaaS services, and they control the stack and stuff like this. So it's kind of easier to make changes. They're also newer CMSs, and so they don't have kind of the legacy code base that WordPress has. And WordPress is distributed. It's still a community, and hopefully forever a community open source project with a huge ecosystem that it's a beast to move. So I think that's one, like it's just slower moving, but with that said, I'm really confident that we will catch up. So that's one problem. And I think the other one is also maybe the lack of focus on performance until now, which is, I think a good and a bad thing, but we're really seeing that shifting a little bit, or a lot, hopefully. So there's now the core performance team, and there's better tooling, and there's a lot more focus on performance. We saw in 6.2 for the first time, there was a performance release lead. So I think performance now is starting to be taken in consideration a lot more in WordPress, and it will take some time for the entire ecosystem to actually do that as well, but I think that will catch up, so.
Yeah, okay. So I think that like those types of platforms have an unfair advantage in that they can fully control everything that's happening within them end to end. So they also control what happens within them end to end by telling their users that they are limited in what they can do, right? So if you're building a site with Wix or Squarespace at some point, many users will hit a wall because they're going to want to customize it in a way or do something with it that it just doesn't allow because it's not open source, because it is that kind of walled garden platform. So they have those limitations, but they also have the advantage of being able to apply changes that they can just implement across the board on their sites with confidence because they know exactly what they allow and don't allow within them, right? So that's kind of an unfair advantage. I think Terry's right that there hasn't been a focus on improving performance necessarily in WordPress. I think a lot of the responsibility has been offloaded to the hosting companies. The attitude has kind of been, well, let's let the hosting companies try to solve this for us, which is legitimate because in the end, the hosting companies are the platforms that are running WordPress. And that attitude applies to security and other aspects of WordPress as well. However, in the end, if the underlying software, then there's only so much that the hosting companies can do, and there's only so much that they should do. So, I've been in touch with Terry and other people on the performance team, and I see that now there is more support and focus on performance in WordPress, which is really, really amazing and really important for all of us. By the way, there's also an environmental aspect to this. If a site is using more resources, should I just yell? it's like the parties last night. We'll just yell at each other. So if if it's using a lot of resources on every page load, then that actually has an environmental impact as well. And I think that the general kind of ethos of WordPress is better for humanity type of thing. So that's another reason we should be taking responsibility for it. So yeah, so those platforms have an advantage, but I think that there's a lot of promising things that are happening within WordPress, and it's becoming a focus, which is really good for many reasons. And hopefully, already we see like some amazing improvements made on the performance side. And just one more thing that I want to mention is backwards compatibility. Also, pros and cons to that, but like when you're still supporting, I don't know, WordPress, PHP 5.3 or something like that, then obviously it's going to have performance issues. And we might want to, as a community, say, well, maybe we want to move away from that to a certain extent.
Yeah, so as Thierry mentioned that WordPress is a big open source project and everything has to move taking entire community into consideration. I think the web page, we wanted to make it by default, and that resulted in a lot of discussion in that the amount of energy we put in the discussion, whether to make it default or not, in that amount of effort, Squarespace, Wix, and all those proprietary platforms just end up doing it and making it, like releasing those changes. Likewise, even if we make it WebP default or bring other changes, we rely on hosting companies' user choose. And for example, all these proprietary platforms have built-in CDN, WordPress being self-hosted. You download, you host it, and where you are hosting it, whether they provide CDN or not. So there are a lot of variables, like right from the decision making to the hosting companies, the consultant, the agency you hire, their technical capability. If you are hiring a SEO marketing agency who specializes in that and asking them to give better recommendation for performance, that also goes for toss. If they don't know something, how can they make good recommendation about that? So there's a lot of variables, and then with like this 43% of the web's market share, anything we do, we have to be mindful of not breaking, because when we make mistakes, a lot many sites break.
Yeah.
I'll just add something regarding like some of these other products as well. Is of course now with Gutenberg and some of the projects on improving the content creation and removing some of the friction and making it better. It's really important, I think, for WordPress site owners to be able to create content in a better way and more appealing content. But once the site is published, at the end of the day, it's about succeeding on the web, whatever the site owner's goal is, whether it's selling stuff and things like this. And then user experience is really important at this point. And I think some of these other CMSs have understood that, because they have taken some case studies and they understand that, if the site is, that much faster, their own customers will actually succeed on the web. And that's really an important argument for other competitors, and it's actually a feature from my perspective, right? And so this is something that I think that we should all, as a community, try to do more, is tie user experience improvements back to return on investment and business goals. If we want to succeed on the web, it's not only about like adding features and stuff like this, it's also about delightful experience for the people consuming the content across the world, not only in the US, not only in Europe, but everywhere, right? And I think that's a key thing to keep in mind. And for that specifically, some of the other CMSs have taken this specific topic at heart, and we've seen Duda really like promoting this, like we are offering a platform that's going to make you succeed because it's more performant and stuff like this.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Tying the business returns to performance also helps decision makers decide to invest in performance. And also thank you, Miriam, for bringing up sustainability. At Contributor Day yesterday, we formed the official sustainability group in WordPress, which was pretty exciting. And sustainability is definitely tied to performance, but they're not a one-to-one. It's not always exactly the same thing, but I think it's an important thing to bring up because it motivates people. It's something that people already really value, and again, can help make the right decision. Back to my questions. So when you're building your site or service or product, there's often a trade-off between adding features in and performance. How do you think about that? How do you find that balance between the two? Anyone who wants to go?
Well, I guess I just spoke a little bit about this. Like, I had these forever debates with many people. Is performance a feature? I feel that it is in many ways, and I'll keep it really short, but I think that it's about finding the right balance, right? You have to offer the right capabilities for whatever your goal is for your website, but without forgetting user experience. If your users are not even seeing your features because they're dropping up before, then it's probably not a good thing. And maybe a good way to do that is just try to analyzing the drop-off point of your users. And maybe do some A/B testing as well. It's like, okay, if I add this feature, obviously it may affect my performance by this much. Is it really valuable? Like, is it translating to anything that's useful for the users? And that's probably the way to find the right balance. And like I said, if you have some fancy interaction and you see this is the time where all your users are dropping off, it's probably a feature you should remove.
So having built a product for the last few years, basically when you're building a product and planning it, everything that you're going to implement, you need to consider multiple aspects to it, not just what it does, but what it might impact and what it might not do. And so performance is actually just one of those things, meaning like when we implemented something, we had to consider security, we had to consider user experience, we had to consider, does this detract from that? So from my perspective, performance should definitely be part of that. And as a product developer, if your product is starting to be slow for your users, they're not going to care how amazing your features are. Seriously. I mean, if any of you, you all use products. And if it starts to feel slow and sluggish, you're going to lose patience. I was just using a platform for something recently. I won't say what it was because I don't want to, badmouth it. And it's not from the WordPress space. I had to use it every day. I think it was probably targeted towards users in the US, so maybe there it was fast. But I'm in Israel, and it was so slow that I probably would never use it again. And that's just an example. So in my opinion, always consider performance on every part of your product, whether it's the WordPress site or if you're like a hosting company or have some kind of platform around it, also your dashboard. You need to make sure that people are getting this kind of snappy experience because none of us have patience, and we all have other things we want to do rather than wait 5 seconds for something to happen. So I think performance should always be part of the checks. Okay, we're implementing this. What will it do to performance? Will it make it worse? Will it make it better? Will it stay the same? Super valuable for your user experience, and in the end, user experience is what it's all about and what will keep your product sticky.
So as an agency, when we are building new feature, it's very easy to get the performance right for us. Like, definitely requires some budget, some efforts. The trouble starts when the feature involves integrating something like header bidding or a third-party analytics tracking, some kind of service which either puts blocking JavaScript or some way affects the performance, and then there's no way you can make it better without getting in touch with the third party. And that's where a lot of friction happens. So the thing is that the client or the site owner wants better core web vital, better scores, all those things. But it gets tough to tell them that, make them understand that this is the site is combination of everything that loads on the page, including third parties. And if anybody has a blocking JavaScript or something like that, that is something we need to get them on board to fix it. And that's where it gets tough. Even if they have budget, even if they have desire to make things fast, we just end up being dependent on the third parties. Sometimes we just move some of the JavaScript to worker thread, so the main thread doesn't block. But it's not always possible to do that without breaking the very first reason they added that JavaScript in the page.
Yeah.
I'll just add something very quickly that may be useful for this audience, especially those who are building sites for clients. I feel sometimes there's this kind of friction between developer or the agency and the client, the client pushing for more features and the developer pushing for more better performance. And it goes back to what I was saying about analyzing the cost of features. And I think that, demonstrating to customers that a specific feature is actually hurting their goals. For example, adding some fancy things on the product page, reducing the actual sales or checkout rates, is a great way to actually inform your clients like, okay, you want this fancy feature, but it's actually making you lose this amount of money. So with A/B testing is kind of a good way to do that. So yeah, if you have this fight with your clients, maybe.
All right, we've got time for like 1 or 2 more questions here, just so we're going to wrap up. I'm going to ask, let's see, optimization plugins are very popular in the WordPress space. They often add features and optimize kind of after the site has been built. I see them somewhat as a band-aid to performance problems that maybe you've already built into your site. How do you think about that? Is that a good thing? Should more features that are landing in optimization plugins be in core, or is it okay that we have this system of optimization plugins? What's your take on that? Anyone?
Yeah, I'll go. I think that they are definitely critical and will remain to be critical. There's a lot more that we can do in core, but you know, there's a huge difference between optimization on opt-in and optimization by default. And there's only so much we can do in WordPress core. We can be maybe a bit more opinionated, but not to the extent that plugin can be. And it also comes to integrating with external APIs. WordPress being distributed, there is no central really service that we can connect to, and so this really is plugin territory, and for a good reason. So you know, I definitely think that there's a lot more that we can do in core, but I do feel that these plugins are in a really good place to offer more opinionated, bleeding edge features enabled by default.
Yeah. So to add to that, like, so as there is some part which is plugin territory, I feel like the WordPress itself run as a part of like LAMP stack or LEM stack, and there are things that shouldn't be the WordPress territory also. Like for example, if you can add like a full page cache using Nginx or something like Redis or Memcache, you should try that. Like if you can have MySQL query caching or PHP op caching. So there are multiple levels or layers where you can optimize performance. And once you do that, then leave the remaining things to the WordPress. But so I personally try to suggest that if you can move things like move performance-related optimization at earlier level, like before things reaches WordPress, that's even better.
I'd just like to add, so I think that one of the great things about WordPress is that every site is super unique, right? Like, you know, no 2 sites are going to be the same. They're kind of like snowflakes. And so to try to have in core optimization that applies to all of those snowflakes, I don't know if that's ever going to be achievable. So I think the plugins will continue to serve a role as well. I'm just going to come back to AI, but potentially at some point in the WordPress admin, it could say something to the user, like be like an assistant, like, hey, you know, maybe instead of that plugin, which has these resource issues, use that one. Or maybe, you know, you have this plugin installed, click this setting and it will optimize your site. Like maybe at some point, the user will get some kind of assistance from AI. But because of the snowflake situation, I think the plugins will continue to serve a role.
Cool. Are we at time? We have time for one more question? One more question. Okay, I'm going to do one more question, and then we'll wrap up here. So this is actually this is the question that I didn't give you guys ahead of time. But it's easy. So going beyond performance, what is your dream or vision for WordPress? We're at the 20-year birthday today, or right now. Imagine we're 10 years from now, and WordPress is celebrating its 30th birthday. What does WordPress look like to you? What is it doing?
So. I've been in the WordPress space for about 15 years, and I brought my daughter, Sarah, to this conference. It's the first time I brought one of my kids, and she's 19. And it's been really interesting hearing her perspective as a young person, as opposed to me, an old-timer. And also, when you're in the industry for a long time, you start to like not see things, you know, from a fresh perspective. And what I think I would love to see is a situation where WordPress becomes appealing to younger people. She's been actually giving really good ideas to me, like how do young people get influence in terms of what they use, what products they use. So we don't do this. She's like, why do I know about Wix? You know, why do I know about Webflow, but I never hear about WordPress? She's like, this is like a whole big world here, but like in my day-to-day life, it's not something that ever comes across my radar. So, she threw out like TikTok influencers, whatever. I don't know if we're going in that direction. So and if we can, but I think we need more exposure to the younger generation to get them in the door to start using it from one side. And then the other side is they are used to a certain type of user experience with the apps that they use. On Instagram, you click a button, you have something online, and you can create amazing media, whatever. And it would, that's the user experience that the younger generation expects, and rightfully so. They don't want to think about servers or versions or upgrades or whatever. And I don't know how, but in 10 years' time, maybe we can get to a situation where that's kind of an experience that people can also get with WordPress.
So, like, we have put a lot of effort on Gutenberg. I think a big amount of effort of that scale can go to media management, where, so, like, image formats and optimization is one part, but so today, like, a lot of content creation, especially collaborative, happens outside WordPress. Like, we make, like, copy editing in Google Doc, then image editing in some other tools, then video editing, leaving feedback for videos. So a lot of content creation happens outside WP admin. Probably that in coming years will and should move to the WP admin. And I think performance will play a big role. Like, many people use these different tools because they have some performance trade-offs and also some feature trade-off. So I think that's a big opportunity for WordPress to try to be that content hub where, like, you take pictures and by default you upload it on WordPress, like media library. And later on you decide when you go back your home, or these 3 pictures I want to add to my blog post, but rest of also I can keep in my media library. So that your like all the things about you, your private notes, your content. So the WP admin can be your home on the internet.
This question wasn't written, but I have many dreams, but I'll keep it really short. And one that I think is really important and that I hope we get to, it's not actually performance related, but it's the onboarding flow to WordPress. And we've seen many hosting and plugins and stuff like this trying to address this problem. But related to what you were saying about younger generation and bringing people to WordPress, my dream is just that as a user, you can easily capture what is your goal on the web. Why do you choose the web over other platforms, and really to have your website, created with the necessary tools and setup that you need to have a good starting point, and I would love to see that by default, in core. And so that would be a little dream, like, hey, I want to, sell something, and in 3 clicks you are able to add your products, so that's my dream.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panel. Please give them a very, very big hand. Many interesting points came up, but before I say anything, anybody who has questions, please, there's 2 microphones halfway up the stairs, or down, depending where you're coming from. So if anyone would like to ask a question to the panel, please get to the microphone and get asking. In the meantime, I'm just going to say I'm delighted that that certain topics came up, such as sustainability and user experience as a designer, which is also connected to accessibility, of course, because that means that we include everyone when the user experience is great. And also something else, but that I will mention in a minute, because we've got questions. Have we? Yes, please.
Hello, so Mathieu here. You talk a lot about Wix and other hosted solutions, but I think what we have to work on with WordPress is the other solution, hosted solution like Ghost, like maybe, well, Strapi is another solution, kind of a little different, but there are a lot of other CMSs like Ghost that does the same thing with maybe less plugins, but more JS related, and I think it's where is the performance. And if we want to do good thing, maybe WordPress has to go there a little. Well, JS, JavaScript related CMS, and so that's it.
Can I answer? There's a reason that WordPress continues to have higher market share, I think, than those platforms, and that's because in the end, the content management experience is so streamlined and just powerful in WordPress, and so flexible. But I don't know if you're aware, but there is the REST API in WordPress, so people can build a headless, decoupled implementation of WordPress, use a React front end or whatever they want to use, although, in my opinion, I don't know why anyone would use React for front end for a website. Really, just don't. Sometimes it's developers making decisions because it's cool and shiny, but don't let your developers make decisions because things are cool and shiny, I'm just saying. Anyways, but you can, if you want to, because we have the REST API. So WordPress can give you that type of experience if that's what you want, and that's the beauty of WordPress. It's very flexible. You can use the standard version, it can be decoupled, it can be static with static. You got it all.
Adam,
okay?
I think you should also be answering these questions. You're no longer the interviewer now. You can also.
You actually can answer.
I think we have a question on the right.
Hi, thank you for the discussion. I wanted to ask about WP Admin, which is a massive performance wild west at the moment that nobody seems to care about. Every screen loads about 160 resources of JavaScript and CSS. No regard to context. What do you guys think about that as a user experience problem for the WordPress platform? Because admins are people too. Thank you.
Yeah, it is definitely a problem, and the way I personally look at it is we have many challenges, and which one do we pick first, right? And there's a lot of investment that's going into improving the content creation on WP Admin. It's true that from a performance perspective, it hasn't been that much of a priority, although it should always be taken in consideration. But like I mentioned earlier on, I think caring about performance is fairly new at the level that we are at now, and it is true that for now the priority has been about trying to make WordPress websites in the front end, so for the consumers, better, and not so much in the WP admin, although there has been some improvement in WP admin as well. This is not to say that it shouldn't be done. I think it's just a matter of priorities and how many resources or people and contributors can work on this. So it's not so much about saying we shouldn't, it's more when and, against other priorities.
So this actually just came up. I was looking for benchmark data comparing the WP admin performance because the focus around performance tends to be on the front end because in the end we want our websites to succeed, and the success has a lot to, or mostly to do with how people experience the website when they visit it. So most of the focus tends to go towards how the front end experience is in terms of performance. But if the back end is slow, then the user experience is bad, and eventually that's going to impact also how and if people even use WordPress. I was not able to get any benchmarking data because, again, it's not a focus. So I think that's a really good question, and it's a good topic to bring up in terms of awareness even, that it would be good to give it some attention because it does create a poor user experience, and in the end, like I said earlier, that's what creates a sticky product or just doesn't.
We have one more question, I think.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me? Okay, so I actually, the conversation came up with the difference between Wix and everything. So for me as a user, I believe that Wix and all other platforms, they are actually really easy to use because there are not much plugins and a lot of other stuff. So in WordPress, although it's good that we have multiple themes and multiple options, but the main problem which I have seen with people facing is that if they are, for example, working with Elementor, so and they will move to maybe Gutenberg or some other platform, some other plugin, editor, so they will actually, they have to learn it from the start. So don't you think there is like a gap in that one? Like maybe we need to strategize it so that like most people who are using it, so that not only developers can use it, some lame people, like normal people can also use that. So yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
I think it comes back to what we were saying about the user experience, maybe the younger generation. What Thierry described, like one click and I've got a site that does X. It's maybe what WordPress needs is like this kind of very simple, straightforward like experience that everyone can get out of the gate, and then if they want something more complex, then they can do it themselves. But it's just, I'm just picturing even like almost like Instagram. Not exactly, but something that's just like, this is what it is. You can't do much to it. You can manage your content here, get it live, you know, add media, add video, add whatever you want, and that's it. So I think there is a use case for that type of very, very simple, almost like limited user experience in WordPress, because like you said, it can be very confusing. When people see the admin for the first time, I mean, I think it's just like they don't even know where to look first. And then they're like in the settings section, there's like, what is a permalink? Who uses permalink in everyday language, right? Like, you know, and we're so used to it. So I think it's a good point.
The fragmentation problem is definitely a problem, and right now it is a problem that the burden is definitely put on the site owner. So when someone creates a site, it's overwhelming, the amount of plugins and things like this, and it's what makes WordPress beautiful. Is it's very, very capable. There's a ton of extensions, but it's also what puts the burden on new users and people who are not really used to work with WordPress, and so it ties back to what I was saying about better onboarding. You know, how can we you know, remove this burden from the site owners while keeping in mind that, you know, there's an entire ecosystem around WordPress, like all of you plugin developers and stuff like this. Also, you know, we can't just say like use these 10 plugins, right? We need to keep in consideration that everyone needs to have a chance to submit the plugin and offer extendability. And so how do we make it easier for the site owners while still, you know, being fair and to all plugin developers? It's a difficult challenge to address. But I do think that there's a lot more we can do. Maybe, you know, this is also a thing that AI could help with, like saying like, hey, you know, these type of sites with similar goals are using this type of plugins, and there's definitely a lot more guidance we can do.
I think we've got time for one last question.
May I ask one?
Hello, my name is Boyan. I wanted to talk about images. We all know that images are a very important factor behind performance, not just for WordPress, but for the web as a whole. And at the moment, we are at the point in time where we're sort of deciding the next generation image formats that we're going to use to replace the legacy formats that we have been using for a long time. I know Adam has been driving the efforts of including next generation image formats in WordPress core, so thank you for doing that. I wanted to ask you about JPEG XL specifically. It has been a bit of a controversial format as of late. If you all don't know the story, basically Google decided to drop that format from Chrome late last year, which was met by the community with a bit of controversy. One of the reasons that were cited was lack of interest by the community. Although there have been many companies that have supported JPEG XL, and the reason that I'm mentioning it now is that just earlier this week, there has been another major development where Apple indicated support for JPEG XL is coming in Safari 17 and all of their operating systems as well.
The web is around whether the advantages of JPEG XL over AVIF are significant enough to make it a viable additional format to support. There is sort of a limit to how many different formats browsers can support. There is some cost to doing that. And the other thing about these formats that's very interesting is that they're not static. Like the AVIF and JPEG XL algorithms keep improving. So when you look at studies to try to compare them, it's difficult to look at them because you really have to look at the very current implementations. And also there's a lot of nuance about what size image is it, what are you using it on the web, JPEG XL has some features that are not available in other formats, but do those really help us on the web? I will say that the recent decision by Safari was kind of a surprise, I think, and it might change how things progress. There are some really cool things about JPEG XL that other formats don't support, but I'm not 100% sure that they're valuable to us, especially in WordPress, given that the way we generate images is in PHP, at least right now, and there's no support for JPEG XL in PHP. With AVIF, you have to get up to, I think, PHP 8.1 to get the support, but at least we're moving in that direction. So I think, ultimately, and we saw with WebP, we did not adopt that as the default because there's the other issue of, besides can you see it on the web, is like what happens when you download the image to your computer and then you try to use it somewhere else. So this is the challenge that all modern formats face. So right now, I'm a big fan of WebP because I think it buys us a lot of the improvements, maybe not quite as much as AVIF and JPEG XL, but it's also broadly compatible almost everywhere. You'll never catch up to the legacy formats, but it is quite good in terms of compatibility.
So I'm creeping in to interrupt because I know that, Adam, you could carry on for another, for all day long talking about this, but you'll be around, won't you? So, and also I recommend to check out on WordPress TV WordCamp Bangkok, where there's a talk by Adam on images, and also, very interestingly, a talk by Alberto Medina, who I believe is your colleague at Google, isn't he? About exactly how do we turn WordPress into something that is as easy to use for younger generations as Instagram and TikTok and all the rest of it. So I really recommend that you do that. Thank you very much to our panel. Please give them the biggest hand ever. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't have hands left. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yes, I got help. Yeah, great. Thank you. Yes, you got presents. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Before you leave, please. Sorry, can I have my sheets again? I have a few announcements. Don't leave yet. I know. So now I'm putting my glasses back on. So first of all, there's the first WP Connect session at 11:30 at the Trianti balcony, which is with Miriam again, and it's on how to pitch your ideas to someone, company, client, sponsor. So this is a really helpful session. Go to it. And then, this is really important, is the game, the first question of the day. You can't miss this one. So the rules are, just in case you missed the opening remarks, that every attendees, that's each one of you, you have a set of four postcards in your swag bag. So if you don't have the swag bag, go get it. And you need to mingle, network, meet new people, and trade your cards. So that will help you meet new people. And you will get the other four postcards from the community booth after you respond to this question. Is WordPress older than Facebook and Twitter? Is it? True or false? This is your first question, okay? You can go now. I mean, you've all gone already, but that's all right.
For Athens specifically, I don't know that much because this is kind of one of the first times that I'm experiencing the city or without the actual islands.
Okay.
The islands is where I usually like to hang out.
Yeah.
But even that, when I go on a holiday, so when I'm at events and when I'm at work, I'm like, go, 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 you know? But when I'm on a holiday, I just want to watch the ocean, have some quiet, you know, and just enjoy and relax a little bit. So very much the opposite of what I usually am when I'm on my time off.
Yes. Okay, so tell us the truth. AFK when you're on holiday, or do you still open up the laptop and check emails?
Well, so I try very much not to, but I own the business, and so it's always this constant game of do you own the business or does the business own you?
100%.
And so this is one of the challenges of running this, but also from my side, I think it's one of the exciting things about it because you take responsibility and you're able to drive things forward for yourself, for your team.
Yeah.
So I don't fear opening the laptop, let's say, but I try not to, especially on the days off.
So I notice that when I have downtime, I kind of want to do nothing. Like I just want to like sit and just stare, maybe meditate. Do you get into that at all?
Yes, just kind of like a gratefulness kind of session.
Yeah.
And just being in a source of water is my ultimate relaxation, you know, just soaking.
And the water in the islands are beautiful, right?
It's incredible. And waking up, seeing the ocean in front of you, you know, that's the dream, isn't it?
Oh, I love. So when it comes to WordCamps, are you more hallway track or do you catch sessions?
So I'm very much a hallway track type of person. Walking around, we have our booth, and even before we started sponsoring, the sponsors area was my main place for getting to know people, getting to know the community, and I learned a lot from here. While the sessions, if there is something interesting, it kind of comes to you, and you can watch the replays after. But I'm very much all about these things. And now that we're growing, there's a lot of meetings and back-to-back meetings. Today, right after this, until 5 p.m., everything is fully booked solid. And then we're gonna go to the parties, right?
Yes.
So it's very much hallway all the way.
I love it. Yeah, I find that I'm definitely more hallway. And unless I really want to support a good friend who's speaking.
Yes.
Or, I think last year I caught one and it was the panel on WordPress acquisitions and selling.
That was right after my talk. So, so I saw them kind of like going in on stage after.
Yeah, no, I love it. I'm so excited that you're here. We just actually met we've known each other, but we just met had our little meeting,
Yes,
like a month ago. That's so crazy to me.
Yes.
And I love that you're a musician. I'm a musician too.
That's awesome.
But you're actually still doing it.
Right.
Do you perform live?
That was my main thing, or my previous life, let's say, touring and playing, stages more than 250 days a year. And basically building websites while traveling. That was how I got into WordPress in the first place. And so, but recently, I've been mostly focusing on the business. I do play in a band that's called Lords of Uptime.
Lords of
Uptime.
Up?
Yeah.
Uptime.
Yes.
Okay,
This
that's amazing.
This is basically a band that was formed at CloudFest, which is another event that happens here in Europe mostly, and it's formed by other tech geeks in the space, and we play CloudFest, there.
So do you guys play cover songs?
Yeah, some cover songs, and there's a few originals that are all talking about the cloud, and it's awesome. It's hilarious and awesome.
Okay, when are you guys going to play for WordCamp?
So we tried to make it happen for this year. This year it didn't really pan out, but hopefully next time.
Oh my God. Well, what do you play?
It's like hard rock kind of
And what
things.
instrument do you play?
I'm the lead guitarist.
Okay. And do you sing?
I did sing, but not in this band.
Okay, yeah.
But I used to be the lead singer and guitarist in my band back in the day.
Wow. I want to hear. I played the violin for 10 years, but then I'm a performer. I love to dance, and I still dance. But
that's awesome.
I miss music sometimes. I get that feel, and as you would know, you play guitar, and you're feeling your fingers, and you're like, I crave it.
Yes.
That muscle memory's still there.
It's definitely,
I mean, you're still using it. But
But that's one of those things that even if you don't get to play for a little while, you just pick it back up and it's still there.
I love learning this. One of my favorite parts of WordPress is that we're so diverse. Like we all love and come together because of WordPress, the software, but then we all have other lives, whether we're parents whether we're musicians, whether we're football/soccer players. I'm like, where am I? I love that. I love learning about everything.
I think that one of the cool things is that there's a bunch of musicians in the space as well. We just saw Jamie is interviewing here later today as well. Like there's such a creative and interesting transition. There's two sides to being a musician. One is the creative side of actually making something out of nothing, you know, and that's very much like what we all do in WordPress. You know, we create something that is not really tangible, but it's there. It's really there for us.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, being a musician is very much the startup kind of mentality and entrepreneurial type of spirit. So it feeds in really well into being makers, into growing products, running agencies, and I see that a lot in the space.
Isn't it so interesting how it correlates with like what we do in software?
Yes.
It's the same sort of practice, different but similar.
Exactly. Yes.
Do you love it?
I do. I definitely do.
So you also just had you have two little babies.
Yes.
Right? How old are they?
One, she's version 2.6, and the other one is 7 months.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, mine are version 21, 19, and 17.
It's already a mature products you have there.
They're starting to need to be sunsetted. You know what I mean? Not yet. Right? Yours is still fresh. Yours is still like reiterating.
Yeah, exactly. Every few hours.
Okay, this is really making my brain think. Like, okay, we can really go with this. So we're sunsetting the children's side of mine, and they're going to be coming new version into their adult life, and they'll reset and go back to a 1.0.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Oh my God! Do you have a boy, a girl, both?
Yes,
or
a girl and a boy.
Aww. Do you love them?
Definitely. That definitely goes without saying. It's been an interesting transition as well for life. Running a business, juggling family, and making sure that there is time for the team and the family as well. But I think I'm
the second talk of the morning on track one, and I am so happy to have the opportunity to present the next speaker. She is very special. This woman has so many achievements. She is the Chief Marketing Officer at wpdeveloper.com, which powers 5 million WordPress websites. That is a lot of WordPress websites. Afsana is the community deputy for WordPress.org, and she's a key organizer for WordCamp Asia 2023, for which I am so grateful because it was a wonderful WordCamp. And she also was an organizer in WordCamp Europe 2022 and WordCamp Dhaka 2019. So she has an incredible track record in the community as well as in her industry. I am very, very much looking forward to her talk because Afsana is joining us all the way from Bangladesh. Give her the warmest welcome, please. Here is Afsana Dia.
Hi. Thank you. Good morning, WordCamp Europe. How are you guys doing? So I assume you guys are not sleepy. I was sleepy, so I grabbed a coffee to overcome my jet lag. I flew around 14 hours. So yeah. Today we are going to talk about changing landscape of WordPress marketing, how we used to market our WordPress product, and how we are doing it now. So we are going to discuss that. This is Afsana Dia. I'm the CMO at WP Developer. WP Developer is a WordPress product company which is powering up around 5 million users for using their WordPress plugin. So before I start the session, I would like to talk about my WordPress journey a bit. So for me, I started using WordPress. I started using WordPress back in 2009, when I was in high school. So I started using WordPress for a blog. I didn't know about the ecosystem. I didn't know about the other plugins. I didn't know about anything else, right? And then after a while, I tried to make my own website for using WordPress. I tried to make a homepage. That's back in 2012. So is there anyone who used WordPress back in 2012? I see a few hands. So if you remember, there was no page builder back in that time. There was no Gutenberg. There was nothing like this at that time. So the focus was theme. You had to pick a theme, and then you build your website with a lot of customization. So at that time, I don't even remember which theme I used. After that, I finished my undergrad back in 2016. I did my undergrad in business administration. I had dual major in marketing and e-business. So when I finished my undergrad, I joined a WordPress product company. I got involved in the WordPress product. At that time, I revamped my personal website. Since I'm no code, so for me, it was hard to make the website, right? That back in 2012 and back in 2016 as well. In 2016, there was Page Builder. So there was Divi, already popular. Elementor was starting at that point. But if you remember, there was no such customization like this at that time. So I still had the struggle. Then I started working with WordPress product company. I worked with a product company which was doing great accidentally. How come a company can do great accidentally? Because they didn't know what's working and what's not. They didn't have a marketing team. So I tried to explore WordPress marketing. I tried to do multiple things. Some of the things worked, and I got some good ROI from my marketing initiatives. Move forward to 2018, I joined WP Developer at their starting point. At that time, we had only few thousand users for our one plugin. In 2019, we got our first 1,000 user for essential add-ons. In 2019, I also got involved with other WordPress community. We had our first WordPress Dhaka in Bangladesh. I got involved in Make WordPress. And then move forward to COVID, all of the other pandemic stuffs and struggles and technology update, Gutenberg, REST API, React. Today, right now, we have 5 million users for WP Developer with all of our products. So that's kind of achievement. The things I have done for WP Developer, we have done for WP Developer, some of the thing works, or maybe a lot of thing works. The thing is that I have been in WordPress ecosystem for last 8 years, doing WordPress marketing, moving with the community. I know what is going on, what we did, and what not. So I would like to talk about my experience. I would like to share some insights. Before that, how many of you are marketer here? Can you raise your hand? I see few hands. How many of you are WordPress developer? Oh, thanks to you because for attending my session. And how many of you are WordPress business owner or product owner? Interestingly, that's the lowest amount of people raise hand. But thank you so much. Today, I am going to request everyone to don't sell WordPress plugin like it's 2016. Because why we are talking about that? Because if there was something that was working great, that was great, probably worked back in 2018, 2016, but that's not going to work now. And if you keep doing that, you are basically pissing your users off. You are making your user frustrated with the same things that you keep doing for years. The world has changed. If you look at the CMS, WordPress has grown so much over the time. So is the Shopify, Wix, and other solutions. So if you look at those platforms, they are doing so many things. And for WordPress, in 2016 or 2018, there was very few WordPress product company. There was very few serious product business. But right now, if you look, there are many. So if they find a solution which is better than yours, if they find a solution that is more powerful than yours, that would be the better thing they will go for, right? So previously, people used to come to the customer support in your website. They used a lot of time with pre-sale conversation with the support rep, and then made the purchase decision. But right now, this is the data from recent time. There's only 5% customers who come to the website to talk with the support rep before making purchase decision. But interestingly, there are 27% people who actually spend more time on self-research before buying your WordPress plugin. More interestingly, there are 77% people who actually who thinks that the buying process is complicated, purchase journey is complicated for software product. So talking about that, things have changed so far. If you look at the scenario, what happened previously, if you are a business owner or if you are an end user, you own the company, you would look for the solution that you need. Then you would request for a product demo. But right now, the end user could be the team member of the company who are using your product. So the team member will activate the free trial, they will add more team member, and then team member will actually fall in love with your product. They will manage the higher authority to get this product for them. Previously, it was done by the product owner or the company owners. So why this happened? There are some challenges. What are the challenges we are facing so far? I will talk a little bit about the challenges. The first thing is technological advancement. Think about the Gutenberg, React, or REST API. It has changed the way people used to think and perceive about WordPress ecosystem. So there are so many new technology, there are new languages that we need to adapt. For our company, I can give one short example. For our company, WP developer, when Gutenberg was getting available back in 2018-19, we tried to explore Gutenberg for our product. So we were trying to look for React developer. We are based in Dhaka, Bangladesh. So in Bangladesh, the WordPress community is very popular. There are large number of people active in WordPress community. So we look for React developer, and interestingly, there was no one. So what we had to do is we tried to make our in-house team to learn about React. We arranged an in-house React course, and right now we have a lot of React developer in our team. So that's one problem we had to solve in a way, but I know a lot of friends of mine who are struggling for the tech in recent years, which is changing the way they used to market their product. And another big changes is the behavior of web creator. If you remember, previously we used to pick a theme and make the website. But right now, since there are a lot of page builder like Elementor, Divi, Beaver Builder, and there is Gutenberg, which is all alone very much ready to make the website. So right now, previously the same web creator, the way they used to think, their mindset has been changed. So they try to find a solution which is more relevant. So previously there was very few WordPress plugin. There was very few WordPress theme. But right now there are around 60,000 WordPress free plugin in the repository, which means you have 60,000 WordPress plugin ready for your next website, as well as there are also 100 or 1,000 of individual sellers who are selling from their own website or probably marketplace. So you have ready solution, and the WordPress infrastructure also very much ready for the customization without more effort. So the attention span of the customers, that's very limited. Another things that manipulate the landscape of marketing is the rise and fall of social media marketing. So do you remember about Clubhouse? Have anyone used Clubhouse? 2 years back, there was a whole hype about Clubhouse. It was an invitation-only platform. So the invitation was also limited for the user who are using the platform. So it feels like superior if you can get an invitation to Clubhouse. It seems like Clubhouse is going to be the next big thing. But where is Clubhouse now? Are any of you using it now? No, I don't see any hand. So yes, there are many changes over the social platform because that's one of the major things we use for marketing. Right now, there are few other social platforms like TikTok and other stuffs which could be very interesting for some of the users, some of the products, but for most of the products, probably it's not. And then we also have another big problem about paid media marketing. If you know, I can remember back in 2018 when we were trying paid ad, there was very few competitors. So the ad cost was very low because unless a company is very serious about WordPress products, they wouldn't use the paid ads. But look at this now. If you search about WordPress, probably on first page of Google search, you will see half page of ads for different kind of products. Meaning, there are a lot of competition in the paid ads, which is the reason the cost of ads increase so high, and per user acquisition through paid ads is very expensive. And there are another challenges, GDPR and privacy concern. I assume by this time everyone is pretty much concerned about the GDPR because it can get you sued for 20 million just for one case. So that's another thing we need to keep in our mind before doing anything. And there is another major problem with Google changing their algorithm every now and then. So if you are using some sort of tools, probably it will be easier to manage your SEO on your WordPress website thanks to the WordPress SEO plugins. It got easier comparative to 5 years or 10 years ago, there is no doubt. But when you figure out how to rank your landing page on Google, before you figure out the whole thing, the Google will change their algorithm again. It happened to many of you, I think. So that's another thing. Google algorithm is changing so much comparing with the previous time and right now, and the SEO become more harder since a lot of people are making a lot of effort to rank on the first page, which is not good for you specifically. When you are trying to rank higher, that makes it harder for your competitor as well, right? And there is another talent and skills gaps in WordPress marketing. Personally, when we try to hire the capable and talented people for our marketing team, one common challenge is that if there is someone who is capable of taking the marketing things well, then probably they don't have a tech background. If they have a tech background, they don't have marketing skill. So you have to actually train people to know and understand the WordPress ecosystem. And after all these challenges, we need to start selling in a way that our buyer wants to purchase. So how can we do that? One of the things is you have to understand your user first. You have to understand your target audience. Not the whole WordPress users are your target audience, or not that anyone randomly is your target audience. You have to be very specific about that. You have to analyze your customer behavior, track your user journey, depending on where are your users are coming from, where is which page of your website they are actually scrolling, which button they are clicking. You have to track to understand better and make your customer experience better for the next. And then you have to test your product with the real person. Most of the time, what a lot of WordPress owners or plugin developers do, they build something, they test it themselves, and then they release the product, and they expect the outcome. But it doesn't happen, right? So if you have built something, you need someone, the third party, to try your product to understand what it feels like for the end user. And if I talk about the team members, have you ever heard about a person with 10 hands? 10 hands mean a WordPress developer who build the plugin, do the UI, do the UX, and do the marketing all alone. So that's not going to work anymore. You need to have your solid team from design team, development team, testing team, marketing team, and support team to ensure that your product is ready to meet the user's real need. So what we can do? We need to focus on customers, what they want, how they want, and the experience they are going to get through your product. So here comes the PLG. Anyone heard about PLG? So PLG is product-led growth. It's a way that you can build your product in a way so it can be used, it can sell itself, focusing on leveraging the products to drive growth automatically. I can give you some examples so you can understand. So most of these tools are very well known, from Slack to Dropbox to Figma. These are SaaS tools, but if you can think about the pattern, all of this product, they need to use by other party. For example, I can talk about Zoom. If you sign up Zoom and want to have a video call, you need another person. So you are inviting another person, they are signing up for the product. So your product needs to, in a way that it has to be sells itself. And we also have ChatGPT and AI, which is another big thing. I think we have few sessions about ChatGPT and AI today. I just asked ChatGPT about what they can do for marketing, and this is the stuff they suggested. So it's not like they can do it everything and they will do it better than human, but there's a good way to utilize your team's potential and probably spend less time on some tasks. So I have few quick tips for WordPress marketer that I have learned from my own experience for all the products I have been marketing. So dig deeper into your competitors. We do competitor analysis. A lot of people actually copied the feature from your competitor, but don't do that. Look at the competitors' features and websites and their even customer review to understand what's working well for them, what they are not doing well that their customers are complaining. So you can actually bring those things from in your products. And do NPS and reviews to measure your customer satisfaction. I know in WordPress, people actually don't use these things much. People mostly rely on the WordPress repository reviews or their personal website reviews. But if you try to put an email campaign to ask for NPS, Net Promoter Scores, you can understand if your customers are satisfied with the product or not. And again, there is video. If I look back at a few years back, there was no much videos in WordPress ecosystem, but if you search in YouTube right now, there are 100 videos of each and every topics. And there are also webinar and live streaming, podcasts that people are using to market their WordPress product. And another tips is that you need to set up your pixel from the start when you launch a product so that you can utilize those visitors when you are ready. And then after a while, you will try to retarget them for better campaign. Also make most out of your content marketing. publish resourceful content. Why I said resourceful is because for each and every WordPress topic, there are like 10 to 50 articles on the same topic. So what's the point? You have to make your content at least that gives some kind of help which others are not providing. You also need to keep updating your content. So if you have published something back in 2020, which was relevant at that time, but it's not relevant anymore. So you need to build, you need to keep updating your content and also build guides which can be helpful for your users. And also leverage influencer marketing. If you talk about influencer marketing, a lot of people think that it's only for the probably beauty blogs or probably other stuffs, but even for WordPress, you can actually utilize influencer marketing. If you are building a WooCommerce plugin, we have Bob WP attending WordCamp Europe. If you can onboard Bob to promote your product, that would be a great use. And sponsor, contribute, or attend WordCamp or community events. You cannot measure the exact outcome from these things, but the amount of exposure you will get, the amount of experience you will gain from these events, that's unbeatable. So, take a stand for a better future through sustainable and ethical marketing. What I mean is, like, you need to keep the honesty, transparency, sustainability, and privacy of your user, so you can make the marketing space better, not clumsy, so that you don't make your customer or potential customer frustrated about your product. So we have few takeaways from this session. Understand your audience well, know in depth, so what they want to do, how they want to do, and how you can help them. Build a passionate and dynamic team who really wants to do something with all their passion. Create a really, really good product. There is no alternative of that. And you need to also adapt the technology, use tool for better, and make most out of it. Stay updated about the tech and the community and whatever is happening around. Make it sustainable and do it ethically. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Afsana, for a fantastic talk. I've got so many takeaways from it on top of what you have said. And personally, I'm so delighted that you, once again, said something that is so important, which is research and test and know exactly what your customers want.
What your customer wants,
super interesting. Now, as before, if anyone has any questions, the microphones are halfway down or up the stairs. So please gather and ask your questions to Afsana. In the meantime, I have more than one actually, but the first one is, it's a really incredible growth that you showed us of WP Developer. So you went from, I mean, already 100,000 users is impressive, but then you jumped from that to 5 million. Do you think that the pandemic helped, or, well, you were at the helm of the marketing, so what did you do to get to such an amazing result?
Well, that's a secret.
Very good answer.
We did actually a lot of things. From our perspective, it's not like just the pandemic. We were actually growing before the pandemic as well, but definitely pandemic helped the whole ecosystem as well. One of the major things that I personally feel is very unique about my team is that all of them are passionate and we do whatever we do with all their passion, and we do it constantly. So there are also a lot of things that didn't work, but the things that worked, those are the things that a lot of people probably didn't even try.
Consistency
Thank
and a
you.
great team. Right, we have a question, please.
Hello. Thank you so much for the talk. I had a question. If you could just get a little bit more specific about how you track the customer journey.
There are many tools to track customers' journey. For example, if you are looking for WordPress, have you installed Google Tag Manager and other stuffs in your website?
I'm coming at it from a more of a video angle. So yeah, on the back end of things, I was just hoping just to get a general idea. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so Google Tag Manager and also Google tracking system, if those are perfectly set up for your website, you will see already few things like which platform, which source are your users are coming from your Google dashboard. And there are also few other tools, which is SaaS tools, you can use for a more in-depth understanding. I hope I have answered your question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm going to just check if we have any questions from our online audience. In the meantime, I don't think so, unless
I think we have a question.
Oh, yes, please.
Hello. Yeah, I have one question.
Yeah.
Great presentation, great numbers to see on the screen. So I'm sure this question could be a lot of other people are asking about this question, like what's specifically for WordPress, what source of channel you were using to generate those numbers, like content marketing, social media marketing, or maybe Google Ads, you know. I'm sure this is more like test and try thing, but
yeah, definitely.
Based on your experience, what you suggest?
Actually, there are many different platforms we have tried. For our company, we have around 10 products, and we are using different platforms for different products. So, for example, if you have a product which is relevant to end user who roam around in Facebook, for that product, Facebook would work. So for some of our product, some of the platform worked and other didn't. But in general, if you ask me, for WordPress, the best platform is Twitter. I think most of you would agree. And Google Ads, also retargeting campaigns worked well for WordPress. Facebook and other platform is for very niche user. But right now, YouTube is also getting popular, YouTube Ads. I hope that I have answered your questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
We still have got time for a couple more questions if anyone wants to ask. But in the meantime, while I have
you have
here,
another question?
I actually have quite a few. But one thing that interests me a lot, and already we're only like a couple of hours in, and already AI has been mentioned many times, and we have a panel coming up and various lightning talks about AI. But so you mentioned this as well, and in the list that you had earlier about what ChatGPT can do for you, there was also market research, which obviously it can do. But how do you feel about actual customer research? Because that's something that you pointed out as very important. How do you feel about that? Can that ever be substituted?
For market research?
Actual user research, so talking to real users. Can GPT do that?
Yeah. So for customer research, we do the computer research in depth, so we not just the WordPress repository, but also for all of the relevant and probably not just full competitor, even the partial competitors who are having similar type of product. So we try to check whatever they are doing from their website, from their social media, from their community, which things they are doing and how they are doing. We try to see that for users' experience. We try to talk with our users. We try to send different kind of customers' feedback, build one-to-one relationship with our customers, so understand better. Even we were just talking about this yesterday, that if you send a survey, people will send you generic answer. But how about you connect with those in some community, in probably some group or forum, so they will explain better about their experience using your product.
Thank you. That was really interesting. We've got a question, please.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Great talk, thank you. I just had a question for, say you're a small business and you've got limited resources to focus on marketing. What would you consider to be the most vital channels or marketing angles to focus on?
Channel or social media platform, you mean?
Any aspect of marketing. What's
well, the easier one to get started with Twitter, and I really understand the small business have limited budget. So for them, probably get started with the content marketing, share those in Twitter and other platform. But more important is get connected with your existing user, even if they are small in amount. I mean, if you are connected with your users, they are the one who can recommend to other people who might need your product. So get started slow, but get started at the first phase of your product, so you can get some visibility from social media. That could be Twitter, that could be your personal forum, but get connected with your users.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Anyone? Well, Afsana, this was great. Thank you so much. So interesting. And I'm sure that people, if you've got more questions that you want to ask Afsana, you'll be around
whole day, and I will be available tomorrow as well. Actually, for WordPress marketing, it depends. For WordPress marketing, any kind of marketing, it depends based on your product, depending on how your audiences are. So if we can talk in details with the background you have, probably I could help, or I could suggest few things for you. So I'll be available. Feel free to reach me, or even get connected with me in my Twitter. It's Afsana Dia. I would love to have more talk. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've got your present now. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Now, are you playing the game before you leave? There's a game.
I at least didn't.
That you need. It's on in your swag bag.
Nobody did. Nobody did.
Nobody did. Nobody. What's going on? There's a voice. Oh, she's still. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, sorry. I was completely. It was like, what? What's going on? Yes, just reminding you to play the game. You can find the cards in your swag bag. And the first question that I gave you earlier is WordPress older than Facebook or Twitter? If you don't have the swag bag, go get it. I don't have it either, so I haven't seen the postcards yet. So it's a very interesting game. So next at 12,
the next panel is AI and WordPress, so make sure not to miss it. Be back here at 12.
Yeah.
Για δώσουμε ένα πιτάκι.
Hey everybody, welcome again. It's WordCamp Europe 2023, and I'm here with Matt Cromwell. Welcome, Matt.
Hey, welcome. Thanks for having me.
Yes, glad to have you. How are you doing today?
So far, so good. I'm enjoying it. It's a great venue, and it's really full, really busy, and I love Athens. Athens is amazing.
Yes. Have you been here before?
No, first time for sure. First time.
What have you done so far?
I came with my family, which I'm super excited about, and so we came this last Saturday, and we went to the Acropolis and the museum, and we just have been taking like the metro to different spots. Went to the National Museum and went to the food center yesterday, and it's an amazing city, really, really great.
Wow, you've done everything.
Well, not everything. We went to the beach. Beach is nice.
Yeah.
So jumped in the water.
Was it like cool and crisp, or how is it? I've never been in the Mediterranean.
Yeah, I guess it's technically the Aegean Sea or whatever. It's amazing. I was expecting it a little bit warmer. I'm from California, and the Pacific is ice cold all the time, so I was expecting just a little bit warmer. But once you're in, it's like gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, love. Now, I remember seeing your post, and you also celebrated a huge milestone.
Thank you. Yes, my wife and I celebrated 20 years of marriage this week. So yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we were super excited about it. It's literally this week, and so we thought, I have an opportunity to go to Athens, and we might as well merge them all together. So
yeah, I love it. Now, I've known you for a while, and we used to be sort of neighbors. You were in California, and I'm in Arizona, and you made a huge move to Germany.
Yep.
How's that been?
It's been great. My wife is German, and that's a big reason why we moved. So we're closer to her family now, and the kids are adjusted really well. We spoke German at home a lot, so it wasn't such a huge transition for them. Still huge, but we smoothed it out before we moved, and it's also a small town. We lived in San Diego, which is like the 6th largest city in America, and now we're in a small town, and so it's a lot slower pace. We have a little castle in the town, and like sometimes I send pictures to my colleagues, and they think I live in Disneyland. Like it looks very, very fantasy oriented. So yeah.
How are the kids with the transition?
They actually have come through really strong. They do like it a lot. They've made some really fast friends. They're involved with sports. And one big reason we wanted to come out here too is like in the States you travel for 8, 9, 10 hours and you're still in the States. Over here, you travel a little bit and you see like 3 or 4 different cultures in a short amount of time.
Wow.
So being able to go to new countries and new cities. We went to Porto last year for EU. They all came out with me. We come to Athens this year. And hopefully going to wherever the secret place is next year as well. So.
Is it secret for you?
No, but
it's okay. We'll still keep it secret.
Yeah, exactly.
You can still keep it.
Yeah. It's not in the U.S. I can say that much.
Well, we can gather that much. Hopefully, it's somewhere in Europe.
Yes, it's in Europe.
Yes. Now, what kind of sports do the kids do, like versus American? Like, what are like? Is it all the same?
Actually, my boy was already really into American soccer, football. And so he's still been doing that for sure. And my oldest was into volleyball. So, and they tons of volleyball in Germany. So the German volleyball teams are amazing.
Oh, they probably kill it.
Yeah. They're really good. So soccer, football, and volleyball still happening all the time. I myself am a disc golfer. Not a lot of people, not everybody knows what disc golf is.
I just got exposed.
I love it. It's also like one of the most accessible sports because it's just like just go out on a field and throw some discs and get it in the basket together, and it's fun. And but the professionals are crazy. They throw like 600 feet long. It's crazy. So, but disc golf is happening, growing in Germany right now. So I'm excited.
How often do you get out?
The course is like an hour away, so I really only get out like once a week at the most. But they're building a new course closer to me, about 20 minutes away. So I'm excited about that too.
Aw, love. What are your kids doing and your wife while you're here? Are they chilling now because you guys have done a lot? Or are they still going out seeing sights?
Yeah, no, they're going out today. They're going out to one of the islands off of Greece, off of Athens. I forget which one they're going to, but. My wife is an adventurer, so I couldn't stop her from doing things at all. Like she's taking all the kids and having more sights and whatnot. But after a while too, the kids get tired. So
absolutely,
it's definitely like they take a lot of breaks and get a nice coffee or a juice. There's lots of really good like smoothie juices out here.
I've seen.
Yeah, they're really good. So they've been doing that.
Will we get to meet them?
That is the plan. I think they're going to be here tomorrow, actually.
Okay.
They're flying out tomorrow, and we got to check out of our Airbnb. And I got to find a hotel. I actually don't have a hotel for tomorrow because I'm staying till Sunday. They're going to come here after we check out and check things out.
Yeah.
So.
And then do you go home pretty quickly after too, or?
I go home on Sunday.
Yeah.
So I got to be here all the way to the end. I can't leave the organizer team alone. Like, we got to finish the event. So.
Yeah. So you became a WordCamp Europe organizer this year for the first time.
No, second time.
Oh.
I was an organizer last year too.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, last year I did volunteers. I was helping managing the volunteers at the registration desk.
Yeah.
And this year, PR.
Oh, okay. How's that been?
It's been great. We have a really awesome team. Hosser's back there. You can't see her, but she's amazing. Mike Johnson, too. Matt Ross. We got a great team that's doing some good stuff. And we made sure all the content that went out was above bar. And we definitely helped in a lot of different ways. And we coordinated this whole thing. And I was a backup, and so here I am. So,
good backup.
Yeah. So it's been fun.
Do you think you'll still continue to organize?
I think so. I probably might pick another team again. It's been fun to try to pick different teams and try different things. I've been in the WordPress community for forever and have a lot to give and offer. So I always like to see what else there is to do. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's a labor of love for sure. When you get exposed to organizing, you just, I mean, for me, I just want to do it every year as much as possible. And you feel it because it's volunteer work, but it just is worth it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's fun really to just be able to be around here and feel like I'm helping all these people have a great event. You know?
Yeah. How's it been with transition from living in San Diego, West Coast time? It's almost the end of the entire day for the whole year, to then moving ahead to Germany and like still the same company.
Yeah.
How's that adjustment been?
Yeah, I have adjusted my work schedule. I try to align a little bit with East Coast schedule.
Yeah.
And it's not ideal. It's really not, I'll be honest. Because the kids come home from school at like 1:30. And I'm often working all the way till like 8 or 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And so what I try to do is I try to start earlier at like probably like 10, and then I take a break at 1:30 when they come home, and I have about an hour with them, and then I do the rest of the day. And I can't really avoid it because that late afternoon, early evening time is the prime time for meetings.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've made it work, and it does work, and it's fine. But as my role has been changing slowly, I'm probably hoping to reduce my meetings and maybe get my schedule a little bit more into a normal routine.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
So I saw a tweet with you and why can't I say Adam Warner.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so I gotta be honest, I've known you both for a very long time. I never made that correlation.
People do it though. It happens all the time.
Does it really?
It does. I told Adam the other day, I can't go to Florida without people calling me Adam. Like he's from Florida. And every Florida WordCamp I've been to, they're like, "Hey, Adam." I'm like,
That is so funny.
Yeah.
I've literally, I guess that's the privilege of being able to know you both separately for a very long time. But when I saw the tweet, I'm like, okay, how did I miss that?
Yeah, the side by side. The great thing is that I worked with Adam a long time ago. Like Adam honestly literally gave me my first like plug-in job in WordPress.
Oh my gosh, what year was that?
That was 2012.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's when I first met you, because that was my first WordCamp, even before WordCamp Phoenix.
San Diego?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Remember the after party was at downtown Johnny's?
Oh, yeah.
Johnny Downtown?
Downtown Johnny Brown's.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Wow.
Yes.
That's a deep pull.
I have a very good memory. Some people would call it a curse. I do remember a lot. So
I think that was my very first WordCamp too.
Oh wow.
San Diego 2012. Yep.
Oh wow. Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And that's also when you got your first plugin gig, like.
Yeah, I was doing support with Foo plugins.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then I ended up, Foo plugins ended up doing the only premium support for what was then Better WP Security. With the first Chris Wigman built Better WP Security, and I was doing the premium support for that plugin. And most people might not know, but that became iTheme Security.
Oh, wow.
Better WP Security was then iTheme Security, and now today iThemes is with Stellar WP, and I actually oversee iThemes now.
Right.
And we're doing. Oh, I'm gonna do a little thing.
Okay.
We're rebranding into Solid WP. I don't know if people have heard about that. And have you seen these?
Oh, you know, I think I saw it tweeted.
Fun.
It's like straight up like vintage now, old school, like 90s, 80s.
Exactly.
A little hologram.
Yeah, I didn't know what they were called. I just told our guy, I was like, we need those things that change.
This was your idea?
Yeah. No, it was actually a friend of mine, our colleague Lauren. And I was like, we need to do this. It's a great idea. And it's that changey thing. When you look at it different ways, it changes. He's like lenticular stickers. So I was like, how do you know all these things? I never heard that word.
Lenticular sticker?
Yeah.
I hope I remember that.
Yeah. iThemes is becoming solid WP. That's the
I wonder if you
idea.
can see this on camera. This is actually wonderful. It's perfect, though. Like, iThemes is becoming solid WP.
Yeah.
And I love that. Like, I mean, it's yours, right? You guys said solid WP. How has nobody ever thought about that yet?
I think there have been a couple of them out there that just haven't really taken off. But
Yeah.
we're definitely taking off.
Yeah. So we skipped step 2. I mean, talk about iThemes security to like Stellar, but Give, Press.
In between there. So from working with Foo plugins and working on better WP security, I partnered up with Devin Walker in San Diego, and we said we wanted to tackle a really big problem in WordPress. And both of us had a lot of experience building websites for nonprofit organizations. And we were like, every nonprofit wants to do online donations, and it's always terrible. It just is not a great experience. So we were like, what if we solved the online donations problems for WordPress? And so we built Give WP, and we launched that at San Diego in 2015. And yeah, that has definitely grown us a ton until Give WP was acquired by Liquid Web in 2021, 2 years ago now already. And Devin and I have been doing more and more at Stellar WP ever since then. So that was a lot of terms and names. It makes a lot of sense. But yeah, that's what we do. So.
We just got the signal that we're good, so.
Good.
Yay.
Hello. Quite a few people ambling in. I'll give you time to settle down. In the meantime, who's excited about AI? Good. Who's nervous about AI? Anyone nervous? Yeah. Anyone sort of ambivalent, both excited and nervous? So I had my head firmly in the sand for a long time, and now I've taken it out. But so today we have a fantastic panel to talk about AI. Not for the first time in the course of the day. It's come up quite a few times already. And although I have a good memory, I think I'm going to need this. So Shane Perman is moderating. Hello. And we have Gabriela Lasta. And I'm going to do this because it's easier than Daniel Kanchev and Constance Crater and Sujai Power. So I'll give it to you, Shane. Yes, you can. Yes, you can indeed. I was told I had to do that.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Hi. I'm going to get comfortable if you don't mind. All right. So I'm going to stand up. I'm sorry, camera people, don't hate me. I broke my leg and sitting hurts. So as a starting point, this room is amazing. Yo, like, we got to give it up for the Greek organizing team who put together a phenomenal venue and such a good place, like mad props. All right, so as a starting point, I kind of want to get a sense of where we're all at so we can have the right conversation. All right, so limber up a little. I'm going to ask you some questions. I actually want you to move your body. Raise your hand if this is where you're at. You've heard a lot of noise about AI, but you've never actually used any of it, and you're just like, I'm here to figure out what's what. That's you. Don't be shy. It's okay. All right, cool. What about if you've used like an AI generative chat tool like GPT or Bard periodically, here and there? Like you went in, you're like, where should I go in Greece, Chat GPT? And it said, oh, you should go to Peloponnesia. All right, cool. What about if you've used an like AI-assisted tool in your work, maybe Copilot to help code or image generation? All right. What if you've actually built AI into your end-facing products, your work, you've created and trained models? Wow, okay, we've got a really good spread, surprisingly good, which means this conversation is gonna have to flow at all altitudes. If you're not sure what's going on, just like put it in social and somebody will shout it and we'll roll with that. Okay, so why are we here? Let's start with that, and then we'll go into a conversation. This is not a theoretical, high-flying conversation. We're not going to talk about what we are going to focus on is real and tangible examples of how AI is being used in WordPress today, things that we want to happen in AI now, soon, so that you can walk out of here and go to the next 6 AI sessions and be like, cool, I want to do this. I heard about how do I do it? And you can practically and tangibly start to execute this stuff. So this is like a product conversation, not a technical conversation. We're not going to get into the how. We're going to talk about the what and look for concepts and ideas. When we're talking about what AI, just to frame, because that's actually a real big catch-all term that means lots and lots and lots and lots of things. What we're really going to talk about today are generative language models. These are like services like ChatGPT that you can engage with. They've captured a ton of data and can parse and create new ideas with it. And we'll talk a little bit about specialized models that people are using to execute specific tasks. Is there any other sort of things that fall under the AI that, no? Good? All right, sweet. So what we're going to do, we're going to go and do some quick intros. I've asked each of these folks are here because they have stuff in the wild. They've been actively using, launching, executing products for consumers, for their internal teams, using AI, and we just want to talk about them. So from that perspective, Mike Sujay, make the most of it. If he goes over 2 minutes, I'm going to start making weird sounds.
Hey all, this is Sujay Pawar. I run a company called Brainstorm Force. I'm a CEO and co-founder. We have a bunch of products. The flagship one is Astra theme, which is the most used, one of the most used now theme in the WordPress repository, about 2 million installations. So one of the things people use Astra is for building their website, launching their website. We solve the onboarding problem for users where without a product like ours, if people are going in a traditional route, people have to install a theme, install a bunch of plugins, start with a blank screen, and start their website from scratch. So we help people have the first version of their website ready. So with AI, like our mission is to help people build their website in as little clicks and as little time as possible. So that's what we are really focused on. We have been working on this for like past 1.5 years. And AI has been, evolving a lot. So we have made multiple iterations of the product. So yeah, it's pretty exciting time, I believe. And thanks, Shen.
Yeah, well, you've got some actual AI products like SureWriter and a handful of products that you can go out and use today, and they are powered and facilitated by AI.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I wanted to focus on just one product. So yeah, and that's the biggest one.
Okay, but he's got lots of them.
Hello, I'm Constance. I'm based out of Austin, Texas, and I work for BigCommerce. So we create e-commerce platforms. We create a platform for people to create their websites, their stores. And I actually am the relations manager. Is this working? Okay. I manage the team that establishes relations with the developer. We create all the documentation, and we want to create an awesome developer experience. So really, I'm developer-focused, and our connection is to WordPress. We offer WordPress plugin, and most of the folks I talked with today, they are, oh yeah, we know BigCommerce. AI, For us in the beginning, it was a buzzword, and as a company, we've really been trying to narrow it down because it has huge potential for e-commerce in many different ways that we are trying to explore. Also for our developer communities, we actually just introduced an AI section in our marketplace to enable developers to develop AI applications. In addition, my company also acquired Feedonomics through an M&A. And Feedonomics, they are pretty much autonomous, but they have one important product called Feed AI that focuses on feed optimization, which is a huge thing for product categorization. And I'm super excited to be here with everybody. Just personally, I love to play around with CodePilot and all these kind of things, and really looking forward to this conversation.
Hi, I'm Shane. I wear a number of hats. I'm a VP at Liquid Web. I'm president at Modern Tribe. And we do a lot of R&D for a number of different brands. So from an AI perspective, we are going to be launching Cadence AI in this weekend, next week, really soon. We've got brands like LearnDash that just put out their first AI plugin, which creates course outlines. We've got one that's about to create quizzes. It'll tear through your course and build out. And there's an entire framework to allow a lot of our product suites to leverage it and move forward. So that's coming, as well as support. And we'll talk about a lot of the others soon.
Hi there. My name is Daniel. I am Director of Product Development at SiteGround. And at SiteGround, we've been using AI for years now, before the boom of AI. We do incorporate AI into some of the products that we do, and also internally in the company for development, for pretty much cutting the costs of many things. One of the things that we've been using AI for quite some time now is actually translating our website in many languages that we sell in different countries. And also we do provide support through the help of AI. So that helped us a lot. In terms of other things which are not so WordPress specific, because we're a web hosting company, we do also use AI for content classification. When you think of spam email messages that we want to block, when you think of spam comments that people get on their websites. So that's also something that we're doing right now. And of course, with the boom of generative AI, we are now into that fast lane where we want to help people get started with a website and say, hey, I want a website. There you go. That's the topic. And after that, easily manage that through the help of AI. But we'll cover all those topics later.
Hi. Can you hear me? Turned on?
Yeah, just press the button.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Hi, I am Gabriela Laster. I am a product marketing... Sorry?
It's not picking her up.
Oh. Should I try again?
Here.
Sorry about that. Hi, so I am Gabriela Laster. I am a product marketing manager at Elementor, and in the past couple of months, actually, I have been responsible for launching our new AI products. So at Elementor, what we do is we make website building more accessible. So we had the drag and drop builder, and I think we're doing something similar with AI. So we are making AI accessible within our builder. We were actually the first ones, I think, to introduce AI into a page builder. So we've already integrated the ability to generate text. You can add a heading to your website. You can change the tone. You can translate as well to different languages. But what I think was also really cool that we added was the ability to generate custom code, custom CSS, HTML. So we've seen people use it to even create their own widgets. And what we're trying to do is make that accessible for people who don't necessarily know how to use AI. So we are integrating it within our product and making it easier for other users. We have engineered it also to make it, any prompt you make, it knows that it is operating within a website. So it is already engineered to give you results that are more appropriate for your website. And we're actually going to be launching a new product actually within the week, I hope. We're integrating AI for image generation as well. So we are going to make it easier for users to just describe what they want to create. They can edit images. They can customize images. We are thinking of the web creators. So what we're doing is also enabling them to change the aspect ratio, enlarge it, giving them all the tools they need to create their websites at scale, to create content at scale, to improve their workflow. And we've been doing that for the past couple of months. Our chief product officer has actually been working on AI for the past year behind the scenes, so he's very knowledgeable when it comes to where AI can go in the website building space.
All right, so we've got a mix here. We've got hosting, we've got SaaS e-commerce businesses, we've got WordPress plugin businesses and services. There's a lot of places that we're actually seeing AI start to show up. And I'm going to travel across the ecosystem. Given Gabby's comment, why don't we start with themes and website setup? That seems to be like one of the most common places we see people going like, well, one of the biggest challenges in creating a website is the blank page. You know, a user shows up and they're like, what do I do? It's like having a giant bucket of Legos poured in front of you. And so AI has this opportunity to start to bridge that gap, and people are approaching it really differently. And so I'm curious if you talk about how you're approaching that problem and what's on the roadmap ahead. Like what isn't being done, what could be done, where does this actual particular trend of website building go as AI evolves?
Do you want me to take it?
Do it.
So I think we don't really know where it's going because it does change on a daily basis. But I think it's going to change experiences. It's going to change how people interact with websites. It's going to change how people consume content, how people generate content. You said by it becomes overwhelming to start a website from a blank page. You don't have to do that anymore. When I started using AI, before I learned anything about prompt engineering, I would ask a question and I would get horrible results, but even that helped me understand what direction I did want to go, and so all of a sudden it became a little less overwhelming. It focuses you on what you want to achieve.
Although I'm going to cheat, I'm going to be an attendee and a moderator. Although I would argue that right now we're in this really weird early stage, not a critique to Elementor, I apologize. I think what you guys are doing is awesome. Where people are just shoving prompt spaces in and then expecting users to figure out how to get the AI to do what it wants, which is weird and sort of a half step, because the reality is most of us kind of already know what they want. You ask any freelancer, hey, you need to build a church site, a community site, a small business site, the patterns, and through a really good interview onboarding process, you can get to the point where that structure, that sitemap, the content can be laid out in a way that is 80, 90% of the way there, and then the person puts their own unique touch on it. Where do we go from having more than just a prompt place where I can fill a block? You know, I mean, HumanMade did this really great block thing. Automatic is doing the writer. You know, there are a lot of products we're starting to show up, but they're really just like, how do I have ChatGPT in my website? What's the next step beyond that?
In terms of site building?
Yeah, in terms of site building.
I pretty much think that we have to get metadata from the users in terms of, let's say, getting started where you put up a form or another way to get the metadata from the user, and they say, okay, so I'm based in, let's say, San Diego, and my target users are those target users, and I like those colors, and that's my brand identity. So you go through that process, and after that, the AI pretty much helps you to get the layout you want. It gives you a couple of choices there. You pick one, and after that, it learns from what you have picked in order to design your other pages, like the contact page, for example. So that's the information that they don't know specifically. It's going to be useful for the site building process. Then you're going to cut the time in generating a really nice website for them.
Yeah, or it could be as simple as not staring at a blank screen when you are trying to design a landing page for your business or a marketing campaign, right? So it could be as simple as, right now when you have to create a landing page, you have to click many buttons, find out the exact block that you want or a widget that you want or whatever, right, of your page building tool. So it could be as simple as there is a, button, you click a button, you tell AI like what kind of landing page that you are building, and out of the database or whatever it has, the patterns it has, it can put up a really nice landing page with the filler content that you can improve upon and take it ahead rather than staring at a blank screen. So
we're making this assumption, at least I was until just recently, we're making this assumption that this process starts in WordPress, but I don't think we're all that far away from the process, you know, whether you're actually going to a generative AI, I call it an agent or a tool that enacts things for you. But I mean, they're going to be built into our OS real soon. They'll be built into our browsers. And so being able to be like, Bard, I need a website for my kid's school. And Bard goes, all right, cool. Let me gather some quick information for you. Now let me generate. I think one of the interesting challenges we have as an open source community is, well, what's Bard going to pick? What's ChatGPT going to pick? Like, how does it go about through the decision process? I mean, last night we were hanging out, and I was like, hey, ChatGPT, I need to make a website. What should I use? And it gave me a huge list of like, well, you could use WordPress or Joomla, and I was like, no, I don't care. Just pick something. And it came out, and it's like, well, then you should just use WordPress, which is awesome and unexpected and kind of interesting. But what I really wonder is, how do we continue to build our platforms such that if the decision maker is an AI, not a freelancer, not a consumer, not somebody in this room, does the project need to evolve in a particular way that it is a good solution for an AI to build a site?
My take on it is that those AI agents that you are talking about, if they're in the browser or the operating system, doesn't really matter. When you ask them something and they're connected to part of the internet or know about a certain list of APIs, they will require those APIs to be very well structured, to have very good documentation so that the AI will understand what you want, and then it will pick WordPress instead of, let's say, Drupal or Joomla or Wix, because it knows that with that specific API of WordPress, I can achieve that, and I can do it in a way that's going to fulfill the request of the user. So for me, that's a really interesting approach of things, like how do we shape the APIs and documentation so that ChatGPT or BART or whatever understands that.
I mean, that.
Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying, because we work, you know, with developer documentation and APIs picking it up. Yeah, yours. We have to basically, I believe it will come to
You want to take mine?
Yes. So we'll have to get to the point where we train our docs. Was I grabbing the mute button? Okay. So yeah, we have to train our documentation, our content to be picked up by AI. And I've seen this a lot because we manage a whole developer center for our platform. And it's very actually hard for developers to discover what they need, and we can train AI, and we can train the APIs to pick that up. And that's how I see it, at least in our business, when it comes to developer experience. We have to do exactly what you're saying.
I mean, it's interesting because if you think about when Matt came up, you know, and we heard him recently, Molenweg recently say, learn AI deeply. My first thought was, you know, probably the most important team in core is about to be the documentation team. Just thinking, if you want to go and actually have influence, they're fundamental to the future of the project.
Yeah.
All right, so we got site building. We've got like awesome future robots who are going to spin out sites for us. What else? What else is coming to? How else are you using it today? What else we got?
We're using it internally, basically, to help our support teams, both the developer support and also the customer support, to right now basically get to the right documentation, be able to answer support question, automate support queries and all that, and that makes it very easy. And we're planning to also have it built into our support sites, into our developer site, so that our customers and also our engineers get to the right information more quickly, and just really speed up the process and get targeted consumer information.
So wow, that's intense. You're an e-commerce business, and when people come ask for support, they're probably handing over potentially some pretty private or risky stuff, money stuff, data stuff, customer stuff sometimes when you're debugging. If you're using AI, how are you doing it in a way that doesn't give you like PII or security problems? Like,
that's one of the tough issues for us, definitely. So first of all, we're making sure that this information does not, there is a way actually even to have a plugin, and even with ChatGPT, where you can have it privately, and it does not, is not used for any future queries, so we're doing that. We're also really not using it so much for customers directly, but for our internal support teams, that they have that information and that it does not get outside our internal teams. I think that's super important. We have to gate the information, basically. Or otherwise, you have to make it clear to the customers, but make sure no private data is shared. It's challenging.
how many of you? Oh my gosh. How many of you are using it to support, bolster your support teams, either helping them create better answers, understand translation, like actively today? How many of you, yeah?
Yeah, sure. So
yeah?
We're working on it.
Cool, so are we. I mean, actually, to be fair, we're using it to consolidate and create a much better way to experience documentation. So we've been using a DocSpot, little plug for Aaron Edwards plugin, which is really, really fascinating. If you want to try getting your own model and putting your own plugin, customer, product documentation in it, it'll create a chatbot. It's your own system. You got to train it, but it's a great WordPress project that came out a couple months ago, and it is, and I quote, big in Japan. So that's where it blew up. It's really interesting. What about on the consumer-facing side? Or any of you like direct interaction?
Yeah, so on the consumer-facing side, where people get to go to our support. So right now we do have that quick help thing, which is inside their user area. And when you go there, people usually type just words or DNS problem or cannot log in, something like that. So what we do there is, first of all, we give clear indication to the user that they can select an AI model to answer their question, because there could be something written in there which they don't want to share, for example, so the user has the option to opt out and go for traditional support. So what we basically do, first we have a small model which tries to match the query of the user to our whole knowledge base and all of our tutorials. Once we find those matches that we know are super targeting that question, after that we get it as a context and we give it to an in-house model which is based on GPT-3, and after that we generate a reply which is kind of sort of generated as if by an operator. And if the user gives a thumbs up or thumbs down, we can train the model so it gets better next time. And after that, of course, they can go to a real human if they don't want to.
This may be too technical and we can pause it, but how do you train the model? Because like user thumbs up and thumbs down are complicated. It could be like, that's a weird answer. It could be like, I don't like that answer, which doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means it's not what they were hoping for.
Yeah, you need to get some more context after that. So we tend to get part of that data and after that run surveys. So it's not all the thumbs up or all the thumbs down, like we're going to contact you additionally, but percentage of those, we do send them a survey so they can fill it out and give more information about why they ranked it up or why they did not like the answer. So that's how we get more information.
I think also, for those of you who are playing with it, a lot of them tend to try just a smiley face, frowny face, thumbs up, thumbs down, but that's going to give you a fake answer. We've been playing with, did this answer make sense? Or, you know, like get way more targeted so that the answer you're getting is actually helpful, as opposed to like, well, I came in frustrated and I'm still frustrated, which is like, that happens sometimes.
But I think also that's where you have to test it internally, because AI doesn't always give you the answers you expect it to.
Or right ones.
Or the right ones. It gives you sometimes the very wrong answers in a very convincing way. So it's important to test that, to evaluate random samples and make sure that it's giving you the answer that it wants to. And if it's not, to train it to provide a better answer. So relying on people's feedback at scale, that's great, because generally when you're working with larger numbers, that will give you a better insight. But also it's very important to review the answers occasionally yourself to really make sure that people aren't just filling out some random content just to close the conversation bubble. They don't want to deal with it. They're lazy. They just want out. So there's also some manual work involved.
Yeah, so one thing that we're experimenting right now with in order to get it to the next level is that we're putting a bot inside of the view that our support agents see on our end. So how would AI reply to that question and how I reply? So like newbies, for example, they can get the information from the knowledge base if they're not familiar with the topic, or experienced operators, they can see that the AI is pretty much talking nonsense, so they can mark it as, okay, that's not fine. So that's another way to train it internally.
That's a great idea.
It's like Copilot for customer support.
Exactly, where you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. Probably the first place that I personally used AI, although I mean, I'm sure out here almost everybody, you just probably weren't thinking it was Google Translate. And eventually DeepL and some of these others. Are any of you, I know you mentioned it, are any of you leveraging translation as part of creating products, as part of interacting in support, and how is that evolving?
I mean, we haven't tried it for the translation because, I mean, English is not my first language, so I have the first-hand experience with the translation. So whenever I try to translate something, at least for my language, I like speak 4 languages, and still Google Translate itself is not as good with the translations. It oftentimes makes mistakes. So I'm like a bit doubtful about that, like what kind of experience my customers would have. So for example, like, a simple, what is a theme? A theme can have like different meanings, right? Like theme in the WordPress concept is a very different, and it can mean something else. So I'm a little bit conservative on that. So I haven't tried AI for the translation, but I'm like, very happy to see like how it is working for SiteGround, and that makes me or gives me some confidence to try it out for our teams as well.
Do you want to talk us through that?
Yeah, so we've been using AI for translating our websites, which is not a tiny website. So we do have a lot of things to translate. And in the beginning, it was a rough ride, I'm not gonna lie. Like, it was generating things that do not sound correct in German or French or Spanish, but with time, we figure out ways how to improve that. So for example, when there are many technical terms in tutorials, knowledge base, or even on sales pages, and it doesn't do good, what we figure out that we can do is we can get the translations from Firefox. So for example, you can get a ton of technical terms translated properly there, like SSL certificates, encryption, and stuff like that. And that helped a lot to increase the accuracy of the translations. And after that, of course, we have people that speak Spanish and Italian and German and French. We had them give feedback about that. So internally, it's about not believing that you're going to get the perfect translations, but a year from now, if you start, you're going to get very good translations.
Wait, how does that work? So you're saying you've got like Google Translate, and then on top of it, you feed it through like a small model you built yourselves? Or
so we are using Google Translate, but not the free version of it. So we're using the paid version, obviously. And after that, once we generate the pages, we do have a small model which is used by our internal people that are translating. So they're giving feedback for every string that we have in our Lingua application, and they're changing it. So every time you're typing in that field, we're sending feedback to that small model. And after that, we bring up tons of VMs with cards in order to train the model again. So it takes time and it takes expertise, but we're lucky to have an AI team of 4 PhDs. So we're not an SMB here.
Yeah. So to me, where that gets interesting is, are you using that as well to power customer conversations and support?
Yeah, so right now, if we don't have operators on shift that speak, for example, Spanish, and we have a Spanish-speaking client because we do provide support in Spanish, they come in, they type their support ticket in Spanish, we translate it through the models, and after that, The operator writes in English, and we do translate the reply to the client in Spanish. The cool thing about it is that at any time in our internal systems, you can see the two replies by each other. So you can see if the context is right and if the feeling is right there, and what you wanted to convey as an idea in the answer was actually done. So we do have people after that reviewing some of those.
So I think, I mean, when we talk about what Sujay said, like, hey, I'm uncomfortable because I worry that I won't have the technical accuracy that I need. But if you look at, we are so global. And the odds that somebody is providing, you've got a support person, the odds that they can work in their native language, and then whoever's asking for support can also work in their native language, and it's the same one, is pretty low. And so most often what I tend to see is two different people who may not be native English speakers attempting to figure out WPCLI commands in English between each other. And like, that's the target, right? The target isn't native language to perfection. The target is, can we get the model to do a better job than two non-native English or two non-native speakers trying to work it out, where it's literally more comfortable and more effective for them to work in their native language. You know, if he can be in Bulgarian and I can be in Spanish, and the two of us can have a functional conversation without worrying about it, and if something's weird, we could be like, okay, what is that? That's, I mean, the staffing implications, the comfort and customer success implications are huge.
Yeah, by the time people come to support, they have wasted probably a couple of hours to fix something, and they want their issue to be fixed. They don't want perfect native English speaker on the other end. They want their issue to be fixed, and if it's fixed, that's the most important thing for them.
So that model, like, do we think that whether it's DeepL or Google, do we think they're going to get there technically, or do you think like the WordPress community needs to make a, you know, as part of the documentation and translation team, can essentially build the linguistical layer we need for translate, because WordPress is translated. Like, it's got a huge translation team, we're doing a lot. Is this a gap that as a community we can fill and train the model, and then every SMB, every small plugin house, every small freelancer can have access to a translation tool that actually works better?
I think that fine-tuning a model similar as Google Translate with the already translated core and all the plugins in Teams and everything, that's going to work out pretty well.
I think that could be interesting. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I mean, it works, but what I'm trying to say is the translations work great, but it takes you till like 90%, 80%, 85%, somewhere like that. So even we internally translate our products so that they are accessible in multiple languages, right? And we try to use the AI to translate them, but after that, we require a human touch so that we make sure that it is not translated in a very robotic or inaccurate way. And AI is getting smarter and smarter, so hopefully like that 80% or 90% will go to like 95 or 97, whatever, but yeah, still like I would say like 2%, 3%, like some sort of a human touch is probably going to required so that we verify if the translations are done accurately and in a way that they will not rather confuse users rather than solving their problem.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, absolutely. I used to, when I was in college, I used to make money translating. Like, you guys speak 4 languages, and I could never trust at first machine translation how it works. But like for us in e-commerce, there's a huge potential as we have the multi-geo, multi-regional website, multi-language websites. You could really use AI to do that job, to translate all the product descriptions and everything. But of course, there will always have to be the human touch. I am hoping, though, for AI to do things like that, you know, convert like a pricing model or a shipping model. There's more than just translation, there's localization.
Right.
That, to me, would be a great thing if we could utilize AI, because if you have a store in the US, it differs from, a store in Germany with anything, taxes, shipping zones, so that would be a cool aspect as well.
So we haven't talked about media yet. So image, video, sound. Yeah. I know you just announced that, like, media ahoy. Yeah, awesome. What are the different ways that you're seeing even just image generation, image categorization being used that's effective, besides like 3-arm babies and weird?
I
think it's gotten a lot better from where it started, and it's getting better every single day. So you can, even if you're trying a tool like Midjourney, if you tried it a month ago and you try it today, the results you're going to get are very, very different. I see it helping us create more content, more variations of content at great speed. So if, for example, I think we spoke about it yesterday, I'm not sure. It was in one of the conversations for sure, where we spoke of you can have an e-commerce website. You're not, I think you mentioned about the photographer. You're not going to need a photographer anymore. So that was your point.
Photography, yeah.
Yeah, but also creating variations. I don't need to take a picture of this shirt in 5 different colors. I can just instantly create it in 5 different colors. I don't need Photoshop. I don't need anyone else to take care of that for me. But in addition to that, I think that over time, and this isn't, I think over time our expectations of content, media, and images is going to change. We are going to expect more extravagant images, more extreme images, because that's some of the capabilities that AI produces. So over time, we're going to expect that and want more of that. So I think our styles are going to change also. Over time, it's going to take time, but I think our expectations and styles will also change.
That would be pretty sweet. I have so many like half-assed photos that if I could just take my photo, feed it to AI, and it could be back and be like, here's a great product photo of nearly the same thing, and now I don't have to worry about copyright infringement, and I don't have to worry about, is this really my content? It's just elevating the quality of what I'm producing.
Can you imagine in e-commerce? Yeah, like you sell a shirt, like this shirt, and you sell it in 5 colors. You don't have to take the pictures anymore. I mean, so many things also approaching different markets, different countries, like different kind of product presentations, have different focuses. If you could use AI to provide those kind of background images or settings and have basically what's called localized product pictures would be super. Also for websites, we use a lot of banners and everything. Have that AI generated.
Yeah, honestly, banner generation would be
banner
sweet.
generation would be so sweet.
Yeah. What about, so on our side, we produce, as an agency, our arm, we do a lot of work with government. We do a lot of work with education, where accessibility is really, really important. WordPress cares a lot about accessibility and puts a huge amount of effort to making sure, and it's an ongoing journey, but we all know that the biggest challenge in accessibility isn't actually WordPress, it's convincing the users of WordPress to fill out alt tags and to have the correct color contrast and all the challenges that come to creating great products. I think there's a lot of opportunity in AI to fill a lot of those gaps that humans aren't interested in spending the time on.
Yeah, we were discussing yesterday that when you need to write the alt tag for an image, AI could do that automatically. Like Midjourney, for example, most of you have used it to generate images, but you can also give it an image and it will describe the image for you. So after that, you can use that description and fill it automatically. And that's been around for years. It's not something new. So in terms of accessibility, I think that that's going to be also a revolution, because it can give you a checklist of things that you haven't done and propose, let me do those for you automatically. Do you want to change something here? Because it knows that they are not pretty much done.
Yeah, I mean, there's plugins out there that are already starting to do this with varying degrees of success. I know the Yoast team's probably working on stuff like this. I know Classif AI from 10up already does a lot of this type of work. And so I think we're getting to the point where there will be solutions out of the box. I'd just like to see that in core. Like, I don't see why that has to be a third-party solution. That feels like something WordPress should do in terms of democratizing and making it really accessible. What about, search and personalization. Like, one of my critiques of WordPress has always been that our search is behind lots of other solutions that exist in the world. Where do we go in terms of just making it really easy to find and understand things? Do you have any active projects or work? I know we've got stuff.
Well, the thing that we've tried with search, because our knowledge base and tutorials are based on WordPress and we're pretty much using it as a headless platform, is that when you put AI in there, it's very difficult to measure. And the other thing is that it's kind of slow, because we're not just trying to give you here is a link of your search like that post. We're trying to correlate that information to the user to see if that's the best result. And it gets sluggish at this time. You know how if you're using right now GPT-4, for example, it's much slower than 3.5. And I think that if it needs to be done properly, it needs to be part of core, as you said, because if you're just pinging a third-party API for that, it's going to be even slower. So I don't have the vision to tell you how it's going to work, to be honest, because it can be obviously part of WordPress itself. But the foundation needs to be laid there. And I think that those language models, the large language models that we are querying right now, years from now, that will be a commodity. Like, you won't have to go to OpenAI specifically or BART. There will be so many open source models that you can run on commodity hardware. So on every single server which is running a WordPress website, you will have a decent model which can do that for you. And we're already seeing that with the release of Meta's latest model, which had to be released slowly, but it kind of leaked. Right now, people are innovating super quickly and building things on top of it. And I think that's going to be the future in a couple of years. Like, you will have a language model running on every single server, and it's going to be local for that server, and it's going to work well for specific tasks.
I mean, that's how, like, if you think of something like WooCommerce or BigCommerce, you know, as a shop owner, the ability to go in and be like, hey, what are my top selling products? And I don't like have to query or find something hard to find, and I don't remember what that product, like a natural language experience to get reports.
Surface it right away. That would be so awesome.
That would be amazing. I want somebody build that for me.
Oh yeah, and then implement, like really act on it too. What is the best selling product? Do I need to like do inventory management? You can use AI for that too. Just my inventory, just my pricing, all that. That's really something super cool.
I think it gets interesting when you mix that and the first conversation we had around site building.
Yes.
So if you can get to the point where you have a co-pilot AI, an agent that can look at how your data's performing, your shop's performing, and be like, hey, here are top 3 pages. Let's rejigger those. Let's run 3, you know, you were talking about the feed AI,
yes.
and so
categorization
that can do and some of that can do multivariate tests.
Yes.
And there's no reason you as a human need to figure these out. Like if you've got, you know, like Cadence will have the ability to build out full pages for you now. And so if you could basically tie that into take that AI and say, hey, every period of time, look at the performance, try something. Experiment with it, see if this has a better result. And that result doesn't have to be financial, although obviously that's an easier thing to measure. So last, as a wrap up to respect our time, we've talked about some things that are being built, some wishes. What are you hoping over the next year that either people in this room, that the watching online, that the community builds, either in core or as independent products? Like, what kind of solutions are you looking forward to seeing?
No, go ahead. Okay, thanks. So I think one of the things that's really important is we're having a very in-depth conversation with a lot of you who understand AI and how it fits into our lives, but I think the majority of the population has not adopted it yet. So I think it's very important to help the community, help everyone outside adopt AI better, so making it more accessible for them, making it more of a commodity so that we can become more innovative as a society. But I think, and I can't take credit for this, this is something our chief product officer said, is that currently we're looking at AI to replace functions that we are performing ourselves. So we're looking for AI to make our lives easier, to improve our workflow, but I think the next step is understanding what does AI empower us to do that we could have never done before, that we could have never even imagined before, and I think that's where things become very, very interesting, and I would want to see more of that.
Yeah, so we people usually overestimate what we can do for 1 hour, for 1 year. and underestimate what we can do for 10 years. So,
Still waiting for my self-driving car.
yeah. So I have two answers for that question. The first one is the professional one. Obviously, we've discussed how AI will help the end users build their own websites with just requests, like I want a church website, I want a contact form, and it just picks it up for you, it builds it. The next step is actually using an agent to help you run your business. Like, let's give an example with the e-commerce. Like, give me a report of the best-selling products. Suggest 3 things that I can do to sell more, or give me analysis of something. And after that, not just that, but give it a goal, and it iterates in order to achieve that goal. So that's the professional thing. And my personal wish is that the AI should be able to do my taxes for me and deal with the government, because that's a whole shit of work.
WordPress is on it, brother.
Yeah. If it's powered by WordPress, immediately you get 40% coverage of everyone on Earth. So.
God, you stole my answer. So I'm going to skip to you while I think. I mean, to be really honest, for any of you who've worked with business intelligence tools, they're painful. You know, and even like Google Analytics, like the average person to go in there and actually get any insight out of it is really hard. It's pages and pages and numbers and queries, and I don't want that. I just want to have a conversation. And so, like, honestly, I would love to see our community start to build tools, whether it's in the e-commerce space or whether it's in the content space, that looks at how my community is engaging, looks at my content, looks at my stuff, and says, hey, try this. Or, hey, we've noticed that, you know, if you're a plugin owner, all your sites that have WooCommerce and have your plugin at this have these characteristics. You might want to put more focus on this part of your product, and can create insights that allow you to create better solutions. Like that, to me, would be transformative.
Oh, totally agree. You took part of my answer. Yeah, with the community, for me, like there's two, like looking in e-commerce at a shop. Yeah, I would love to have that kind of AI that really optimizes my stores, tells me from the beginning, this is what I need, does it, analyzes, improves, optimizes it, maybe even have that automatic translation into different language. So I have a store in English, okay, have AI launch the same one in, you know, Spain, Greece. That would be awesome for community, because we work a lot with community, develop community feedback. It is super hard to get the right sentiment, get the right data. And I so agree, Power BI, not to say anything bad, but it's a difficult tool. And so it would be super cool just to have AI overall analyze the community sentiment, the community feedback aggregated, and provides recommendations on improvement, and maybe even helps us, react to a lot of that and optimize a lot of that.
And for me as a business owner, like we use so many tools in our business. It starts with a WordPress website, contact form, LMS, analytics, CRM, and the list can just go on, right? So for me, it would be awesome if there is just a Slack bot or some sort of a AI tool where I could just ask question and get insights for my business. Right now I have to like open that page, visit that website, click 10 tabs and open 10 things and find that number, right? So wouldn't it be awesome if I could just say, hey, how many visitors did I get for this website in last 24 hours or something like that?
I mean, realistically, like even just like we were talking about search. If there was a native AI interaction with the content in a WordPress, like I broke my leg 3 months ago, and I had to go through a whole conversation in HR to just figure out how to navigate that. And all the answers, I didn't need a human to tell me. They were all buried in a corporate manual. It would have been great if I could have just gone to a chatbot and be like, broke my leg, what do I do? Oh, well, screw it. We'll fill out the forms for you. Don't worry about it. We'll get you, how much PTO do you need? Doctor says 3 weeks. Okay, filed for you, all good. Like, I think there are opportunities for it to take data that's accessible, which we all have in an internal wiki, and act on it as a simple agent internally and make our lives better. So with that, there are a ton of sessions over the next day and a half, today and tomorrow, on how to leverage AI for accessibility, for block building, for go mob them, learn, experiment, get like real creative. I think the biggest thing we don't know today is what's actually even possible yet. We're in just pure discovery phase within this, but you're gonna get really surprised. So thank you.
So
just hit the button once.
Just to be on the safe side, here we are. Thank you so much for this incredibly interesting conversation. If people want to ask you questions, they can grab you in the hallway track. So here's your gifts. Thank you so much again. In the meantime, before you all leave, just reminding you that lunch is served from more or less now until 2 o'clock. And it's on 3 levels. So it's on the Skalkotas Hall, which is on level 1, the Trainty Balcony on level +1, and also at 2:30, there's another WP Connect session, which is in the Trianti Balcony. And it's about coming back to in-person events, how the community lived this phase in 2022, and what to expect for 2023. So see you there, and remember that the sessions start again at 2 o'clock. Bye-bye, enjoy your lunch. Net ook bij eentje die wat Nederlandstalig voor is gelijk. Je hoort gelijk Engels Nederlands. En dat was niet te spreken, spreken maar Spaans. Nee.
We've got Joost here today, and we're going to ask him some questions. So I guess the big topic at the moment that everyone's talking about is AI.
There is a lot to chat about.
There's a lot of chat,
yeah.
and you're obviously a SEO guru. So I guess broadly, have you been taken by surprise of how quickly this has hit us, I guess?
Well, I've been mostly surprised by Google's response to it. So ChatGPT came and suddenly everyone was in panic.
Yeah.
And it was hilarious to see that. And also a bit frightening in that they really seem to have been caught a bit by surprise.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I think it has many implications of things that we can do with it that are awesome. It also has many implications of things that we're going to do with it that are going to be fairly bad for everyone involved.
Yeah.
So fake news was a problem already. It's not going to get any smaller with this.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be hard to battle for Google for a while, because suddenly it's not just fake news, it's fake everything.
Yeah.
So recipes, reviews, whatever you want, suddenly all becoming a lot harder to realize, like, what's real, what's not.
And I saw that Google are starting to experiment with changing the search interface, so that the top bit's going to potentially start to use ChatGPT-like answers. I guess a few questions. One is, do you view that as a good thing? 2, how do you view that's going to affect content creators? And actually 3, how do you think that will affect the SEO business community?
So I think the answers are actually all connected, because I view that not necessarily as a good thing.
Okay.
Mostly because these models are not built to generate truth.
Yeah.
They're built to generate text.
Yeah.
Which is something entirely different. And I think that we have been so trained to think that what we find on Google is true.
Yeah.
And that is a very scary thought. And those large language models just generate the next word. I mean, it's like, what's the most logical word is next. It's not like, what is the right answer to this question?
Yeah.
I hope that they'll iterate and make it actually good. But so far, and what we're seeing from the early people that have access, there's a lot of nonsense in the results. And, well, I hope we get rid of that before it becomes really adopted mainstream. Then the problem is that once they start generating that text, the question is, how do they send traffic back to the websites that they base their answers on? And so far, the answers that I've seen to that question are not very positive. So I think
I've seen little featured snippets, maybe. In
yeah,
the is that
yeah,
right?
and some of them have some links, etc. But I think overall traffic will go down.
Yeah.
And so Google will become less of a referring source.
Yeah.
Which is not good for anyone. It's certainly not good for sites that rely on that traffic to make money to be able to generate more good content. The problem then becomes if more of those models don't work, then there's less new good content to train the AI on, and it sort of becomes a self-defeating thing.
Yeah. And do you think Google's business model is going to hold it back from, for example, the Google search page has been kind of broken for a while, really. I mean, in terms of I see a lot of searches where actually almost like the whole page is almost like paid ads, right?
Paid ads,
So
yeah.
it feels like it's kind of been broken for a while.
Well, the thing is that broken, though? I think it's actually working quite well in terms of their business.
Okay, but from the user's sort of search intent experience, that feels
so
like...
for a normal user, if they get what they want from those paid ads, they're perfectly happy, right?
Okay.
So
Yeah.
if Google succeeds at actually giving results that are good and get paid for it, then they're actually doing a quite good job.
Yeah.
I don't think they're always doing that.
Yeah.
And I think that if they struggle with that too much, then they leave room for competition.
Yeah.
Which I sort of like.
Yeah.
Bing was the first to have ChatGPT in their interface. That's also why Google is now trying to push it so hard, because suddenly they get beaten.
Yeah.
And I love that, because we've had Google dominance for far too long. It's not good for a company to be that dominant that long. I think that will bring improvements. I think there's a lot that we could do with AI in all sorts of ways that can help all of us. I think we have to realize also that we need to maybe train people on what they can believe and can't believe on the web.
Yeah.
And that with that, it also becomes more important who wrote a piece of content.
Yeah.
A generic post about SEO is worth a whole lot less than a post written about SEO by John Elderson, a colleague from Yoast in the past, the head of SEO there.
Yeah.
I mean, if he writes something and you want to read that, you know that you're reading his opinion. If you're reading a generic piece of content, whose opinion is that, and what is it based on, and is it actually true? So the author becomes more important, and that in a way is very good for us in the WordPress ecosystem.
Yeah.
Because suddenly blogging becomes a thing again.
Yeah, absolutely. And so do you have any discrete advice for content creators who are starting to leverage AI in terms of the content they're producing? Like, would you say, yep, go for it? Or would you say hold off and don't use it? Or
So I think it's a good tool.
Yeah.
If you make it generate too much text, then you need to check every fact that's in there. So that's a bit hard.
Yeah.
Because the things that you won't check because they seem so logical will be false.
Yeah.
I mean, the first time I had ChatGPT generate a bio for me, it said that I was an investor in RankMath. And while I appreciate that is a plugin company as well, I certainly did not invest in RankMath. So it is like...
It's confidently wrong a lot.
Yeah, and it is very confident in how it words those things, and that means that you have to check everything.
Yeah.
But at the same time, having it help you create summaries could be very worthwhile.
Yeah. So do you have if you were going to predict like a year, 2 years out of what this all looks like for us, what do you have a vision of what that might? Can you start to piece what that might look like?
I think that's hard, actually. It's moving so fast. I think that what we're seeing so far in the general world, the like generic text creation, is only a tiny bit of what's to come. If you look at the AI agent space a bit, that is super exciting. So you can create an agent, you can ask it to do something like research a topic, and it'll come back to you with stuff. I think that using stuff like that will become a major driver of innovation, but also of making people more productive.
Yeah.
It's already like there's large companies out there that have built their own coding models to make their developers more work faster and work better.
Yeah.
And you see people saying things like, hey, 30 to 40% faster, more code being committed by the same amount of developers. I think that can actually resolve some of our scarcity issues.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of good.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching this TED talk about the Khan Academy, and he was talking about the fact that every kid could potentially have their own personalized tutor, which is phenomenal, right?
So I think there's great things that we will be able to do with it. It'll take some time.
So just a couple of final questions. This is a negative question. There's been a lot of catastrophizing around AI, and governments are getting involved and trying to put guardrails. So do you worry about some of that stuff, or do you think that's overblown?
I think the guardrails are needed.
Yeah.
And my worry is that governments are not moving fast enough.
Okay.
Yeah, the guardrails are needed. We need to also train people a bit more in what is this actually.
Yeah.
And which things are they doing, and which things are they which things are we telling people that AI is good for and is not good for?
Yeah.
And there's a bit of a worry there.
It's interesting because it's just hit my kids at school. Because Snapchat have introduced an AI on Snapchat.
Yeah.
So suddenly all the kids in all the schools in England now know there's this thing that they can go and do their homework
I don't know. I think that there's already quite a few Macbeth type reviews and stuff being written by ChatGPT for students.
So I think organizationally it's interesting how schools are going to be forced to change really quickly, and probably won't be able to change that quickly.
No.
Same with government.
So they're going to try and stop it, which I think is weird because that's not how this works.
Yeah.
But use it right is also hard.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing. I'm not necessarily very thinking that the world's going to blow, but I do think it needs guardrails.
And do you think? Final question. The big worry for me has always been around this single, we're creating, information systems used to be distributed, and then we started to centralize them with things like Google. This feels like a further consolidation of, we're creating this super brain that we go to for our single source of truth. But then I kind of started to investigate the fact that we might have different LLMs that we actually.
I think we'll end up with lots and lots of different LLMs.
Yeah.
And that's actually better than having one big Google.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that I think should be regulated is when you work with an LLM, you need to know what's in it.
Yeah.
And that should be public knowledge.
It should be public knowledge, yeah.
And if you know what's in it, then you know what you can use it for.
Yeah.
And I think that is something that
there's no visibility on that at all at the moment.
No, right now there's not. And I desperately hope that we'll get laws very quickly that say, okay, if you're an OpenAI type company, you have to tell us what's in your model.
Yeah, yeah.
And then some publisher will start complaining hey, but why are we not getting paid for this?
Yeah.
And that's the discussions we need to have.
Yeah. Brilliant. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
It's been great.
Was it good? Oh, it was good. For all the watching live stream, audience went crazy when I asked this question, just so you know. So yeah, welcome for all of you who are like here for the first time. This is how we do it. You know, this is the size and the, hey, this is the size of the regular WordCamp Europe, I must say. So yeah, joking aside, so we have in this afternoon session, we have lightning talks, two lightning talks. And for you who are not, who don't know what the lightning talks are, those are like 15-minute sessions with no questions, but you can reach out to our amazing speakers after, catch them like in the hallway or outside or whatever. So yeah, our first speaker is actually a musician and a songwriter. So with his band called Helica, which is now back from sabbatical. Thank you, Dario, for bringing that one in. He comes from Slovenia, and he's going to talk about AI using like translations and stuff, but I'm not going to do it. You're going to explain all of it. So a big round of applause for Dario.
Radio?
Yeah, you're on.
Hello, thank you. Thanks, Milan. Let's talk about translating your site, WordPress site with AI. Let's see, quickly about me. That's me, an old photo. I work for Undergo Systems company. You probably know us by our plugin WML for translating your site. And toolset, as Milan said, I live in Slovenia with my family, my wife and my daughter, Gloria. Hi, Gloria, if you're watching. And what I do is I lead a content team. So everything with writing, like announcements, technical documentation, you know, partnership articles, everything that's content, that's my team. And obviously, when we talk about AI and all the hype today, this is something that interests me, right? So let's start about AI translations today, okay? To tell you about what I think about AI translations today, I need to go 3 years back when I was first really kind of blown away by AI translations. There's this site I often visit. It's fubis.net. I don't know if you heard about it. It's about like art, photography, digital art. So I came up upon an article with great photos. It's nice, but it's in French. I don't speak French. So Chrome tells me, like, do you want me to translate this page for you? And I said, sure. And it does, and it's just like great. It's like talking about art, which is not always an easy, you know, topic, not always easy language, and it was great. And this was 3 years ago. So now I just took, this is not the text I saw that day, but I just wanted to show you. So this is in French, or as they say, it's all Greek to me. So, you know, let me just read you one sentence, the first sentence. How to recreate in a scenographic exhibition the unique atmosphere that reigns in the masterpieces of filmmaker Stanley Kubrick. Pretty nice. I don't know, if I wrote that in English, I would be kind of proud. It's nice. Okay? So that's my point. That's kind of like, that was 3 years ago that I was blown away, and we've gone so far from there. And with ChatGPT and everything going on, you can only imagine where we are today. So how does it work? I wanted to tell you like all about it, but it's really complex, and it can get very technical, and you could actually have a whole talk about how AI translations and AI works in general, maybe even 5 talks. So just very generally, it's like neural networks learning from vast amount of language data and finding kind of statistical probabilities of like what comes next, and that's how it works in essence. There are tons of articles today, so if you're into this, just Google it, you'll find tons of it. But language is complex, so you know, it's hard to predict everything, right? So the thing is, today, for what we usually do, like the sites we build, at least in my experience and from my colleagues and friends, like AI translations today are great. They will cover you completely, you know. There are exceptions, of course, like science and medicine and, you know, law. Like that's all that kind of has their own like intricacies. So there you would probably want something human, like a human review, okay? Now, My opinion is like, I can talk to you about how AI translations are great for like whole 2 days, and it doesn't matter unless there's a why, okay? And you need a why, like why would you do it, okay? So here's me trying to kind of tell you why, in my opinion, okay? The obvious why is like reach a larger audience, okay? So, you know, if you translate to, you're from a country that has like 10 million people, maybe you can translate to a bigger audience, 100 million people. People are proven by like science research that they prefer buying and shelling out cash in their own language, okay? So conversions and sales are better. You get better SEO because now you're not ranking only in like your language or the default language, you're ranking in more languages, so that's better for you. Of course, and you boost your brand awareness because if you're present in a company, in a country that you're not translated to, it doesn't make sense. Like imagine here in Greece having like, I don't know, Microsoft without being translated to Greek. It's kind of weird, right? It wouldn't work at all. And of course, user experience is better. It's definitely better. Most of the people prefer doing stuff in their own native language, so it makes sense. But in practice, okay? The why in practice. So this is where I live now, in Slovenia. So Slovenia is a beautiful country that has 2 million people, okay? So that's 1 million less than Athens, the whole like city, So it's a small country like with not too many people. So how do we reach more people? By translation, okay? So let's add Croatia. I don't know if I mentioned I'm originally from Croatia. So I translate my site to Croatian. Now I'm from 2 to 6 million. Hungarian, 16 million, plus Austria, they speak German, so I put 25 million, but actually many more millions of people speak German, so it's more. And Italy, 84 million. So we went from 2 million in Slovenia to just neighboring countries to translate to, and we can now reach 84 million people. Of course, you don't reach them all, like anything else, but you have a much larger pool of people, much larger audience to work with, okay? And finally, it's not only about just translating. So when you reach to other markets, for example, I'll stick with my kind of example. I'm from Croatia. I now live for a long time in Slovenia, and I know both countries. I have my networks. I have my friends, But even with all of this, if I want to expand my company to Croatia from Slovenia, if I don't translate it to Croatian, it doesn't make sense. It won't work. No matter my network, no matter my reach, and no matter the fact that we used to be in the same country, we used to be in Yugoslavia together, and our languages are both Slavic, similar, but also pretty different, okay? And another part of this why that I would like to share is why AI translations, because you can use human translation, you can do it yourself. But AI translations today are super fast, super affordable, and super accurate. So that's that part of the why. Now, how do we do it in WordPress? Because we're here all into WordPress, right? So how do we use AI to translate our WordPress sites? You need two things. First, you need to decide which engine you want to use, okay? There are a lot of options there. I'll mention them. And then you need a plugin, because, as you know, WordPress core doesn't have multilingual features yet. I will touch upon that in my last slide. So let's choose the translation engine first. We won't choose. I will just tell you about it. DeepL, Google Translate, Microsoft Azure, you have Amazon, and a bunch of other options, okay? And the thing is, they're all great, really. So there are tiny differences, like between some language pairs and but they're really good. So you choose from what you need, but in my experience and kind of our experience as a company who do stuff related to translations, DeepL has the edge, okay? It's leading the pack a bit, okay? But it's not like by a big margin, but I would choose DeepL. And then you need to choose a multilingual plugin, so you know what I would suggest there. But so you have options. I think that's great. Like you have options. You're not stuck with like 1 or 2 solutions. There are multiple solutions there. So you have WPML, you have Wiglot, gTranslate, TranslatePress, Polylang. You know, there are a lot of options, okay? So how do you choose? My suggestion is think about what you need, okay? I know pricing is important to everyone, myself included, but don't let it like kind of only that to guide you, because look for what you need, really. So first, does it support the engine you want to use? Be careful, because not all of the plugins support all of the engines, you know. So if you want a specific one, be sure it's that. Translation management, it sounds a bit abstract, but it's actually very simple and very important. What can you do with your translations? Can you send them to not just AI, but to other people, to your friends, to reviewers? Like, this is important. You may not know it once you decide to start building a multilingual site, but with a bit of kind of research online, you will know what I mean. And then we come to pricing, which I mentioned. And there are 2 prices, of course, plugin and AI translations. So be careful, because some options start free, but if you want some very basic kind of features, it kind of adds up, and then you're kind of in the very expensive area. And finally, do you need a human review? It depends. It depends, but like many people do want it. So, you know, if that's important, definitely look which plugins allow you to review and edit AI translations. Again, not all of them do. So how does it actually look like? Of course, it depends on what plugin you use. So this is from WPML. As you can see, it's very simple. It's like a dashboard. And this mode that is on the screenshot is actually where WPML takes care of everything. It translates in the background all the posts, or all the pages, whatever you tell it to. And when you edit, it just works, okay? But you don't need to use WPML or other plugins like that. You can also tell it, no, I just want to translate this and this and this and this, you know, and be in charge of what goes on. This is, for example, for TranslatePress. You can see like translation, the English original language on the left side, and the translation on the right. Most of the plugins allow you to edit translations, but not all. So be careful there, okay? And also, if you need a full-blown translation editor, which I very much suggest that you kind of go with a solution that has it, it will help you a lot, because it saves time. It's kind of like a translation tool for you. It has glossary and stuff. And this is the question, so how do we get it reviewed? Be careful, because not all of them allow you to do this. Like, there are plugins that allow you, like, okay, you can edit the translation by yourself. Okay, but like, if we take that site, for example, I don't speak French, so how can I review French language? So obviously, I need to invite someone. It can be like a user, a friend. So this is what I would definitely keep in mind when going with, like, translating your site with AI. And so here's the point. But it's not all about websites, because we are WordPress community. We do many more things. So we build teams for clients, teams for the ecosystem. We build plugins also for clients. We build plugins for everyone, you know, free, freemium, premium, whatever. So how do we translate it? And I can tell you from our experience, we have been translating our own plugins for years, and it's a pain in the behind, and it's super expensive. Like, we went the professional translation route, and it's thousands of dollars. It takes time. It's, you know, it's just like complicated, okay? So what I want to just like mention here today is that we built a free tool for everyone on this site, ptc.wpml.org. And it's free, and it will stay free. And this is the first iteration that we wanted to share with the community. Please, if you if you're into this, if you need this to translate your theme plugin, use it and let us know, your thoughts, feature requests, whatever, because this is the first iteration. We are already working on better stuff, like for it. There will be like something premium later, but this stays free, and we are already starting to use it for ourselves, and it's really nice. So this is what I wholeheartedly suggest, and let me know how it goes. So, in the end, what's the future of multilingual WordPress? I don't know. That's the thing. So, Gutenberg Phase 4 promises these multilingual features. I don't know what's being discussed, what's being decided. Probably not too much yet, because we still have like Phase 3, so it's some time away. So it will take a bit of time. But by the fact that Jetpack just released an AI assistant in their own plugin, I have a feeling that multilingual phase of WordPress will and should definitely include some sort of AI integration, because it's the only logical thing, and I'm sure that people who will be working on it will, they will know what to do. So, but it's for us to see how it goes, and I'll be happy to if anyone knows more, please let me know. So that's it. Thank you very much, and that's it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dario.
Thank you.
This is a small gift we have for you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Milan.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for the tool, and thank you for sharing. So our next speaker is a huge horror fan. We're going to learn about how to harness AI to enhance the accessibility of our website, and resulting in increased user engagement and better overall user experience. That's it. Sarah, take it. A huge round of applause for Sarah, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Are we all tired of AI yet? Or okay, I promise this one is going to be quite specific, and it's light, it's short, and I want to ask questions, so please be ready, okay? Oh, that's my last one. Oh, you got the spoilers. Oh. Okay. Sorry, that's all. Yeah. Okay. First thing, I want to tell you that my slides, they are all kind of with a little help of some AI tools, and it's not relevant to talk about them, but I put some notes on there. Can you read it? Yeah? So if you wonder about any of them, you can just ask me later, okay? So a little bit of background. My name is Sarah. He said I'm from Norway, but I'm actually from Brazil. And I'm 36 now, and I've been coding since I'm 16. I'm a full-stack senior developer, and I'm a created coder on the side, but apparently I cannot make all the emojis work. So I started working with WordPress 10 years ago when I moved from Brazil to Norway. And I'm a partner in a company called Gnis Design. And it's probably the northernmost WordPress agency in the world. We are in Tromsø, really, really, really up. So Tromsø is a very peculiar place. You know, there are three weird things I want to tell you about my place where I live. The first one, that we have northern lights all the time, like in winter when it's dark. And we have midnight sun right now, like there's no night, just sun all 24 hours. And the third weird thing is that the European Web Directive, they were implemented in such a strict way in Norway that it's literally illegal to have an inaccessible website. Any Norwegians here? Okay, you know that, right? Yeah. So worst case scenarios, you get, you get 15,000 per day
euros to pay. And we saw it happen. You guys remember SaaS? Yeah, so it's like there is random controls, but they only make on big companies. So it's not like for everyone, but it's pretty tough. And even though the responsibilities on the companies is always fall upon us as agents and content creators. So we at Gnis, we had to like, oh my God, we need to step up our game. Normally accessibility was like our afterthought, but then it became like it had to be part of every step of our process, right? So how do we do that? And do you guys think Nori is exaggerating? Hold the thought, okay. Let's talk about something fun for change, yeah. AI. So specifically generating AI. So there's like countless of AI tools popping up every day, right? It's like AI can write and can write really good. I heard from Yuval Noah Harari, that's his name, something like that's really on point, that AI is hacking the operating system of human civilization, which is language, right? So it's, yeah, AI can compose music, AI can code, and me as a developer, I think we talk about this today as well, but like, how many developers here have tried Copilot? Yeah. And Copilot together in combination with ChatGPT is like, it's super cool, right? It's amazing. Yeah, AI can also illustrate. That's like the most fun thing we can do with AI for now. But can we really see the full picture now? I don't think so, right? Like we still like, for sure, it's changing our way of working as designers, developers, and coders, and content creators, actually. But we cannot actually grasp the capabilities of AI. Even the developers, they're like keeping surprise of what the outcomes and the speed of their learning. And like even to keep up with information, I'm signed up for all the newsletters and then for papers, and then like we cannot just read what's going on. Like every day there's news and there's something, and then bad, good. So it has this overwhelming feeling, right? It's like we cannot keep up. Do you guys have this feeling too about AI? It's like, who has it? Okay, good, good. We are on the same page. So that is this frustrating feeling, and then this, I cannot keep up with things. That's 60% of the global population, they experience every day, and they are people with disabilities in the world. So it's like 1.3 billion people that might not be able to access vital information on a website, for example. And that's frustration feeling, that like, come on, just because we as developers and content creators didn't think about them, So I think that now that we related with the frustration feeling, can we agree that Nori is actually not so wrong on making it really hard, really strict with accessibility? Yeah, so because we had to like keep up our game, and as early adopter, I'm like obsessed with AI, so I thought that I could save you guys some time, because AI could help us to automatize things and make it think faster, and then maybe your next project can be a bit more accessible. But first of all, what should we be checking? Like you guys know, like all the rules, what can we check, where to go in all the areas. So for that, I have a tip for you, and I think they are here. Are they here? It's this open source initiative called ALIY, and the idea is to make accessibility easier, and they have this checklist with everything we need, and it's updated if it's needed, and it's so well written and easy to understand, so you guys should go check it out. So it's super cool. And then I'm going to bring you three of my favorite tools powered by AI, one for design, one for code, and one for content, but related to accessibility, of course. So the first one is design. I want to know how many designers are here. Okay, not so many, okay. Do you guys use Figma, XD, or Sketch? So have you heard about Stark? Okay, just my colleagues, because they use. So Stark, it's a plugin you can add on your design of choice, and it's gonna the sidekick one. It's a plugin of the plugin that it scans your design and gives you tips, like normal tips on like general contrast and stuff for accessibility. But with the AI, it's gonna read it into your context, because it's not one fits all, especially with design and accessibility. We know that there is just a whole conversation of accessibility and design. It has to be boring. So now it might not need, because I'm speaking Portuguese, because AI can help you into the context of your own design, So the second one, it's a code. So after you made your design and you feel like it's good enough, you can do a prototype. The coders go there, right? Coders here, okay, yeah. So we normally have our way of working that's like you put the right tags. No, I know you guys do it right, so everything is there. But it's still good to test it out, right? So apart from all the tests that we guys know, there is this Audition here, which is a website, a service that you can send your link, and then they audit, and they're very specific AI-powered tool to give you some insights, and also with the context of your project, and give you a full report. It's super good. We tested it out. It's amazing. And what I like most on this, they come with a WordPress plugin that added out of the box kind of a toolbar on your website, accessibility menu, kind of, we call how we want, that it comes with some specific user needs that we might not remember, or of course the user could have it on its own browser, but what if he doesn't? So it would just change the UI of your web. We don't have to do anything, and it's just gonna fix it for them. So I think it's pretty cool. And now, a content tip for you guys. Do you know that for your website to be accessible, it needs to be 8th grade level of your content? Do you guys know that? No. So how do you know that your content is 8th grade? Or of course, there is a specific case, but in general, right? But how can you check that? You could use a plugin that can be your assistant while you're creating code or creating content. And this is probably all guys heard about this plugin. It's super cute, but it's actually super useful on content creating on your website. You get like content generator, but you can also has a chatbot that you can just double check, like, is this tone good, or should I change? This is my target. Should I change my text? Should I change the tone? And one little thing of that one that I really, really like, that you can add your own chatbot on your project, and you can train your chatbot to just talk about your project to your client. You're going to need the API key of OpenAI. But if you already use ChatGPT, you already have a login there, so you just go and get it. It's not like you don't have to do anything more than that. And this is an example of that chatbot of him, of the website of them. And that example reminded me something really important when it's about AI. It's written, I don't know if you can read. Don't believe everything Neil says. So right now, we are in a level of AI that we cannot trust 100%, right? So if we're creating content, please always check the source. And if don't be afraid of AI take your jobs for now, just saying. And if you're generating like music or art that you are referencing to some style, please check copyrights. And if you are coding, please always check documentation. Because AI is cool, can be awesome, but it's not the Oracle of Delphi. Ha, you see the Greek joke? So, but yeah, AI is not all that yet, but if there's something that I really believe AI can help us right now, is to overcome this gap of accessibility we have on websites that's like, come on, like instead of making AI draw a super new masterpiece, why don't you ask them to do useful things and be more inclusive, you know? Because, and I really believe our community, WordPress, it's so powerful, you know, so if we work together, we can totally make the internet a more inclusive place, one website at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Right on time. Wow. And this is a small gift for you. Thank you. Thank you. What a great introduction for our next talk. Just after we are finished with the third lightning talk, please don't leave the room just yet, because I will ask you the second question that you're going to need for your cards. So our next speaker, an amazing guy, he comes from Germany, and he's going to talk about the ChatGPT and all the amazing things that ChatGPT can help us out with the SEO. So a big round of applause for Silvio.
Oh, it's worked? Yes, it's worked. Hello, nice to be here. Thanks for the invited for the speaker here on WordCamp Europe. Now, content creation with help of IA. No. That's me. I'm a media designer and front-end developer from Cologne, from Germany. All about me you can find on my website. Now, unless the power of automation. But how we can start it? Chit in, chit out. This is important for the conversation of AI. For slowing, complexing tasks, artificial intelligence needs this pieces of information. Goals, expectation, infos, and examples. With these three pieces of information, you create your own prompt. But what is a prompt? It's the input sense which is intended to stimulate the AI to generate a certain type of output. Now you learn these three topics when you use ChatGPT. You can topic, research, content structure, and content creation. And if you have time, my bonus slides, my case study. Now, first one, topic search. This is one of the important phases in the content process to find relevant and interest topic for the target group. Now, how you do it? I call or I send to ChatGPT the The main goal, the intentions to create numerous details and in-depth advanced articles on the topic dog and cat food and beyond. So this is my example. My acceptation, I need concrete topic suggestions. Example, I give ChatGPT the following instruction. Sort the topic suggestion into the following categories. Conversion-related topics, product-near topics, close to the topic topics, and future topics reference. And ChatGPT response on the right side. For example, for conversion-related, comparing wet and dry food, pros and cons. And a further topic, maybe choosing the right food bowl for your pet. Now we have found with this prompt many topics sorted by the relevant categories. The prompt you don't write down, you can look later on the website. And now we want to create content for a relevant keyword, maybe cat food without sugar and grains. Let's start with the content structure. The better you formulate what you want, the more likely you will get what you want. I write to ChatGPT, can you please give me all topic suggestions that I should describe in this detailed full guide article. It's possible, please structure the topics already as possible headline for advanced article and write each heading information absolutely must be explained there in detail. And ChatGPT response, generally, here's our topics headlines. For example, white sugar and clans are bad for cats, or making your own sugar and grains-free cat food. You need more? No problem. Ask ChatGPT for more, and ChatGPT responds more. Oh, finally, we want to create content now. I give ChatGPT the following instruction. Write out the first headline for me. I ask ChatGPT to address the following subtopics. Explanation of importance for sugar and grains-free diet and cat food, and possible health effects of sugar and grains on cats. And furthermore, I give ChatGPT instruction to all keywords marked with brackets, so I can find later. ChatGPT follow my instruction and responds this article on the right side. So he write me a headline, a SEO-friendly headline, and a content, and all the subtask, he do it for me. So I have an article about cat food without sugar and clans. So now we have time. Really good. So my case study, I make 2 domains, 1 topic, and over 100 different contents. I analytics 10 KPIs, and I make an affiliate shop, one for cat and dog food, and one the content is created with ChatGPT and another AI, and another version is created by unique writers. And the result, it's about 2 months. The index, the AI version have more pages, IA version has more impression, more clicks, better position on Google, more page views, the duration time it's more, the bounce rate it's smaller, and action per visitors are higher, more clicks on the button to the store, and more sales. So it's critical what you do with this information. So I'm finished really quickly, yeah. Thank you. Can I take a picture? This was really good. So,
everybody wave.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a small gift for you, Sylvia. So here it is. Thank you. Thank you. So before you leave, you remember the game, the postcard game we had on we still having, but we discussed on the opening remarks. So if you missed the first question, go to the community booth in the expo area. So the second question is, in how many languages is WordPress translated into? That's the second question, just so you know. But if you missed the first part, it's in the community booth at the swag station. So, yeah, we take a quick break for 15 minutes, and after that, we continue with State of WordPress Security Insights from 2022 with Oliver Sild. So, thank you.
Session. With me, I have a guest, Viola Gruner. She's from Germany, now living in Austria. And this morning she had a session, it's called Test Instead of Guessing Generates More Leads Through Growth Hacking.
Yes.
Viola.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you.
So,
nice to see you.
Enjoy WordCamp Europe?
I love it. It's amazing, really. It's so great. I'm so fascinated. It's my first WordCamp Europe, and yeah, it's amazing.
It's your first WordCamp Europe. That's
yes.
nice. But I heard that this talk you had this morning is not the first time on a WordCamp. Is that right?
That's right. I had one in WordCamp Lisboa, but it was a lightning talk. So it was my first big talk today. Yeah.
So now it was a big talk, and it was a small talk in Lisbon.
Yes.
You know why? We just liked your story.
Thank you so much. Okay, that's so nice.
We thought it was worth having a larger session for that. So can you share something on the information you gave on stage?
Yes, I can share some. So thank you first that got upgraded. No, not upgraded, but that I had this chance to make a bigger talk out of it because, yeah, testing instead of guessing is a very important topic in my view. Because out of my experience, I learned that you often think, okay, my gut feeling says that's the right decision, but if you test it, you see, hey, wait, no, it's not the right decision.
No.
So yeah, I brought some examples. And in these examples, I proved really how we are not having the results we thought. So our gut feeling sometimes plays a trick, you know. So it's important to test. And especially in marketing, it's a lot of blah, blah, blah very often. But if you are testing, you can show things. And it's great because, yeah, you can celebrate also a not successful test because every test is a success.
Can you give an example of how this would work? A short
Yes, yes. For example, the sales team, they told us they want to add one more form field to the contact form, and my gut feeling said, "Oh my God, no, we cannot do this. One more form field will drop the conversion rate." And yeah, so we researched it, and there are a lot of proofs that the conversion rate will drop if you add more form fields. And so yeah, I said first no, but then I said, okay, let's test this, and the numbers showed something different. So the conversion rate didn't drop, and
yeah.
Yeah.
Then what?
Yeah, then we implemented the new form field to the website.
So you already had the idea what to do because you did the testing.
Yes. So I had the idea because, you know, sometimes the sales team says, hey, we need this or we need that, and you're in a conflict. But then you say, okay, we test it, we test your idea, we test your form field, and then we tested it, and then we saw we can implement it. And we had the significant proof that the conversion rate is not dropping. So everyone should test, I think.
Yeah, so the manager was happy.
Yeah, I was the manager.
You were the manager,
the founders
of course,
were very
yes.
happy.
Sorry about that.
No, but the founders were very happy. The sales manager was very happy, and the marketing team was happy. No,
Good.
but it's not to make someone happy. It's just to prove some things, and the team was happy. So it was not my work. It was the work of this great team, and it was us always together, you know? Yeah.
So do you have any other key points you shared or want to share with the people? Maybe something you just left out in your talk is something you want to make clear to the audience?
Yes, no, I just believe for marketing, you need to be creative and open-minded and, yeah, take decisions together with other people, not alone always. You should not think, okay, I need to do. It's always good to be together, you know? That was also my learning. And also, often I saw some people told me, no, that will not work. And then it's good to test and to prove things. Yeah, because even when I started to test, I was very unexperienced in marketing. So I was 19 years old, I studied and I worked in marketing, and I needed to take important decisions. Yeah, and I had no one to ask, and then I just asked the numbers a little bit, and that helped me out very often.
So you're eager in asking questions and asking yourself, okay, is this right?
Yes.
And not just assume we should go and accept the results.
Yes, it's so not for every small thing you are doing, you should make a test, I think. It should be if you have very important things to do and very big numbers, then you should test. Yeah. And then you can see also if it's significant.
And you're still young in career.
Yes.
And you are able to ask the right questions.
Yes, but not just me, it was always also the team. It's always the group, you know, together.
So it's good to be able to ask questions even if you're still young in your career.
Yeah.
And you can learn from people because, of course, you have not the experience, not the background experience, so you're not, you don't have an opinion shaped by your own experience. You ask the right questions.
Yes, and this is also a great opportunity, I see, because I see that many people who worked for a long time in marketing, they say, we do this. And you ask, but why? Yeah, my gut feeling says it. I know this. I'm working very long in this segment. I'm an expert. And that's for me, in terms of marketing, a critical statement, because I saw you have often so many proofs that it's, you know, not that this test will not work, and then you do it, and you see for your target group it works. So also for people who are not that experienced in marketing, just ask questions. Sometimes ask, hey, is this really right? And then just try it, just test it. Be brave, try, and don't listen too much to someone who says always, it's good to have experience. I don't want to say something bad about this, but for me, I saw out of my experience, it's important to test, and often it was also sometimes that I said, I think this test will work, and my whole team said, never, never, and when we tested it, they were all, it's always right, or the opposite. So it was great. So everyone had the same
results.
The same results, and we were voting as a team. Everyone is equal. There was not the manager deciding for the team. Everyone had the same power for rating for this different ideas, and that was great.
That's great. Now, you work for Inside.
Yes.
I can imagine there are people curious about you. Should they contact Inside, or should they contact you directly? Do you run your own company as well? Or are you available as a marketeer for external parties? Or is it something Inside should discuss with Inside?
No, I work for Inside, and I think it's a great company. But of course, you can reach out to me also on Twitter, on LinkedIn. So if you have any questions, or if you're not sure or something, just reach out, just contact me.
Okay.
And
so we can book you for talks, consultancy. It's all free, I think.
Yes, it's all free. No, we should share this knowledge. That's so important. So also, if you would like to see my talk, I also shared the tool I work with. We had our own created workflow. So everyone can have it, because I really think we should empower each other. It should be not, it's me. We should work together. So if you have any questions, I help you out, and because it's a great community. So what you do here, volunteering and everything, I want to give also something back, and just reach out to me always.
All right. So which is the place people can reach out to you? On LinkedIn?
Yes, LinkedIn.
Viola Gruner?
Viola Gruner, yeah.
All right, and that's it? Twitter, maybe?
Twitter, Gruner Viola. I'm on Twitter, but I'm not long on Twitter. I'm so new in this WordPress community, just 8 months, so my Twitter account is very
it's okay, but that's
very small.
Twitter is a lot of people use Twitter in this community.
I know.
Okay. So I want to say thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone. I just want to share that I'm so glad being here. Thank you so much to this great community, and thank you so much to all volunteers. It's amazing, really, the organization and everything.
Lovely. That was a very kind
No,
word.
really, it's so great what you're doing, and everyone is putting their free time in it. A big thank you to you all.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy WordCamp.
Thank you.
longer version of our talk. So this is basically 45 minutes long slot where speaker has 30 minutes for his talk and 50 minutes for questions. Just so you know, we have the standing mics over there, so queue up when you see that speaker is about to close up, queue for the questions. If for some reason you can't reach these microphones, there will be handheld mics like this one going to be held out for you to give the questions. So our next speaker comes from Estonia, and a fun fact I learned about his last name is that it means bridge in Estonian. So Oliver, he's the CEO and co-founder of PatchStack. Come on, big round of applause for Oliver.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I think that's actually the biggest crowd of people that I've seen being interested about security. So thanks. My name is Oliver. I'm the co-founder and CEO of PatchStack. A little bit about my background. I've been working in WordPress since 2014 when I was running a web development company which was focused on WordPress, actually about web application security in general, but we very much so focused on WordPress from the early days already. I'm also an active community builder, so in Estonia where I live, I've also co-founded a co-working space which has turned into a startup center in our town, and I've also been organizing hacking events which called Capture the Flag competitions where hackers are challenging each other and competing against each other. So we've been doing it for NATO and different kind of organizations. Today, I'll mostly use your time to give you a little bit of an overview of what we've seen over the past couple of years in the WordPress security space. I will dive into a little bit into numbers, but I'm also going to talk a little bit about what are the biggest challenges that we've seen that need to be hopefully solved or improved. I will then share what are the expectations for this year, something that we've already seen this year, but what we should expect in this year and beyond. And then dive into what we as a community could do to make WordPress ecosystem even more secure than it is today. So let's start with the very good news. I think WordPress ecosystem is more secure than it has ever been before. If we look at the data from the past years, in 2020, there was 541 security vulnerabilities disclosed in the entire WordPress ecosystem. That includes plugins, themes, WordPress core, everything is included. In 2021, this number jumped to 1,382. And last year, in 2022, this number skyrocketed into 4,528 security vulnerabilities. What's important to mention here is the fact that these vulnerabilities are not like they just popped up this year on those years and like they've never been existing there before. This is kind of like, you can expect it like a backlog of security vulnerabilities that are getting fixed from all these previous years because they have actually existed there for many, many years. So now we're finally like cleaning up the backlog of security issues within the plugins and themes and in the WordPress ecosystem in general. So that's a really good thing because now, the bad actors, the hackers who would otherwise exploit these issues have, much less issues to find because the plugin developers have already fixed them, and teams as well. Out of those 4,500 security bugs that were disclosed in 2022, 99.7% were actually found in plugins and themes. Most of them, most of these issues, as you can see, are from the plugins and themes, and only 26 of those in total were actually from the WordPress core. And the good thing about this is that those issues that were fixed in the WordPress core itself, we never seen any of them actually be actively exploited. What it means is that WordPress as a platform itself is very mature. It has a very mature release cycle. It has a very good attention on security. And the issues that are found in the core are mostly so low severity that they're not really useful for anyone to even exploit. That's not the true, unfortunately, with the plugins and themes. If we look into 2022 in terms of the data that we saw in all the vulnerabilities that were reported within this year, actually, we saw a little bit of a shift in the vulnerabilities that were disclosed. And there is a reason for it, which is actually on the next slide, but before I get to it, I will give you a little bit of insight into what those vulnerabilities look like. So cross-site request forgery, which is on top of the list, is something that you actually trick a, let's say, admin user into clicking your link that directs them into the page where they are like tricked into, let's say, clicking an option or changing some option on your website. Then there is cross-site scripting vulnerabilities where a malicious code can be injected into the website, so the visitor loads it, and you will basically see the website then loading something that shouldn't be there. This is one of the most common vulnerabilities that is being exploited. And then we have actually one that is very important to mention is the broken access control, where the plugins don't necessarily maybe use the WordPress hooks in the correct way. I think many of you have heard about the EaseAdmin function, which a lot of people are actually confusing in terms of what it does. But one of the issues with the broken access control is that the plugins may be having unauthenticated access to a function that should only be available for authenticated users. And in that case, attackers can either turn on registration, make the registered users admins by default, and all that kind of crazy stuff. The reason why the cross-site request forgery, which is actually the lowest ranking fruit you can find in the WordPress ecosystem, was on the top 1 position, is actually the issue in the software supply chain, or the security of the software supply chain. How you can think about that is like websites, like all our websites use some level of plugins. And if a plugin has a vulnerability that releases a patch, for example, you will go there and get it patched, and you update the plugin, right? Now, what if the plugins themselves also use plugins? And then what it means is that the plugin or the framework or library that was used within the plugin is getting a security issue fixed, then all the plugins that actually use this framework also need to go and update. And then eventually, if they do, then the end user needs to go and update, plugin on the website. And like with each additional layer, we are actually adding delay for the end users to get protected. And that's a really big challenge in the space right now. And the last year, the number actually spiked because there was 2 big frameworks that were actually used within thousands of plugins, and they shared then eventually the common security vulnerabilities. It's actually also very hard to report security issues to plugins. To give you a little bit of context behind this chart that you're seeing on the screen, what we do at PatchTech is running a program called PatchTech Alliance. It's a community of ethical hackers who report security vulnerabilities in any of the plugins in the ecosystem, and they're getting rewarded for that. They're getting rewarded because they are using ethical processes to make sure that the plugin developers have all the necessary information to fix a security vulnerability before it's being found by someone else with much worse motivations, let's say. So 1,160 security vulnerabilities, unique security vulnerabilities, were reported last year into the PatchTech Alliance program. Out of those 1,160, there were 748 that were accepted by us, which we validated, made sure that they are the correct issues, that there was enough information about that so that the plugin developer could fix it. And then, big portion of them got patched. Even though it takes a lot of effort to actually reach out to the plugin developers, because very often you can't find any information on their website, you can't find information on their forms. Even if they do have a form, then very often you just get like an error message saying that, whoops, that form is not working. So you basically have like a black hole where you're putting your security reports and you never get the reply. On the other hand, you have those security researchers and ethical hackers who are waiting for hearing back when are those vulnerabilities getting resolved. So here, who is actually helping us out a lot, and I think we should give a big applause to the WordPress.org plugin review team, because they have done like amazing job in terms of how much they have actually dealt with those issues. So really, come on guys, yeah. So the plugin review team is helping us when we need to escalate security issues to them, to make sure that the end users will eventually get the information that they need to update the plugins that are vulnerable. And from those 748 issues, 148 cases were actually escalated to the plugins team, and what they've done is then they try to reach out to those plugins again as well, and if they can't do so, then they are going to close the plugin. Now, what is a scary part here is that over 10% of those cases they actually remain closed, which means that the plugins are still, to this date, actually closed down. If you go to the WordPress.org repo, you can see that the plugin is closed for security reasons, or if, in some level of that, in that kind of message. Now, if 10% of these vulnerabilities that are getting escalated, how many plugins actually are there that are abandoned, that the developer doesn't respond to, and how many websites there are that are running those plugins that are not maintained by anyone anymore and are basically vulnerable, but without the website owner having any information about that. So this is a big issue, actually. So way too many security bugs are not getting patched. Actually, last year, 26% of critical security bugs were not receiving a timely patch at all. That means that these critical security issues are usually the ones that are unauthenticated, that attackers can run mass exploitation campaigns to take over a website, inject malware, and do pretty much whatever they want, right? So 26% is a big number. So even if you have auto updates enabled, you're not really protected in any way because you just don't get an update. So even though those plugins get removed from WordPress.org, they still stay on websites. And even worse, so closed plugins have no indicator of active security issues on the WordPress admin panel. That's a big issue because if you look at the WordPress.org repository, you actually see that the plugin is closed for security issues. But now, who is actually, who should know about this issue the most is the site owners, the ones that are actually running the WordPress website where they see the list of plugins that they have installed. But to this date, WordPress core itself doesn't have an indicator within the admin panel that would tell you that, hey, you're running this plugin on your website, but this is closed by the WordPress.org repository, and it's not actively maintained anymore. That brings me to something that just happened very recently. I was speaking at CloudFest earlier this year, and I was talking about this issue as well. So we actually found an old 8-year-old ticket in the WordPress, basically a feature request to add an alert into the WordPress admin panel to show the user that the plugin is removed from the WordPress repository for the security reasons. So there's a QR code link to that entry. So if anyone wants to kind of share their ideas or kind of add additional information to that, please do so, because I think this is a very big thing that we should look into and have maybe a bit more of a deeper conversation around to make the WordPress ecosystem much more secure. So let's look into what else we could do as a whole community to make WordPress more secure. I think we need to accept that it's OK for projects to come to an end. I think it's OK when we build plugins and we build projects in general, and we eventually come to a conclusion that maybe it wasn't used by anyone that much that you were expecting, or maybe it didn't go as well as you expected as well. But if you build a plugin, then you need to kind of keep in mind that other people might still be using it. So I think it's very important to communicate very transparently and let the users know whenever you are planning to maybe drop the project or move on to additional things. What you could also do, for example, is reach out to the community, talk to people on post status, for example, ask maybe someone wants to take this plugin over, maybe someone else wants to maintain it in the future. And I think another thing that we might want to think about is maybe it's OK to send an end-of-life date until the users receive security patches. Let them know that, hey, I'm planning to move to other things, so here's a date until I'm actually getting the security patches if there's anything needing to get patched, but I'm not adding additional features to the plugin, so I'm not, then the users will get some level of kind of time when they can find alternatives and figure out how to move forward. And please, don't reject security reports because you moved on. On the top corner, you are actually seeing an interaction by our security team with a plugin developer. I think it happened last month, where we reported a security issue to them. It was a serious issue, which actually needed a patch quite quickly. And the only response we got from there is that, sorry, we no longer maintain this plugin. This plugin currently has over 100,000 active installations. So again, this is a problem, and we don't know how many of these situations actually are there even more in the ecosystem. And I think we need, as a whole community, to talk about that a little bit more to make the entire ecosystem more secure. Another thing that and it kind of like applies to the previous talk where to the previous slide where we reach out to the developer and saying, hey, there's a security issue, we could help you fix it, is that please don't, avoid security research as well. What we've seen over the past years is that in many cases where security researchers report the vulnerability to a plugin, they are kind of like, reacted with negativity, why you are like looking into our stuff and, who asked you to check our plugin and, that kind of stuff. So one thing that we should, I think, look into is considering security researchers as equal contributors as our developers. When a developer is submitting nice code into your plugin, into your open source project, you're actually happy, right? So why shouldn't you be super happy and thankful to security researchers who point out in your code base to places where you can improve and also provide a better product to your customers? So plugins actually, thanks to the security researchers in the space, plugins can fix vulnerabilities before bad actors can exploit those 0 days. So from the past years, we see this, increasing number of security vulnerabilities being, fixed and reported. These are all the vulnerabilities less for the bad guys, right? So it's good. So it's good for everyone. It's good for the community. It's good for the, open source project maintainers. And really, think of researchers as the good hackers on your side. I think if anyone gives you an option, like, do you want the hackers to be on your side or do you want the hackers to be on, on the other side? Which one would you pick? I think it's a pretty simple, option to choose. And I think we need to think about that in the sense of incentivizing the security researcher and the good hackers to be on our side and not on the other side. So I've talked a lot about plugins ecosystem and themes ecosystem and the projects in general, but I imagine in this room there's also people who just maybe build websites or have their own website built. So what should you do, in the light of all this information? I think it's more and more important to choose your stack wisely and keep plugins to minimum. It's a very common security recommendation, but it's very important, and I think it's still not praised enough. I think it's very much easier to choose a stack or a selection of tools that you like to use, like select your favorite page builder, select your favorite forms plugin, select your favorite tools that you in general build the websites with. And if you're a developer building websites to a lot of different customers, try to stick to that stack. Because when a security vulnerability is being found, then you actually have much smaller attack surface. Like if you use hundreds or 200 different plugins across all your websites, you would probably need to deal with security vulnerabilities every single day. That's a fact. So another thing to look into is the WordPress-specific firewall, something that is actually being able to detect whether there are vulnerabilities on your website and to actually provide you a very targeted protection for those vulnerabilities. Something that is called nowadays as a virtual patching, which means that the vulnerability is being found on your website and it receives a security rule exactly for that vulnerability. I think it's very important because what you receive then is to actually keep in mind that I mentioned just 26% of the security or the critical issues from 2022 were not patched. So what virtual patching actually gives you is the time to stay protected until the developer releases a patch, or it gives you a little bit more time to go there and update your website. So it's definitely an essential thing looking into the light of how much of those security vulnerabilities are out there and how big is the chance that you might end up with one as well. And really, choose a good hosting service that lets you know about vulnerabilities as well, because there's a lot of hosting companies who actually do that. So we have, managed hosting providers who have a panel where you see all, plugins that you have installed and everything. A lot of the hosting providers nowadays actually also include the information whether any of those plugins include a, security vulnerability. So ask this from your hosting company or choose a hosting company that already does security out of the box and helps you to at least be aware of those security issues. So what to expect from 2023? So a lot more ethical hackers will get interested in WordPress. That's for a fact because WordPress has a huge impact, and there's so many different plugins and themes and so many different projects to look for security issues. So nowadays we have also like bug bounty programs and different programs which incentivize the ethical hackers to report security vulnerabilities more ethically. And obviously if we have more ethical hackers get interested in WordPress, we will see a lot more vulnerabilities to be reported and patched as well. Not only because of if we have more ethical hackers on board and we get more vulnerabilities reported and patched, but also plugin developers themselves and team developers and project owners, they actually put much more effort into security as well. Last year we saw an uptick actually of projects getting security audits, setting up security programs for their plugins and so forth. I won't even start mentioning AI here because everyone is doing that, but you can kind of also think about that line of things because we do have a lot of tools available that would help ethical hackers to also find vulnerabilities more easily in the plugins. And all that taken into consideration, what we need to again keep in mind is that if 10% from the last year, there was 10% of the plugins that remain closed after security reports being reported to them, we're probably going to see that number increase as well. As a final note here, I actually want to also mention something that is upcoming over the upcoming years, is that governments start to regulate open source security and supply chain security as well. So if public sector and enterprises need to stay compliant, they need to understand what kind of open source tools they rely on, what kind of open source projects they actually even use, what kind of plugins they are running on their infrastructure, what is the security status of those. Then developers and agencies who provide services to them need also to kind of provide that kind of overview, insight, and security services. So this is something that the developers and agencies in the space already need to think about, is that a lot of those larger enterprises and public sector customers will start asking, hey, why did you choose that stack when starting to build our application, and what does that what kind of risk might come with that if we rely on that kind of open source software. And this also brings higher security expectations toward plugin developers, because if developers and the agencies need to start choosing the stack more wisely and making sure that they have like a good overview of like how well it's maintained, what are the previous security issues, how fast are they actually fixing security issues if they're reported, how well is it communicated and so forth, then what we are going to see is that plugin developers will have higher expectations as well. And to be honest, I think plugin developers have the most to win from here. I think what they can do is set up, security programs, maybe even incentivize the ethical hackers to report vulnerabilities to them to make sure that they are more actively looking for vulnerabilities in their software, set up a bounty program. I think this is all in benefit for the plugin developers right now, because the developers who will use your product, they will trust you more. So I think the key takeaways here really is that right now the WordPress ecosystem is more secure than ever. I'm looking forward to say the exact same thing next year, and then year again, and then year again. I think plugin developers have a lot to win here, and as a community, I think plugin developers have also the most to do in terms of making the WordPress space more secure. And yeah, if you want to see the data from which I actually used on the talk from the last year, and a little bit even more data than the QR code actually sends you there. And thank you all for making the WordPress space so much secure.
And thank you, Oliver, for sharing. So just so you know, we have the standing mics there. If you have questions, we have time for questions. While we're waiting people to queue there, I have a question for what we as the plugin developers, can actually do to make those. We're talking about the security, how to make, but what we can actually do to make those plugins while developing it more secure.
Yes, definitely. One of the things that can be done well is to kind of follow the code of conduct, for example, or like the the documentation of how to use the maybe hooks in a correct way. Definitely sanitize the inputs, wherever you can to do so. And I think one of the things that can be done well that will improve not only the security of the plugin, but also how the the users of your plugin will see kind of your professionality is to have like some third-party security audits done once in a while, maybe once a year or so, or maybe after like every like a larger release. There is service providers in the space, different ones that are actually providing code review services. So this is something that should probably be done more often, especially if you have a lot of active installations. And the other thing is like if you don't have, if your open source project is not generating revenue, then obviously you can't have like a large sum of money to pay for those security research services. Then what you can still do is set up a security program, like a managed vulnerability disclosure program, where you just tell the ethical hackers that, hey, if you have security issues to report them here. And make sure, that these issues are then going to be, handled in an ethical way, basically. So these are like one or like two very good ways of how to do that. So I think, in general, if we kind of like put them into context, then it's all about communication, right? So communicate well to your users how the security of your plugin is covered, what you are doing as a plugin developer to make that code much more secure, and also like if something is found and something is patched, how well you are communicating is much more important than the fact that there was something found in the first place.
Well, thank you. We have a question from the audience there.
Hey, Oliver. Great talk. Thank you.
Thanks.
So has there been any discussion with the plugin review team about maybe not immediately closing plugins when they have a significant active installed base, but maybe taking it on and patching it and treating it more like a core security issue and perhaps force pushing an update and then closing it?
Yeah, I think it always happens based on a situation, so it's not always the way it's not always that they are closing it down right away. I think what they are also doing is trying to reach out to the plugin developer, receiving some level of answer, whether and when they are going to do that. So it's not the case that, they will just like close it down immediately in most of the cases. But obviously, like if there's no reaction whatsoever, then, closing the plugin probably will get the reaction, which will eventually get to, fixing the plugin or fixing the issue that is affecting users. But I think there's still a lot of work to do, right? Because we are still, this growth that we are seeing in terms of the vulnerabilities being fixed from the past 2 or 3 years, I mean, we are still in a very much of a baby shoes. Like we are still, I think there's so much more security issues to still iron out. And I think as we are moving forward in this process, and if the volume grows, I think we also need to have even more, worked out processes in terms of dealing with those security issues. So yeah, there's definitely work to be done there.
Nice. And then the second question.
Hi, I recently started experimenting with WordPress blocks and downloaded a lot of blocks plugins, and they tend to lean into the JavaScript ecosystem a lot more. And what I noticed is that some of these plugins have like a node modules directory with 30 to 50 dependencies. Aren't we opening up ourselves to even more dependencies by adopting these JavaScript types of working?
Absolutely, the answer is correct. Yeah, I mean, it is happening because and that's why I mentioned the supply chain thing, right? It's going to piggyback on top of the other things. So, and the rabbit hole goes deeper with each layer. So, like even if we see already plugins using also a lot of JavaScript libraries, like even WordPress core itself used like jQuery, right? And there was an issue in jQuery. So like these things actually go deeper and deeper, and I think, yeah, JavaScript, as we introduce more and more JavaScript into the WordPress core, I think the problem also, is going to get deeper, and I mean, there's just more work to be done.
Nice. We'll take the question from that side.
Hi, yeah, you talked about the way the metrics are climbing. So we went from 541 in 2020, 1,382 year before last, 4,528. 99% of those are from plugins, but there's 60,000 or more plugins in the plugin repository. Like that still seems like there's a very small number compared to the amount of code out there, and then there's obviously plugins beyond the plugin repository. Yeah. Am I right to still be alarmed that there's a lot of surface area in the plugins to still be examined, or are you seeing a slowdown in historical vulnerabilities and now it's newly introduced vulnerabilities? Can you reassure me, or should I remain alert?
I think you should definitely stay alert because what we are still seeing, like we don't see any slowdown. We're definitely seeing increase even right now in this year. And I think you're absolutely right. There's 60,000 plugins in the ecosystem, and right now the vulnerabilities that are getting reported to us and to the other vendors in the ecosystem, these are done by ethical hackers who actually look for those issues, but they select in most cases plugins with higher installation numbers, or they are looking for easier kind of security vulnerabilities that you can scan the entire repo for and look for, like for example cross-site request forgery and stuff like that. So I think there's a lot more of those serious security issues still hidden in those lower install count plugins. And I think that's why I was also saying that we're still in a baby shoes, like all these numbers are still like the tip of the iceberg in a way, right? And another thing to mention here is that we have almost no visibility into the premium plugins, the ones that are not hosted in the WordPress.org. And these are most often much less checked for security issues in general. So this is another kind of thing that we need to look into in the future as well.
Thank you.
Nice, thank you. Your question, please.
Okay, greetings from the other side of Gulf of Finland. Go Estonia.
Moi.
Yeah, moi, moi. Are you aware of a solution or even an initiative to set up a kind of a harness, perhaps like a DevSecOps harness for plugin developers that would contain like basic sanity things like vulnerability scanning, static analysis, things that are pretty standard on most of the other runtimes, or if not standards, at least there's a toolkit that you can just take into use for supply chain management, NPM audit and things like that. So are you aware of something that would help plugin developers? And if not, should there be something like that?
I mean, thanks for asking. Our own product does kind of something like that. But yeah, like
this was a paid advertisement.
Thanks for the question. I mean, yes, we actually do something like that as well. So we do vulnerability management and virtual patching. So we identify those vulnerabilities in your application and provide you like, an understanding when should you patch something, what needs to be patched first before something else, what are the criticality levels, how fast should you react, but also provide you that kind of like a protection before, you go there and maybe update, or maybe there's no update available, so it covers your kind of back until you can do so. And I'm sure there's other services as well, but I'm obviously not going to mention them. Okay, actually, just kidding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie?
Thank you for your presentation and for the ethical hacking you all are doing. I find that example of the plugin developer who has 100,000 installs and received this notice from your team quite distressing, because I also suspect they have other plugins out there in the environment. So I wonder, what other things can we be doing to put more pressure on that kind of plugin developer, including naming and shaming, putting pressure on their other plugins? Like, what are the ethical things that you can do in your role, but that we as a community can do as well?
I think instead of naming and shaming, we should just kind of focus on highlighting those who are doing better, right? So if we are talking about, like, for example, we have something called like a VDP directory. So we have a directory of all the plugins in the WordPress ecosystem who have kind of like opened up like a security program where they kind of very well say like, hey, here's how you should report security vulnerabilities to us. Here's how fast we are dealing with those issues. It's all about communication. And in terms of this specific example as well, I think what is needed is to have like some level of like a common understanding of how these issues should be communicated. I never kind of believe in like naming and shaming, because I feel that this is making people eventually hide from a lot of facts not to get named and shamed, right? And I think naming and shaming is also kind of like the problem here, why they are even like in many cases reacting negatively if they are receiving a security report, because they don't want that attention on their project that, oh my God, we had a security vulnerability, right? So I think what we can do is kind of just collectively talk about security issues more in a positive matter. We should talk more about like, that's great, like we got another security issue fixed in the ecosystem. There's, again, like hundreds of thousands more websites more secure thanks to that, and we should praise the plugin developers for fixing issues transparently and openly. I think that's kind of the only way to go.
Nice. One more question on this side.
Hello, thank you. Great talk. So I have a question
lately I've seen this a lot in some, especially premium plugins, that under the pressure of the marketing teams, these authors, they just hide or even bury these vulnerabilities that are reported in the changelogs they have. So it's pretty difficult to find what actually happened and to learn from this. So how do you find these practices? And also, is this only like a WordPress thing, or you find this also in other ecosystems?
I find it more prevalent in the WordPress ecosystem, not that much in the other ones where maybe the development practices are a little bit more mature and where a little bit more enterprisey customers are using the frameworks. But the good point that actually you brought out is that a lot of developers, or like not many, but still, like we see a lot of cases where, the information is like hidden from changelog, or it's like hidden under like something like minor fix or something super vague, right? There's no point of doing that, to be honest, because what hackers do and what other security companies also do is that they monitor the SVN. We also monitor the SVN on a daily basis, so we see actually the code change diffs. We see if you have escaped something. We see if you sanitized something new on the plugin. We see if you've added nonsense. We actually see this information, and so do hackers. So even if you hide it from the users, actually the only ones who are going to benefit are the bad hackers. So there's really no point of doing that. That's why Megan said like the communication is the key, and instead of kind of like trying to hide it from it or like try to kind of like, stay away from the maybe bad publicity of, there was a security issue found. I would say that the plugins that actually fix security issues, in my mind, are much more secure than those that haven't fixed any at all, because I have no idea if someone has even checked, these plugins at all. So yeah, hiding information in the changelog should not be done, really. And I think, the only people you are going to eventually hide information from are those who need it the most.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Nice. Just stating the obvious, this side is killing it, guys, with the question. Just say no. Just say no, they're killing it. So if you have more questions, there's a mic there. Thank you. Your question.
Hi, great talk. So basically, I was just wondering, although it's like against the community or something like that, but still, if there can be a possibility that someone like WordPress can have a place where, like before uploading a plugin, they can actually access is there a certain level of security, being maintained over there? Like that can be a good option that will actually check like what, it should not be, very. That kind of a plugin which is easily hacked or something like that. So can it be a good thing, like if a community come together or either WordPress itself come together and develop something like that?
Actually, WordPress, the plugin review team does that. They do it on the first submission of the plugin. If you upload a new plugin to the system, then or to the repo, then they're actually checking the plugin for those security issues. They use, I'm not actually 100% sure now, but they use one of those like a SAST or like a static code analyzing tools to actually check for the unknown issues. So they check if there's like, maybe potential SQL injection vulnerabilities and stuff like that. But the thing is that after that, like after plugins start to receive or like release updates, these checks are not done anymore. So, a lot of plugins that are actually applied into the repository are not at all anything similar to what they are today, right? So I think there is, I think we need more tools that help plugin developers in general. And I think we need different kinds of ones. We need the ones that are for, helping out with the communication. But we also need to have like SaaS tools, for example, that they can run their plugin code through before they push a next update, for example. So you're completely right. Yeah, we definitely need that kind of tools more.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Nice. And this side is waking up, so we have the question there.
Had the slide with the main vulnerabilities like CSRF, XSS, SQL injections, and like most of it is handled with sanitizing, escaping, and using nonces. Is there like any other major category of vulnerability that we should look out for? I feel like it's too easy, or is there anything more to hacking because I don't know how those sites are attacked?
I think a lot of that like more complex ones that need more attention are definitely the ones with involve broken authentication or like misuse of like WordPress existing hooks. Obviously, we have a solution that you could just read the codex, right, and use the hooks in the right way, but unfortunately, not everyone does so. Another thing to look out for is when code is actually reused, because what we've also seen is that some developers just build, in WordPress we build plugins in PHP, and you can find a lot of PHP in Stack Overflow, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that the code on Stack Overflow is also secure. So we can see a lot of vulnerabilities being introduced in these kind of ways as well into the plugins. But I think the more complex ones that I think need more attention are the logic issues are surrounding authentication and like how the kind of like WordPress core and APIs are being kind of interacted with. I think these are the ones to kind of like look more closely. Yeah.
Wow. And this concludes probably the longest Q&A session that I ever attended. Just, so many questions.
That's cool.
Good. That's good. Do we have any more questions? I have one, just, just to like the prepared. So you mentioned CloudFest. So CloudFest or WordCamp Europe, which audience do you prefer? And big round of applause. Oliver, thank you so much. Before you leave the stage, we have a gift for you. Those are my notes under here.
Thank you.
So, I haven't heard that, but that was funny. So, Mr. Bridge, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, our next session actually is at 4. So it's going to be second round of the lightning talks about Gutenberg, static websites, and future generations. You heard about that speaker and the opening remarks. So also you have the WP Connect at 4 with Hari, Courtney, Afshana, and Emmanuel happening, just so you know. So, yep, see you in 18 minutes here. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. This is Raquel, and we're at WordCamp. I was about to say Phoenix. We're at WordCamp Europe. I'm from Phoenix, and today, on day 1 of WordCamp Europe, we have with us Martin Bellmans. Martin,
hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Enjoying WordCamp so far.
Yay. How many WordCamp Europes have you attended?
This is my 3rd one. I did Porto last year.
Yeah.
And then before COVID hit, Berlin as well.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So, okay, yes, making this the 3rd.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Exactly.
How do you has it been great coming back to WordCamps
Yes.
since the lockdown?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, when I went to the first one that I did, which was Berlin, I didn't expect that it would be so nice, that there was this feeling of community, and you would just meet people that you've seen online but you've never spoken to in real life. And you come here and you hit it off right away, and you talk about WordPress or life, and it felt really good. And so I think this is going to be a yearly thing now, where I return to WordCamp, because it feels good. It feels really good. And I was bummed that everybody was bummed that COVID hit, and then there was no WordCamp, or at least not in real life.
So was that your first WordCamp ever?
Yes. Yes.
Wow. I love that.
Never did a smaller WordCamp in Belgium or the Netherlands. No, it was like the first one, and it was a big one, yeah. But it's been really good. It's a good experience, so I can recommend it to everybody if you can make it, to try and make it to one of the WordCamps near your area.
So
it's really
you
nice.
have been to a local camp or not yet?
No. The first WordCamp I ever did was the big WordCamp Europe. I have never been to a local one.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I should really.
And you're located in Belgium.
Yes, that's correct.
Has there been any local camps there?
I think there used to be a couple of years ago one in Antwerp, but not anymore. but we live very close by to the Netherlands, which has a WordCamp. So a lot of us Belgians, we would travel to the Netherlands to go there. So.
Well, word on the street is WordCamp Netherlands is happening in September.
Okay.
Maybe you could attend that one.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm in the country, I like to travel a lot. So I don't know if I'll be there, but yeah, I'm a traveler. So if I'm in the country, I would definitely make it to the Netherlands. Yeah.
So I heard a rumor that you actually traveled here. Like, was it a road trip?
Yes.
And how long ago did that start?
So we started on the 19th of May, which is a good 3 weeks ago. And we took the car over. We crossed 4 countries.
Wow.
And then we took the ferry from Italy to here. And just taking it slow, me and my partner, just traveling. We went to a few Greek islands. It's a working holiday thing where we have our laptops with us and we can do the work. And we did this last year too when we went to Porto. Just stopping in Spain, taking it slow, making a road trip out of WordCamp Europe. And maybe this will become a yearly thing depending on the location that it'll be at. But I really enjoy it because it's just a nice way to see some of Europe, some of the countries around us. So.
Where did you go? What countries did you hit up?
So we start in Belgium, then we pass France, then we pass Switzerland. Then we are in Italy. We have to drive through all of Italy. Then we take a ferry. Then we are in Greece. Then you have the option to do some islands or you travel inland. And now we are here at the other side of Greece. Yeah.
That's so amazing.
So it's quite a few countries, yeah.
Now, do you still drive? This is a very American question, but I'm assuming you drive a stick shift?
No.
Really?
No. So because the idea was because electric cars are coming and they're all automatic. So when we bought the car 3 years ago, I really wanted a stick shift. But then the thing was, we're all going to be driving automatic soon anyway. So let's already, buy an automatic and then we can practice. So it is an automatic, but it's against. I don't know. It feels a bit weird. I like a manual gearbox. Yeah. But
do you feel like you're a lazy driver now? Like
a little bit.
Just sit here.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit. Yeah. There's nothing to do anymore. Well, I mean, you have to pay attention, obviously, but.
Yes.
But yeah, it takes some getting used to. But I think now, going back to manual might be harder. Because I mean, it's a luxury, so.
So I actually had a Jetta that was a manual stick shift in the early 2000s and went away for years and just recently bought an Audi that's a stick shift. In America, it took me 3 months to find it.
Oh, yeah,
and it took a little, maybe just a little bit, riding a bike again if you haven't rode in 10 years. So you'd be fine.
Would you go back to an automatic?
I mean, eventually with an electric guitar, yes. Guitar. Oh my God, electric car.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but there are times when I have to go back to driving an automatic, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I have so much time and so much leisure.
Yeah.
I could just chill.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
So that must be lovely though on a road trip to.
It is very comfortable. Yeah.
What kind of car is it?
It's a Volkswagen.
Really?
It's a Volkswagen T-Roc.
Yes.
A bright blue one.
Oh my goodness. I'm very partial to V-dubs and Audis. Sorry, I'm probably acting like the biggest American right now. But tell me about your plugin. You are a product owner, right?
Yeah, I sell several WooCommerce plugins. Yeah. I started with this around 2017. All the stories that I tell usually involve traveling, and the story of my WordPress career, let's say, also involves traveling. I quit my cozy IT job in Belgium and traveled to Australia with my partner for a year. We bought a 4-wheel drive vehicle, and we just slept in it and traveled through the whole country.
Love.
And that was also my impression after it. This is amazing. And then the question is, how can I do this again?
Okay.
And that's by becoming a freelancer or a product owner. And so I started looking into WordPress, looking into WooCommerce, and I saw a few gaps in the market where I might, launch a plugin that is beneficial to the WooCommerce community.
Very smart.
And that's basically how it all started around 2017.
Wow. Have you been loving it?
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. Yeah, it's definitely the right choice for me because it combines freedom. I can have a bit my own agenda. There's no customer deadlines. I mean, I love customers. It's not that, but I'm not as good with deadlines as I should be. So like, owning products is a good fit for me. And yeah, I mean, there's a lot to learn in this journey because there's a lot more to owning products than just developing the products. You have to market the products. You have to, the website has to be there. It has to work. You have to service a lot of customers. There's a whole support area that I've never had to deal with. So it's a lot of work, but it's definitely very rewarding, and I'm very happy that I made that step. So it all led to this point, and it's been good for me, yeah.
Do you have a team, or are you still solo?
I have a team, but we are just 3 people. So it's me, my partner is doing everything content-wise, and then I have a support agent who is helping me handle the support load. So we're a very small team. It still feels very indie.
I love it.
But that's how it starts, right?
It's so easy. I'm sure it's so difficult at times. But
Yeah. I mean, like anything, right? If you start something new, it's not always easy, or not as easy as it looks. But the end result is just, it's very rewarding. So I'm very happy with this journey. But it's not always easy. No, there's a lot that goes with it. Marketing, talking to people, customer experience, customer support. I'm a very typical developer, so these are things that I had to learn. How to. It sounds so simple, but how do you talk to a customer so that they don't run away, or so they understand what you're trying to say? Because I might want to approach everything very technical.
Yes.
But the average WordPress user is not technical at all. So you have to learn how to deal with those customers, how to talk to them on a level that everybody understands. So there's learning curves everywhere, but so far it's working.
Oh, I love that. How about in Australia? Tell us any sort of, like, what was the craziest story or animal or creature you encountered or anything?
There are a few. So everything in Australia tries to kill you. That's basically.
That's what I hear.
I mean, it's a bit of an exaggeration, but there are a lot of animals that can kill you. But the upside is that in the last 40, 50 years, no animal has killed a human. So it's fine.
That's too funny.
But the most dangerous spider in Australia is very small, and I remember we came across it once. And we were at a campground, and it was in the communal kitchen, and it was just sitting there, like, very open, and like if children were playing there, the spider might have bitten any of the children. So I went to the staff of the place, and I said, "There's a deadly spider there. Can you take it away?" And they were very Australian about it. They said, "Yeah, no worries, we'll handle it, no problem." After an hour, the spider was still there, so I decided to capture it myself. So we took boxes like that we had with us, and I was very scared and trying to capture that spider in the box and just make sure to put it somewhere. So that was like, I mean, it puts things in perspective because I'm very tall. The spider is very small, but it can hurt me any second. So and I try to get it away so that the area was safe for children to play in. So there are a few stories like that, but. I mean, it's not as bad as you make it sound, because these are the stories that you tell, right?
Sure.
But it's a nice place.
Yes.
It's a very nice place.
Yes.
So if I get a chance, I will go back because it's very nice. Yeah.
So I'm from Phoenix, and we have scorpions. Same thing. Everyone's like, "Oh my God, you have a scorpion. What do you do?" And I'm like, "Dude, scorpions are annoying, and they will hurt. But that's it.
Yeah.
They're just creepy looking. But I mean, the deadly spider will kill you, though." Right. So
If not treated, and depending on your weight and your height, it can kill you. Yeah, but it's those are fun things to say at parties, but the chances of it killing you is still low. So there's no worries. But you do have to take it out of sight so that people don't accidentally trip on it and it gets angry. That would not be a good plan.
That's too funny. So when did you get into Athens?
We got in here a couple of days ago, actually, so we already had some time to explore. Just wander around the city.
Yeah, awesome. And are you going to be hitting up parties and things tonight?
Yes, there is a party organized by Freemius
Yes.
for several product people, so people that create themes or plugins. So they're kind of my peers and colleagues.
Yeah.
So that's a very nice thing to do of Freemius to organize that party, because there'll be a lot of people with the same interests in the same place.
Right.
So I'll definitely be going to that. Yeah.
Now, earlier you said you're a bit on the introverted side.
Yes.
So will you stick to one party tonight?
I might too, but the problem is WordCamp is too short. It's only 2 days, and so a lot of parties are at the same time. So you have to make it work to go from one place to the other. So
Yeah.
it's gonna depend on how one party goes, if I can go to another one.
Right.
But maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
I have my eye on a few, but
Yeah.
we'll see how. I don't want to rush it just for the sake of going everywhere. So we'll
Yes.
just see how it goes. And
I've done that before. In WordCamp US 2019, I went to 8.
you went to 8 parties.
8.
On 2 days.
One.
Oh, one day.
One night. One night I did
Okay.
8.
And was that still fun?
I wouldn't recommend, and I've not done it ever since. So there's a bit of a competitive spirit in me where I want to see everybody
You
because I
wanna-
love
okay.
everybody. So then I go to all of it.
Yeah.
So we'll see if I hit 4 tonight.
Is that the goal, or is
Yes,
that okay?
that's
Okay.
the goal.
All right.
So are you speaking or volunteering this?
No, I'm a bit too much of an introvert to speak in one of the tracks, I think, because it's a bit daunting. Like this is as
Yeah.
far as I'll go, an interview. So I'm not speaking, also not volunteering, although I might do that, or I might sponsor next year. I'm really looking into sponsoring,
Yes.
because that seems fun.
Yes.
Like a lot of the experiences of WordCamp actually happens in the main square where all the booths are and where
Right.
everyone's
The hallway
talking. And
track.
yes, exactly. That's where the networking and everything
Mhm.
happens. So I might want to see what it's like to be part of it from a sponsoring point of view. So
Yeah.
something to think about for next year.
Right. Yeah. No, absolutely. So what's your plan for tomorrow?
Plan for tomorrow is probably just to hang around here, try and do some networking in the hallway track.
Yes.
See some people, visit the WooCommerce booth, just to talk to them about product updates, just to see what they have on the roadmap. Because this is the only time I get to speak to people in real life, right? They have a Slack
Right.
channel, and WordPress has a
Right.
Slack channel, but it's still different to
absolutely.
to be here and to talk to people. So I think I'll be doing more of that, just talking. But yeah, that's really what it's all about, and that's
Right.
what I love about it. Just connecting with the community, seeing who's here, and seeing who I know, or from Twitter mostly, and then talking to them, and getting to know them in real life.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. So.
Do you ever catch any sessions?
Yes, I do. I do catch a few, but like I'm not planning in advance. Like I want to go to this session or this session. It depends on where I'm at during the day. Because like for
Right.
me, the hallway track is the main thing of the event, and then I will fill it up with sessions here and there. But there's nothing
Yes.
that I plan. Like I don't have an agenda. Like I want to go to this session or that session.
Right.
That's no. I'm not a planning person
Yeah.
per se. So I will never try and plan anything, and we'll see where it goes. And
Right. I'm very similar, actually. So we share that. I am
Nice.
extroverted, but I am almost always in the hallway track talking with people, throwing my voice away. But it's so much fun.
it is. It really is. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you have any kids?
No. No.
Good for you. No, kids are great. I have kids, but
Okay.
this,
Are your kids with you here? Because there's a kids camp too,
There
right?
is.
There's okay.
Yeah, no, which I love that. I love that they brought some babysitting for kids.
Yeah,
but,
that's
yeah.
awesome. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for being on. You've been wonderful, and I'm glad we're good.
Thank you very much.
That was awesome. That was perfect.
Oh, nice. Thank you. So welcome to the second round of the lightning talks. So once again, lightning talks are 15 minutes long. There are no time for questions, but you can ask our speakers all the questions after. So we're opening up with Ivan, my brother from Bulgaria, and he will talk on how can any website benefit from WordPress editing experience thanks to Gutenberg. Ivan, the stage is yours. A big round of applause, please.
Hello, thank you everyone for coming. Thank you, Milan, for the introduction. I can't really express my gratitude to be here a year later after being here in Porto. So thank you very much for, again, attending. Today, I will try to put some light on how can any website benefit from WordPress editing experience thanks to Gutenberg. So let's start, and let's take my remote because I'll definitely need it. So, a quick presentation about myself. I am CEO of Vibe Studio. It's a WordPress agency for enterprise development and custom coding. I have been doing web development since 2003, and my first touch to WordPress was 6 years later in 2009. Through the years, I have worked on roughly 1,000 and many more websites, and the clients of our company is from 4 different continents. Despite it's a lightning session, I would like to spare a moment to thank my team, because without them, this topic and this presentation won't be possible in general. So let's take a moment to recognize the team efforts. To my best, Ivan Viachki, Svetlana Dicheva, thanks. You can meet them in the hall, and let's say hi. We will quickly do a topic overview so we can be all aware what are we going to talk about. We are going to revise the WordPress editing experience and how it is superior than any other online editing. We will take a brief look at the WordPress builders and also the power and importance of Gutenberg. Also, we will see the challenges for non-CMS websites or any online app and online application in general, and their inflexibility compared to WordPress, but also how they can still benefit from WordPress, all of the enterprises, mobile apps, third-party web apps, everyone. We'll see how Gutenberg comes to the rescue and makes this all possible, and finally take a look at the life cycle of such process. So, we are all familiar with WordPress editing experience, and it is unparalleled to any other editor there. We all know that we use WordPress because it is super user-friendly. Back in the days when Vibe Studio got its first clients, one of my selling points was that using WordPress for editing your website is no harder than just managing a text document, and this is all the skills you need to maintain the content. I still believe this is one of the main advantages of using WordPress. The other advantages we are all familiar, it is that WordPress is super SEO friendly and it is loved by the search engines. And in the last years, I think a lot of efforts have been added to make WordPress also to improve the accessibility of how the WordPress products are used, which is super important nowadays. And finally, last but not least, is the community and support. We all know that the reason WordPress is great is the community itself. And if you have any question how to use it, you can find the answer easily by the community. To expand the topic, in order to make the WordPress editing experience even greater, there are a lot of what you see is what you get builders. We all know them. They are super famous. You can see most of them outside the house. And they all provide great editing experience. We can't argue that. They're improving with the time. It is superb. However, I'm pretty sure there are a lot of Star Wars fans here. We all know that Darth Vader is the strongest, but he can't basically live without his mask. And I think it's the same with most of the builders, which are acting as third-party builders. They can't live without WordPress. However, Gutenberg, who is an integral part of WordPress, is it can provide content to any other system because it is generating HTML. It relies on full independency from the additional post metadata tables of the post storage in the traditional WordPress architecture. And also, Gutenberg as a system is working natively. It is not required to install an additional plugin in order to have Gutenberg. It just works. It even can be disabled, but it's another topic. When it comes to managing WordPress, website content in general, not just WordPress, we need to take a look at for the non-CMS websites or any online-based application in general, there are a lot of challenges. For example, those non-CMS online applications lacks the ability to do layout changes quickly, lacks the ability to manage the admin area. They lack the ability to create new landing pages quickly, and whenever the marketing team needs to react quickly and efficiently, they are not able to do it without the help of a developer who can help them to make even the smallest changes. In my career, I have even seen that some enterprise websites who are customly built in order to make a marketing campaign, they're building a subdomain web page that is connected with some CNAME records to third-party services that are allowing full website editing, which I think is not that, it's not making the results that needs to be achieved. It's not working natively, you're disconnected with your website structure, it basically creates more issues rather than solutions. However, enterprises and non-CMS non-CMS websites in general, or online applications in general, they can still benefit from WordPress, and this is thankfully to Gutenberg. Gutenberg comes to the rescue for all of those websites and online apps. We all know the motto for the 20th anniversary of WordPress. It is called From Blocks to Blocks, and I can't agree more. We all know that Gutenberg allows us to divide the content to individual blocks, and each of these blocks can represent any different type of content, like text, image, video, or whatever visual representation of how our website monetizes and communicates with the clients who are in the website. On the top of that, blocks can be easily moved, edited, they can be styled, they can be basically reused and even repeated on the same page. So this is all possible through Gutenberg. What is the biggest advantage of Gutenberg is not the flexibility of editing, because this is something that is presented by other web builders as well. It is how it actually saves and generates the content and the data when it comes to the development side of the things. And we can separate this into 5 different points. It is that Gutenberg provides simplified data management. It is the portability and compatibility of Gutenberg. It is a factor that benefits with search engine optimization. It is that Gutenberg provides future-proof content. And last but not least is the performance and speed. So when it comes to data management, Gutenberg stores the data in the database in the form of HTML, which is a universal language, and it is understood by all web browsers and all web applications. It is universal across, no matter if you're using WordPress, a non-WordPress website, online app, or whatever, they all can read HTML. This contrasts with certain plugins that store data as metadata, and basically it only makes sense if you're using the plugin. And if you want to use it outside of the concept of this plugin, you need to code a lot more because it is not universal. When it comes to portability and compatibility, as we mentioned, the usage of HTML basically allows this provided content to be used everywhere. And on the top of that, when it comes to search engine optimization, HTML is super easy to read. It is what the search engines requires, and this allows the website to be read. Also, it is super future-proof and durable because HTML is likely to remain. It's even likely to improve, but the skeleton in the base will be basically unchanged. On the other hand, metadata can become obsolete. Last but not least, HTML is typically quicker to load than metadata tables, and it can lead to improved site performance. Generating the content with Gutenberg basically requires a technology to pass this content to the third-party application, to the non-CMS website. Happily, we have different options to do that when it comes to WordPress. Those different options can be separated. Two of them can be REST API and GraphQL. In order to compare them, REST API, its biggest advantage is that it is supported by default in WordPress. It provides all of the data regarding a single post or page into universal JSON format. It is super well documented. And if we can find a disadvantage, is that it relies on many endpoints. On the other hand, GraphQL, it is supported, but with an additional plugin. It outputs the data in an SQL-like format. It is also well documented, but it requires a lot more digging. And the biggest advantage that is way in front of REST API is that it relies on a single endpoint, which is important for your development path. In order to see in fact how such a setup can look, we can take a look at the life cycle of such structure. So most importantly, we need first, when let's say we have a non-CMS website, it is, let's say, for a highly enterprise, and we can't afford to use non-custom websites. But our marketing team still needs the ability to change the data and to upload landing pages whenever they need. So this is what a possibility life cycle of the app can look using WordPress. First, we need to create the predefined blocks, which for the process, let's say the UI and the UX team, they are designing the different set of blocks we are going to use in our websites. And then the developers are coding them into Gutenberg blocks. The second step is that the marketing team starts working with those blocks. So every page that is on the non-CMS website is presented on WordPress, and they can basically change the content, reuse those blocks, and just call a block that they need, reorder the design, add the content, text and images, and just saves it. They can choose their colors, their text, whatever. Finally, the developers, using the technologies that we showed in the previous slide, REST API or Open Graph, they use those to pass the data to the third-party site or app, and they code it in a way whenever a new call, a new content is made, this to be immediately represented on the third-party application. In order to conclude all of this, I believe that the flexibility of WordPress editing eventually, and also the evolution of other technologies and other coding languages different than PHP, it is possible that ultimately the main product of what WordPress is about is not itself the WordPress as a core tool, but the editing experience that is provided by the Gutenberg as a solely tool. I believe this is what WordPress can still benefit rocking in front of other technologies that are available on the market, and not only keep its percentage of usage, but also increase it at some point. Of course, this is just a suggestion. I'm sure that whatever happens in future, the community that is in front of us and the WordPress community will just face it, and we will benefit in the ultimate way possible. That's it from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Ivan. We have a small gift for you. Here
Thank
it is.
you very much. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Another round of applause for Ivan. Thank you. Our second speaker is the first-time WordCamp speaker. And he comes from Germany, and I need to read this fun fact. So whenever someone reaches out to the Simply Static team, I think about adding my dog to the website as the company's CEO. Sometimes we even have strategic meetings together, but he's pretty picky about adding new features. So a huge round of applause for Patrick. Patrick, please grab the remote. Yeah.
Oh,
This is yours as well.
see. That's a pretty big stage. Phew. Hello, everyone. Okay, works. Perfect. So, yeah, welcome, everyone. I want to give you a quick introduction into running a static WordPress website. Let me quickly introduce myself a little bit further. And there are not that many bullet points here, but I'm sure it's fine. So I'm a WordPress developer since 2010, and I'm also the developer behind Simply Static, which is a static site generator plugin for WordPress. We will see a quick view into it in a minute. I'm also a solopreneur, which means I'm running a plugin business full-time, selling, maintaining, building plugins, and so on. So yeah, let's get started with static WordPress. So yeah, the start is pretty obviously. So we have to make our WordPress website static. What means static? We take our dynamic WordPress website and convert it back into HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and obviously your image files, pretty much like 1999, but in a good way. So I built this little plugin called Simply Static. You can see a screenshot on the right-hand side of the screen. And the generation process is pretty much straightforward. So you can install it for free from the WordPress repository, activate it, go to Simply Static Generate, and there's a big purple button labeled Generate Static Files, and you can click on it, and the process starts running. Depending on the size of the website, it might take a while. So I would suggest for testing purposes, you might take a little bit a simpler website to get started. Once the process is finished, you will get a download link where you can click on, and it will download the zip file containing all the static files. So next step, let's talk about hosting. It's a little bit different compared to what you might be used to when it comes to traditional WordPress hosting, because you don't need an actual database, and you probably don't even need to have WordPress hosted somewhere, and instead use like something like local WP. So where do you host my static website? Well, that depends a little bit on how familiar you are with certain concepts. For example, GitHub. So if you're familiar with GitHub and you know the basics to upload your files to a GitHub repository and connect it, I would suggest using GitHub Pages or Cloudflare Pages. Let's see, two at the top. Because they are free, they are pretty powerful, and you get a lot out of the box without having to worry about things like caching and so on. If you aren't familiar with GitHub and you're looking for the quickest way to get started, I would suggest starting with Netlify. Netlify provides a little drag and drop zip uploader where you can simply drag and drop the zip file you got from Simply Static and upload it to Netlify, and you immediately get your static website running on a temporary domain that you can use. You can always switch on your preferred domain later. If you're a fan of traditional deployment, which means using SFTP and copying over your files, you can do that as well. The two most popular options here are DigitalOcean Spaces and obviously Amazon S3. So now that we have a static version of our website and we have probably already deployed it to a hosting provider, let's take a quick look at some dynamic features and how we can make them work on a static WordPress website. So yeah, pretty much every website these days has some kind of form, be it a contact form or a newsletter sign-up. And you still want to use like a contact form on your static website, sure. So there are different ways you can handle that. There are external tools you can use, but in my talk I like to stay to WordPress as close as possible. So we're using Contact Form 7. There's a free plugin available for Contact Form 7, which is called CF7 to Webhook, that you can use to offload the submitted data from the form the user has submitted on the front end to an external webhook. A pretty popular service you might already know is Zapier. Zapier is like a no-code automation tool, and you can send off the data from the contact form to Zapier, and in Zapier you can configure, get all the data, convert it to an email, and send it to me. So this way your traditional WordPress website isn't involved anymore in the steps, and you can still use and style and modify your form based on Contact Form 7 as you already used to. The next popular thing is search. So the traditional WordPress search works with PHP and URL parameters, and both will not work on a static website. So we need some kind of replacement. While there are a lot of different tools for that use case, and some of them are pretty powerful and some of them are simpler, I chose the simplest one, which is Google Custom Search Engine. Google Custom Search Engine is like a little external tool. You can sign up for free, and you get like a little API key that you can use. And in combination with the plugin mentioned, WP Google Search, the only thing you have to do is copy in the API key and save the settings, and you get a shortcode and return that you can place anywhere on your website. And it will render a little search box already available with autosuggest. So once a user types something in, search results will pop up. If he hits enter or clicks on the little search icon provided, it will open a pop-up which contains search results from Google, but limited to your own domain, which is important because you don't want your competitors in your own search results, right? So yeah, that's pretty much the second important part. Now we have covered the basics, and you probably have a question in your mind. Why the hell should I use a static website? So why the extra effort, and what are the benefits? So let's quickly cover them. One thing that a lot of people already know is that static WordPress websites are pretty fast. That's because there's no database interaction, there's no dynamic processing, everything is already generated, and we just deliver the static file and the optimized assets to the user or to the user's browser. So speed is obvious, but the impact on the performance is even higher if you compare it to a bigger website. Let's say you have traditional business website, but translated into 7 languages. Depending on the plugin or on the framework you've used to do that, that might take some time for the user to get the translated page. So to speed that up, we can pre-generate and pre-convert the HTML files for each language, and once the user switches the language, he automatically gets the translated HTML page back. And that is a lot faster than compared to a traditional multilingual website, even with a powerful caching and some kind of premium hosting. Another important benefit, for me even more important than speed, but I know everyone is kind of hyped about performance, is security. So a static website is almost unhackable. Why? Yeah, because a hacker doesn't have any exploit vectors that he can use to inject malicious code into your website or try to inject some additional styles or whatsoever. So because your website is static and your database and WordPress is either offline or protected behind BASIC and/or a firewall, a hacker will have a pretty hard time to do anything relevant to your website as long as it's static. The third point, and I'm sure you agree with me, is maintenance. So updating a WordPress website can be a pretty daunting task, especially if it's not your main business. Let's say the average business with a website, how often do people take care of updates? There are several plugin security updates each week. There are multiple WordPress updates each year. Maybe your theme's updated each month. Who knows? So it's cool if everything works as expected if you click update, but that's not always the case. So if you have a static website, you have like a snapshot in time. So you have your static website running no matter what happens. It will remain unchanged. On the other side, you have your WordPress website, which is now practically a free staging environment for you to update, to test, to do whatever you want. And only if you're happy with the results and you have tested everything, you will update the static website and get the updated changes to your official website, so to say. There are a couple of other benefits. I tried to keep it short. One I like to mention is cost reduction. So I'm sure we can argue about that, but I would say premium WordPress hosting is kind of expensive, especially if you want something secure, reliable, automated backups done for you. So compared to that, static hosting is insanely cheap. So we're talking about, depending on the website size and service, about €1 or dollar per month, or even per year, depending on the traffic, the size of the website, the amount of pages, and so on. Another thing, it's not really a benefit, but a question I often get is the difference between headless and static WordPress. Headless WordPress often use Jamstack, which requires to rebuild your existing website or build a new design based on a modern JavaScript framework like React or Vue.js or Svelte or whatever. Whereas static WordPress is a static replication of your existing website. So you will still use your existing tools, your existing theme, your existing plugins. You may have to adjust one or another, but all in all, it's your WordPress website replicated as a static one that you can use right away without any technical requirements involved. So that's all from me. One thing I like to note is, sadly I missed to add the download link to the presentation. I collected a pretty detailed page containing all kinds of tutorials, additional links and resources. I will share it in a minute on Twitter, but if you see me running around, there's a QR code on my back. You can scan that, and there's a link to the resource page where you can download the presentation and all the additional information. So that's all from me. Thanks for your attention, and have a good day.
Patrick? No, don't go just yet. Don't go just yet. We have a small present for you. Here it is. Thank you. Thank you. Another round of applause. Patrick? You heard about our next speaker in the opening remarks. We weren't sure about the detail, that he is the youngest speaker ever at the WordCamp, but he is, and a huge round of applause. So, in advance, I'm apologizing for butchering your name. I'm going to really try really hard, but just, in Spanish, you're Ticho. So, yeah, that's even worse. That's even worse from my pronunciation. So, Ticho, is our, yeah, it's good? Oh, that's good. So, a huge round of applause for Ticho. He's going to talk us about what the 16 can do and how can we get involved in the WordPress, right? So make sure to, yeah, again, I'm butchering your decision, something like that, I'm apologizing. So make sure to grab your clicker. Yeah. And another huge round of applause, please.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to my talk. Thank you for coming. Yeah, there it is. Today I'm going to talk about tomorrow's generation's perspective on WordPress. My name is Tycho de Valk. I'm 16 years old, and I still attend high school. I've worked at Yoast for 3 years as a support engineer. And besides that, this year I started my own web development agency. But let's dive a little deeper into my childhood. I like to say that I grew up in WordPress. I'm a WordPress kid. My parents are Joost de Valk and Marieke van der Rakt, who owned the company Joost until about 2 years ago. So all my vacations existed of me going to the Google offices and me having to walk around in Legoland with my Joost shirt on. You could say that I was tortured with WordPress. I once wanted to try out a different CMS, and my parents found out about it. I didn't get any food for the rest of the week. That's a joke. I love my parents. But what I want to say is, even though I grew up with WordPress, there are still some things that I don't like or that I think can be done better. So, what do people my age think of WordPress? To support this, I've done a small survey amongst my peers and people in my social circle, which I'll get back to during this presentation. In this presentation, I'll talk about 3 reasons why WordPress fails to appeal to young people. Firstly, being WordPress is not focused, WordPress marketing is not focused on young people. And secondly, WordPress is hard to get started with. Thirdly, WordPress does not look appealing or as appealing as its competitors. So, as I just mentioned, I did a small survey amongst people my age, and I asked them to check the boxes of the logos that they recognize. 2 of these logos were WordPress and Shopify. Almost 60% of the people I surveyed they recognized WordPress, which I think was quite a lot. This does not mean that they know what it is. They just recognize the logo. But now the thing that I found weird is the exact same amount of people recognized Shopify, which is weird, right? Because we're much bigger. So they should recognize us more. So why is that? Well, as we're aware, young people don't use the same social media as old people do. WordPress's social media network is mainly on Twitter, newsletters, Facebook, I guess. I don't know. I don't have Facebook. While young people use YouTube, TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, and we know that influencers are really important. A study done by HubSpot shows that 1 in 3 Gen Zers has bought something recommended to them by an influencer in the past 3 months. So coming back to that question, why did the same amount of people recognize Shopify as they did WordPress? It's because Shopify does market young people. This is a screenshot from a video from Mr. Beast. If you don't know who he is, I hate to break it to you, you're old. This is one of the biggest YouTubers in the world at the moment. He has over 155 million subscribers and almost 40 billion views across all of his channels. This guy is big. In this particular video, he traveled to Antarctica, where he went in the middle of nowhere. He started to climb a mountain for 6 hours. He got to the top, and he named it Shopify, which I think is an insane marketing stunt, because this mountain is now actually called Shopify. So I think we at WordPress should do something like this as well. Moving on to my second point, WordPress is hard to get started with. This is what you see when you start a WordPress site. Welcome to WordPress. Thanks. I can learn more about the newest version. Why would I want to do that? my site health status. Is it sick already? What happened? I can create a quick draft. Why would I want to do that? And I can attend an event. Yeah, I'd never do that. So it's not clear what to do. It's chaotic. While our competitors, they do have a clear startup path. If we take a look at Shopify, for example, this is not even the first thing that you see, this screenshot. You first get some questions about the kind of site you run. And based on that, you get this setup guide. Shopify will help you set up your site. They'll help you add your first product. They'll help you customize your online store. They'll help you personalize your own store. The same goes for Wix. They do the same thing. You get some steps, and it'll help you customize your store. If I wasn't forced to work with WordPress, I would have quit right here. Because, well, yeah, it's not clear how to get started. You'd rather have something like Shopify or Wix. And this correlates with my third point. WordPress is not that flashy. It doesn't look as appealing as its competitors. It's older, you could say. So, as I mentioned before, I did a small survey amongst my peers, and I also showed them 3 screenshots of different interfaces. One of Shopify, one of Wix, and one of WordPress. And as I expected, 75% of people liked the Wix or Shopify interface better than WordPress. But how could we fix this, right? Because we want to, and we should. Well, recently WooCommerce released WooExpress, which I think is a great solution for this. It looks cleaner, it's a lot nicer to work with, I feel like, and it helps you set up your site, so it solves the setup guide issue as well. But that's only for WooCommerce, right? So how would we solve this for the entirety of WordPress? Extendify is a good solution for that. Extendify helps users onboard their WordPress site. Extendify sells to hosts. I think they're here at the conference right now, so go ahead and talk to them. But they make it easier to get started with your WordPress site, which is something we should look into. So now what? I've mentioned a couple of solutions already, but let's get them straight once again. We should start with social media that is focused on young people. Social media like TikTok, TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, and YouTube, and we should collaborate with influencers to promote the WordPress brand. Then we should make WordPress easier to work with solutions like WooExpress and Extendify, which will make it more appealing to a young audience. But we can make it more appealing, but we also have to get the brand known, because apparently the same amount of people know Shopify, so we should fix that as well. And to do that, we shouldn't keep promoting our own brands. We should all collaborate and promote WordPress together. A good example of this was a couple of weeks ago when WordPress turned 20 years old. Yeah, I know, big, 4 years older than me. And all the big brands celebrated WordPress. They didn't celebrate themselves, they celebrated WordPress. And this is one of the big advantages that Shopify and Wix have over us. They are one brand, they are one company, they make all the money, which means they can spend whatever they want on advertising. Well, we can't do that. So we have to collaborate and do the marketing together, which means we all have to become the WordPress marketing team. And we might end up with a mountain called WordPress as well.
Thank you so much. I just followed Mr. Beast. Just so you know. I just followed it. This is a gift. This is a gift.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Called me old. And Taco as well. I saw the tweet, buddy. I saw the tweet. So we're going to take a short break, and then we continue at 5, just so you know. They just told me that I should tell you that there's a day 2 tomorrow. Just so you know, that I need to remind you that there's a day 2 tomorrow, and with more talks, more panels, and more interesting talks, swags, whatever. So just so you know, there's a day 2 as well. So yeah, thank you so much. It's tomorrow. That's why it's called, yeah. So confusing, so confusing. So yeah, thank you so much. We continue here at 5, like in 19 minutes. Thank you.
Hello from WordCamp Europe 2023. We are in Athens, broadcasting live, and we hope that you are having an amazing time, even if you didn't make it to the event. So we are sending hugs to our virtual friends over there. I hope you're all doing great, and I wanted to say hi. I am Evangelia. I am one of the global lead organizers this year, and I am Greek. So with me today, I have Simea Merki, and she is one of our media supporters, and we're going to discuss her involvement as a media supporter with WordCamp Europe. Hello, Simea, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much.
So I would like to ask you, is this your first time that you are a media supporter for WordCamp Europe?
It is not my first time. I was able to be a media supporter for WordCamp in Porto last year. But last year was actually my first WordCamp and first WordCamp as media supporter. But this year is still a bit different, so it feels like a first.
That must be like a crazy experience. First time WordCamp Europe and first time a media supporter.
Little overwhelming, yeah.
Okay. So how did you decide to apply last year as a media supporter?
You know, it actually was not very planned. We saw it that you were like calling for media supporter, and we had this blog, the publishing blog, and it's in German, and we were not sure if that was a fit for WordCamp, but because there was an application and because people would like tell you to do it, we thought, well, let's just ask them if they think we're a good fit, and it actually worked. So we got picked, and I was very nervous about that, but I loved it. Yeah, so I think it was, at first it was a stupid idea, but it ended up really being also good for our blog and good for our readers to get to know what's happening at WordCamp and how things are evolving in Porto.
So Simea, you're basically behind publishing.blog, and your experience last year helped you apply again this year as a media supporter. What made you take the decision for a second time?
Well, it was obvious that we were going to go to WordCamp Europe, so we thought, why not apply again? Also, we love that you are being supported to find people to interview. So there's this guy, shout out to Mike, who helps me find the right people to interview, who helps me schedule the dates or find rooms, find quiet places, which is not easy here. So yeah, it was really, we felt supported, so we felt that that was a good way to take place or to be here. Yeah. Also, I think like since COVID is over and more people are starting to come here, I think it's a good way to get people to know the WordCamp. So it's also a personal interest for me to getting people to know what's WordCamp and coming in and yeah, coming back to
How many years have you been with the WordPress community?
Oh, that's a good question actually. So my first WordCamp Europe was Porto, so like the in-person community was 2 or 3 years, but I actually started just before COVID hit, so I was a long time community member, but just online, yeah.
I'm really glad that you found the peer team really helpful and supportive. To be honest, for the years I have been with the peer team and also this year, I think they are kind of a superheroes for sharing our news out there as per WordCamp Europe every year. So more ears and more eyes get to find out what's going on. And I guess this is the first time you're being interviewed, because usually a media supporter or a media partner is the one conducting the interviews. Does it feel any strange?
Yeah, it does. I would like to ask you some questions, though.
Oh, maybe we can reverse the roles.
Yeah, let's do it. So, how long have you been doing that?
Organizing?
Yeah.
Well, as a local organizer, I started with a Greek community back in 2015. And as per WordCamp Europe, I think my first organizing experience was Berlin, 2019.
Oh. So you have a lot more experience than I have then.
Well, you will have that experience in a few years too.
I hope so.
I wanted to ask you, because you mentioned that you've been a community member for a while, but your WordCamp experience is fairly new. Did you feel intimidated being, let's say, a newcomer in order to participate as a media supporter or even as an attendee to the event?
I think you could say that. Also because I was not used to in-person events. So every meetup I had attended, or almost every meetup I had attended, every local WordCamp I had attended was online. So WordCamp was my first local, like, in-person event ever for WordPress. So it was quite intimidating. I was happy that I was not alone. So I had some people around me that have been at events in person. So bring your friends. That's maybe the one advice I can give. But also, the community is so welcoming. So it's really intimidating for the first 5 minutes, and then it's not.
How did you find the two experiences you had so far, WordCamp Europe in Porto and WordCamp Europe in Athens? Do you see any difference between the two events?
Yeah, obviously the heat. We planned for Portugal. We thought that it would be warm and stuff, but it wasn't, kind of. And Athens was really warm. But I think that's the only difference. I mean, the things that stayed are the good things. The many people, the people you get to meet. I also think that this layout here of the location is really good. Like, you can walk around and meet people everywhere. You can grab a coffee everywhere, which is very important for me. So I think the location is really good. But also, it's a WordCamp. It's supposed to be same every year a bit.
Well, yeah, the concept behind the event should stay always the same. Yeah. I wanted also to ask you, what do you think you're going to have in mind next year when somebody says WordCamp Europe in Athens?
Wow, that's a good question.
I know it might be, just a little bit early to ask about this, since the event is practically ending tomorrow, but is there something that you saw and witnessed this year that made your experience extraordinary?
Something that struck me this year was how close we, as a WordPress community, are to the things that we need to address. So we are talking a lot about AI. We are talking a lot about accessibility. We're talking a lot about how we can talk to no-coders, low-coders. And I think those are all subjects that we should touch on, and we do. And that's something that struck me this year, especially, to see and understand how we as a WordPress community, or the organizers, the content team, they managed to find the right subjects to address. And that was the one thing that stuck with me until now, but maybe I can tell you a different story tomorrow.
So basically, so far, it is the content of the event that gave you, something extraordinary. Is there something that you would like to see getting changed in WordCamp Europe, evolving for something better, for example, or a suggestion or a tip that you would like to give to the organizers?
No, I mean, WordCamp is great. Maybe workshops. I think there's many, but there could be more. And also, I love that. I heard about the kids workshop, and also me as a young person. I'm only 23. I think we could do more for the youth. So maybe that's one thing, but I don't have a fixed idea of what we could do. But I would definitely love to see that next year, something that we do for the younger generation coming into WordPress.
As a media supporter, how do you select the content that you would like to get out there? Like, for example, how do you select the people that you would like to interview?
Yeah, that's a good question. I looked at the schedule, obviously, and I looked who's here. And yeah, we got to meet some people, but it's also sometimes just a question of who's ready to meet you, like who has the time. But there's also plenty of people you can meet when you just walk around. I just bumped into somebody from Yoast. We get to do an interview with them tomorrow. So walking around is just a great way to plan, and maybe not plan too much ahead. So yeah, things evolve. You realize, oh, that's maybe an interesting subject. That's something we could touch on. And obviously, I'm trying to not forget the people that couldn't come to WordCamp Europe. So I posted the live stream stuff, which you are doing. So that's also important for us.
Is there a specific topic, a specific talk that you have already watched or that you're looking forward to watch today or tomorrow?
Just before I came here, I was in the talk of Tycho de Wolk, the young guy, let's say. And I was struck to see him being so young and so also enthusiastic, I would say, about WordPress, but also very honest. And that's the kind of talks I love. But also the panel discussions have been really great. I watched the one with AI, and I found it very interesting, like seeing AI really put to use in a good way already. Yeah.
Yeah, practically new generation. I mean, he is only 16 years
True.
old.
That's so true. He's almost 10 years younger than I am.
I cannot compare myself how I was when I was 16 years old.
True. That's so
and
true.
how he is. So it's amazing, amazing. And basically, I guess we're going to be seeing him a lot, in the future. I mean, if he's
Yeah.
16, he has a lot more years to be with the community. Is there something that you saw in Athens these days that would make you come back here? Have you roamed around the city or anything like that?
I have been here since May 29th. We were at a workation, and I have to say the food. I mean, it's so obvious, but it's so good. I ate way too much tzatziki, and I love the food. We have Greek friends at home, and I knew that the food was going to be good, but I didn't realize it was going to be this good. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to stick to the food.
Well, I'm afraid there is a reason the Greeks are always hungry.
Yeah, I assume.
And maybe there is also a reason why this year, instead of a normal wapu, we have a Euro wapu.
Definitely. Definitely.
Yeah, souvlaki and tzatziki is also an all-time classic for the Greeks too. It's not only for people that come to our country. So it's not your first time in Athens. Would you suggest something else except for the food for someone that visits first time?
Yeah, what I loved most, we took many walks through the city, and we just stopped where we felt like stopping. And I can definitely tell people, when you're coming from a big city, walking maybe doesn't feel the most obvious thing to do, but just walking through the city, we found the best spaces to eat, to stay, to chill, and that would be a tip, I think. If you come to Athens, just walk around and see what you find. And then the obvious things, Acropolis Hill, it's just stunning.
So, Simea, what are the plans for your blog and your working with the WordPress community for the future?
So we are not WordPress exclusively. So we try to touch on many different subjects. And what I like to do is connect WordPress with the other trends going on in the WordPress industry. So AI is a big subject we are touching on. And also, I think one of the big subjects for WordPress will be Gutenberg Phase 3, because we have many publishing companies reading our blog, and collaboration is so important to them. So that's the next phase of Gutenberg, and I'll be very excited to blog about it, to make YouTube videos about it, and to see what's coming next. Update videos are something that people apparently love, and I love it as well.
Is there a message you would like to give to our virtual attendees that are watching us live from their home or their office at the moment?
Yeah, have a good time at WordCamp. Grab some tzatziki at home. I mean, everyone has yogurt. And for next time, if you can come to WordCamp in person. It's so different. It's so much better in my opinion. So as soon as you know where and when WordCamp Europe is next year, just grab a ticket if you can.
That's very nice, and I want to thank Simea for being here with me today. It's always exciting to see different aspects of the event and also how people are part of it, people that you haven't seen on the stage or you don't know they are working on the backstage. So thank you very much for being here with me. I appreciate so much your efforts and your time. And we're going to see you all afterwards, after the next topic. We're going to have another time slot for live stream studio with another interesting person joining us. Stay tuned.
of today. We have from UK, we have an amazing speaker who's going to talk about the code review, the art of the code review. A big round of applause for Team Nash.
Hello, everyone. I told someone earlier today there was going to be 5 people in my talk. There's at least 6 of you, which is a little disconcerting. I wouldn't have said, ask you how many of you actually are here voluntarily, or versus how many of you your boss told you had to come. If you do, I'm going to try and make it as interesting as possible if you're being forced to. I can also do it with a slide today. So, today I want to talk to you about code reviews. Possibly the dullest subject on the board, but a really, really important one. And I want to start off with a cautionary tale, well, just a tale, just to set the scene. Many years ago, there was a younger version of me. He wasn't as dashing, and he had a small dev agency. And we wrote a plugin. This was a long time ago. This was at the point when, if you were writing a commercial WordPress plugin, you came to an event like this, you got booed. Some of you are so young, you don't actually remember these times. And we wrote some code, and it was for a membership plugin. And we were writing some code to deal with refunds. Now, if you've ever had to write any code to do with anything to do with pricing, you can imagine where this is going to go. But with refunds, it's a particularly interesting problem. You have a membership site, and let's say that you have refunds for you. Someone signs up for 12 months, they have 3 months, and you want to prorata that refund. That doesn't sound too complicated. You start writing the code, you start finding the edge cases. Then someone says, yes, but we have groups, because the plugin allowed for you to have groups, and you could have members, and extra people could join the package. So halfway through, 5 new people came in, and therefore the value changed. So now you have to refund based on that, but from this time point over here. Okay, we can do this. More code gets changed. Then somebody says, I'm still running on a 32-bit system, and actually this whole process was set for 99 years. And so it doesn't matter about the refunds, because all the expiry dates say something in 1970, and so when I refunded them, what I actually did was debited them for nearly 40 years. Okay, that's a new edge case. You write it in. By the end of an iterative cycle of what felt like decades, but was in fact only a few weeks, we had code. It was perfect. Well, I say perfect. If you looked at it, you would have said, it is horrible. It is a mess. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make any sense. There are code comments in there, but they're basically talking about developers' pain, not necessarily about what it does. It got to the point where it's like, okay, it works, we're going to put it to one side. A few months later, a new developer comes on board. They look at that code. That code is horrible. It looks like this, it does this, it's all right. He starts to have a go at fixing it, because in his mind, it's broken. Needless to say, he fails. He makes no progress whatsoever, and he just admits defeat. In fact, some new comments have been added to the code with the levels of pain that he's affected. This happened for many years. This code was in a code base for about 4 or 5 years, and by the end of it, it had a comment at the top that said, "Here be dragons." And it was signed by each one of us that we would honestly never touch this code again, because it was so bad that your head would blow up. The thing was, and the thing that young me never got, it worked. It always worked. It was ugly. It was horrible. It hurt your head, but it worked. We should never have touched that code again. We should have written some tests to make sure it constantly works, but then we should have left it alone. But we couldn't, because as developers, we like pretty things, and we like things to be our way. We like to feel like the things are working well. And feelings are an odd thing for me to say about something that's so logical. Yet so much about code is about how we feel. Throughout this, the reason I started with this talk with that was because if only at some point we'd done some proper code reviews, some of this could have been solved. If only we'd really grasped the concepts of what's behind a code review, whether it's informal or formal, we might have got there. So I think we then have to ask the question, what is a code review? And of course, what I did when I thought about started doing this talk was, I'll go to Wikipedia. And they say something like that. A code review is a software quality assurance activity in which one or several people check a program mainly by viewing and reading parts of its source code, and they do so after the implementation or an interruption of implementation. This has clearly been written by a project manager who likes to go on Wikipedia. No developer has ever said this. So let's think about probably a more accurate reflection of what most people think of a code review. I think it's more likely it's a code review is where we pit developers in a fight to the death over which hill they wish to stand on. I like to think it involves lions, but it doesn't have to. You know, if your company's not comfortable with lions, or you're not a cat person, maybe you would like wolves, it's totally fine with me. The thing is, a code review often comes across as adversarial. We often think of them as, I'm being judged, I'm being tested. And of course, that's the last thing we want to do. We don't want to have people feeling like they're judged and tested. And there are so many ways to do a code review, and we can hide the fact that it's even a code review in the first place. In fact, lots of what you will be doing every single day whenever you talk to somebody about their job as they're writing code can be a code review. So maybe rather than asking, what is a code review? Let's think about why we might do a code review in some way. So, why do we do code reviews? Well, the first one is because we might have to. Somebody might have said, hey, we have a specification and you must meet it. Whether that's PCI DSS, whether it's something to do with GDPR, whether that's something to do with, like, if you're in the UK and you have to do anything with the NHS, with our medical services, they have a specific standard, and they often say your code must be audited to meet this. Somebody else is saying, you must do this. That's perfectly fine, and by the way, you have every right to be grumpy about it, because it's not your choice, it's somebody else, and it's being set upon you. That's annoying. But that's fine. You still have to do it. That's one reason we might have a code review. The second one is we might be required to meet some sort of standards internally. And that could be a coding style. That could be we have a set of how we do certain things, how we have certain tests set up, what certain design patterns we might be using. And those things are done from our internal perspective. The thing is, if you've got any of those and those are being picked up in a manual code review, you're doing it wrong. And I don't want to say wrong because everything is different. But in this case, this is the one time I get to say, you're doing it wrong, because you can automate all of that. If you as a company have a standard and it is not automated, it's not a standard. What you have is a set of guidelines and fidgetings that you can just muse along with. Find bugs. I mean, I think if I'd actually asked you, what does a code review do, I think most people would have assumed that was where we were going to be at the start. But actually, code reviews aren't necessarily about finding direct bugs, but finding where things work differently to what we're expecting, which is different, because sometimes a bug is a feature after all. Again, we can heavily automate this with tests. This is where we find things like functional testing, acceptance testing, and unit testing come really handy. The problem is that if we rely solely on testing as our way of finding bugs, we're going to miss stuff. Because we only test for what we test for. And if we let the developer write the tests, and they want to get home by 5 o'clock, and some things aren't working, you quite often find at 4:59, when they really do need to get home, that magically the tests are passing. It's a lot easier when you can go, well, there were 12 tests, and now there are 11, but they're all green. And Then we have make sure it does what we expect, which is, does it actually work? Now, I've put that separate from bugs and bug fixes. Does it do the thing we actually asked for? Does it work? I imagine there's lots of people here who have been given a code to review, and you've looked through the code and it's looked beautiful. And it's been a thing of beauty. And everything looks lovely. And then you thought, in the last second, before you went to put that push in, you went, hang on a minute, I'm just going to run that locally. It doesn't actually work. And then you look at it again and go, oh, ChatGPT, okay. My final thing that I think, why might we do this, is to share knowledge. And I think this is the most important one. And I think this is the thing that actually is the biggest benefit from code reviews, is that we can share knowledge in both directions, with the person who's doing the review and with the reviewee. It's a really good way to help people understand code, help people understand what's going on within your code base, and it's a really, really useful place to help people who are perhaps your junior developers actually get into that feedback cycle and gain some knowledge through. And that doesn't mean that just doing code reviews against junior developers, but also allowing junior developers to see senior developers' code and reviewing that code. In many ways, that's more helpful for them. They also get to nitpick their boss, which, depending on your personality, is a positive or a negative thing. So, with the why, what does a code review look like? Well, it depends, because every organization is different. So, and where we put it in the cycle makes it important. So, let's go from what does it look like to when should we do it? And really, there's 3 phases. The first phase is during development. And that's where we're busy writing in small chunks, and we often will put that into like pull requests, or maybe if it's less formal, you might do something like pair programming. Because I genuinely believe that pair programming is a really important and useful code review style. I can't really see you all, so I'm just going to assume everybody knows what pair programming is. Is there anybody in the audience who doesn't? It's okay if you don't. I can't see any hands, so I'm going to assume that's fine. If not, ask me in the questions or come and ask me afterwards, and we'll talk through it. But I think pair programming is a really useful tool. But it's not something that you would traditionally call a code review, even though it is imparting all the things that we would do in a code review. It's just happening in that with a real-time feedback attached to it. The other option is to do a code review when it's ready. So we put it at the end, and we sign it off. This is good code. Yay. And normally, whereas maybe when we were doing our iterative feedback loop, it would be more likely that any member of this team would be doing it. When it comes to the sign-off, it's probably going to be the person who's going to get shouted at, who's going to want to sign it off. And that review is normally a senior person. It might be subject specialist of some sort. And until they sign it off, nothing is going to happen. So it's important to understand from their perspective what a code review should be. Because for this person, and this is probably the scenario most people think of as a generic code review, it's really important to understand at this point that the job of that reviewer is still to get code into production as quickly as possible, not to reject the code. And I've met too many reviewers who think it's important to nitpick the answers and send it back when your job as a reviewer is to get things into production. This caveat to that is it has to be good or work. Those are 2 separate things. And then the final phase is in the after and the post-mortem. Hopefully not too many post-mortems. Hopefully it's just permanently into production, everything is happy and rosy. But this is where this primary purpose is for knowledge sharing. This is where you come back and say, okay, we're going to look through the code. We're going to take what we can learn from this. And this is the time where the code review is generally positive, or should be generally positive. You're not necessarily looking for the negatives, because you know what the negatives were, because we're at the post-mortem stage. We know the bugs that failed and everything went wrong and it all burnt down. We can learn those lessons, well, we were learning them in production. So this is the phase where we go, oh, I know, I really like singletons. Don't know why, but I really like singletons. I like the way you implemented that. We should take that, and that should become a standard across the board. I like we as a company can learn these things out of this. We can share this information. We can share what was good. We can share what's wrong as well in this stage, but it's primarily about sharing what is good. So if we've got the, now we're onto the who. And who should do a code review? And we've got gatekeeper. That is the senior member of staff who goes, I am very important, and I push the button. You have passed and gone through. I deliberately use the term gatekeeping because it's immediately you're like, I don't like that person. But that's how most of our institutional setup is. You have the senior person who, I am in charge, I will push it. If you've got lots of money on the line, and your business is run on this, this is not a bad thing. It's not a terrible thing. And anybody who's been in that position will know that you have to do it this way sometimes. But without their sign-off, we're back into this. We are not pushing code until they have signed off. We've got pair programming, which we mentioned before. And that could be the colleague being a senior or a junior. It works really well if you pair different levels. Unless you're directly problem solving, and you might want to have, say, 2 senior developers working because things are not going well, so that is the standing over the shoulder look of like, hey, shall we try this? Shall we try this? Shall we go for a coffee? Much better idea. And then everyone. Because, and by everyone, I mean literally everyone. And that can not just be developers. That can be people who are coming from UX. It could be design team. It could be people who are doing quality assurance. It can literally be your mum. Has anybody ever had their mum review their code? Oh, just me. Okay. She's a very harsh lady. Or she was a very harsh lady. But everyone can get involved in a code review in one way or another. Ultimately, our technical stakeholders know when we make mistakes because somebody else tells them the email is down or that the site's not working, etc. But anyone who has access to the code could theoretically be involved in some sort of code review. Then you have subject specialists like me. I'm a WordPress security specialist. I do WordPress security code reviews. So I come along at any point inside your cycle and come along and say, yes. Have you met these security helper functions? Yeah, okay, no, you haven't. Good, right, well, we'll go and implement them here and here. But likewise, you have accessibility specialists. You have legal specialists. You have people who are specialized in performance. They might come in and give their own reviews, and they tend to come in at the end. So before the post-mortem, but at the end of production, or while it's in production, and come back with a list of bugs for you. And you're received like a lead balloon. Nobody likes it when you come back and say, by the way, you're now in production, and everything was wrong. But bringing a specialist in early and going them through as part of your cycle all the way through is a really valuable thing. And having specialists looking at your code is really useful. I've separated out from everyone junior developers, and I've already mentioned it once, but I want to mention it again. Your junior colleagues involved in the code review cycle from both sides. Code reviews are much more about knowledge and education than they are about anything else. It's almost not about, does it work? What bugs can we find? Does it meet this standard? Does it meet this? It's about imparting knowledge across the board. We bring in our colleagues, we bring in people to look and do things because we want to learn, because we want to improve. And if we think about that for ourselves, then we immediately want that across the board. Otherwise, we just do our own code reviews. Now, there are 2 types of people who do, if you do try doing your own code reviews. There's the type of person who says, I am brilliant. It's passed. And then there's the other person, the one who can't get out of bed this morning because they're crying because their code was so bad. It was the horriblest thing that they'd ever seen. It wasn't, of course, but we self-internalize and hate ourselves and say it's all wrong and it's all, and the harshest critic of those of all. And for those people, they need someone to come along and actually say, no, you did a good job. You might want to change this, this, or this. For the person who says, I am amazing, well, you're never going to get help them. You might as well just push it into production because clearly it's perfect code. So, if we're now going to go into the gritty of what is a code review, where are we going to do code review, how are we going to do it? So, this one's a bit weird because I reckon this has changed dramatically in the last 2-3 years for some strange reason that I can't think of. But the first option is in person, and in many ways, having a really informal code review where you are either at the person's desk and you're staring at the screen with them and walking through it, that is probably really beneficial. And for a lot of people in the room, that's how you started doing development. If you worked at a development agency as the junior who came in, this is how you learned. This is where you got that experience. And we're sort of losing that now. Oops, backwards. You might take them off into a hustle into the small conference section. You might do a stand-up with no screens where you talk about, I've been there. It's weird. Imagine just literally standing up in a room with like 6 of you talking about code you can't see. And trying to, from memory, having to remember what the thing was you were talking about. It's a weird experience. But there are people that still do that. Yeah, I mean, more likely now we're going to use online conferencing style tools, whether that's something like Zoom, whether that's Google Meet, et cetera, Slack, any way we can communicate. We could even use email, and that gives us like threads and chains and stuff. There's also specific online tools aimed at doing code reviews, and that's stuff like Jira and GitHub issues for going through, but also things like GitHub pull requests. And then you have dedicated code review software. I find that if you go into the dedicated code review software, some companies will insist that they use it. And for me personally, I find that stifles communication and it makes it formalized in a way that doesn't necessarily work for everybody. But it does for some companies. So this is a talk about the art of the code review. And I use the word art very specifically. Because art is not, often when we talk about computing and we talk about development, we don't necessarily talk about it being a creative thing. And code reviews are fairly creative. You need to have decisions, you need to be opinionated, and you need to be able to express it well and communicate well, on both sides as well. So the first thing to do with a code review is to automate. I'm not going to go and run across the screen, yell, automate. But if you can, any test, anything, any standard, any specification, anything that we can do to automate will be better. I couldn't find a decent automation quote, so I made one up. But I believe this to be fairly true, that if you can automate it, and then the computer can do it faster, it's going to be more accurate than you, and you can go outside and play. Or, do more work, whichever you prefer. So if we can automate as much as possible, then we're left with the chunk that only we can do. And you can feel good about that, because you shouldn't have to do the things that could be automated. You should only be doing the things that you are good at. And we as humans are good at communicating and thinking outside of very structured things. And that's how we find and solve problems and bugs and things, is because we can look and go, we can take 3 jumps ahead to find out where we're going, whereas a computer system can't do that. A computer system can't ever completely do a code review. It can try, but it can't yet, I should probably say, do a full code review. As a developer, some things to keep very in mind. If we're going through the iterative process, keep your pieces that you want to be reviewed as small as possible. Remember, the goal is to get code into production. That is it. The code reviews are not a barrier to production. A code review is a blessing, a channel that we're going to send to production. and our goal is to get it there as quickly as possible. So if we keep what we're reviewing small, then it's going to get through quicker and out into the big wide world. Your reviewer, the person who's going to give you, I almost said go and give you, is going to give your code a review. Do as much of the pre-work for them. Make sure that the automation tests are working. Make sure it's linted. Make sure it works. You'll be amazed. People send code that doesn't work because they didn't test it. Don't be that person. Test your code, at least so you can say it works on my laptop. And be open to suggestions. Don't be afraid to say, when the person comes back saying, all of this is horrible and you've just done this wrong and you've done this and I don't like this. Oh, and by the way, you use tabs. You don't be afraid to say you're wrong. I won't use spaces or whatever it is that you're against. It's okay to feedback and have a two-way conversation. It should never be a one-way thing. Likewise, if you're a reviewer, be consistent. When you're doing reviews, consistency is key. If I keep changing my mind and keep moving the goalposts and keep deciding that, hey, this review is about this, now all of a sudden we're about this. If I keep changing what's going to be able to get through, it's never going to work. You need to leave any ego at the door, and that's a hard thing to do. But you have to keep in your mind, it's not about whether the code is even pretty. It's not about it's about does it work? Does it meet the specification? Yes, then your job is done. Can I help them progress further with some bits? That's a good addition. Can I beat on this person because I'm having a bad day? Or can I show them how wonderful I am because I would have done it 10 times better? You can't do that. You need to leave it at the door. You also need to be timely. And I know we all work in a really busy world, but if you're not going to review that piece of code quickly, it's sitting there. And there's someone at the end of that who's sitting there. Now, chances are they're onto another job. That could be even worse, because when you come back and when you have to start context switching, it gets horribly messy very quickly. But if you leave something just hanging there and hanging there and hanging there and hanging there, it then gets dropped altogether. Or someone takes over and it just gets pushed through. When you're providing feedback, if your feedback cannot relate to an action that is going to be done, it is not useful feedback. If I sit there and say, and it's 2 and 3 paragraphs long, we've all been there. You got the reply back and it's masses of paragraphs, and you're going, I'm not sure I see the question, the statement, or even anything other than words. It's of no use. There's a direct analogy at conferences where at the end we ask questions, and there's always that one person who will come to the microphone and then he starts talking, and at the end of it, the speaker is there going, was there a question? I think there might have been. No, there wasn't. In the same way, if we need to leave some sort of actionable feedback, some feedback that they can take and do something with. Without that, the review is pointless. Unless you're going to say, it's blessed, have a nice day. But that is still an actionable feedback. That is action that the code is going forwards. And above all, as a reviewer, your number one job should be to be nice. At least to use nice language. We do not need to use horrible, nasty, or negative language. Because language maketh a man, and it really, really matters. So there's a few things that you hear when you're talking about language, and one is, don't take it personally. That's the quickest way to make you go, what do you mean, don't take it personally? What did I do? And it immediately puts you on edge. Don't be that person. Whenever you're doing a review, it's not about the person, it's about the code. Don't be rude. These are literally your friends, your colleagues. And more importantly, next week, the person who's reviewing you. As a Brit, as a person who likes sarcasm and has a horrible tendency to use it myself, don't use sarcasm in a code review, especially in a larger team, especially in a team that's an international team, especially in a team where you are no longer directly person to person. If you're going to use, if you use sarcasm and someone doesn't get it, it's going to go horribly wrong. Never demand to ask questions, and never say never, because you're going to find out you're going to be wrong. And I want to leave you with one final thing, and that is feedback is a loop. And therefore, every time that you say anything as a reviewer, don't be surprised if the person coming back to you comes up with something better and gives you a better answer and tells you you are wrong. You are wrong. If we can keep that loop going, we will be in a much better place. Everybody in this room does a code review every single day. And everybody who writes code in this room does a code review every single day. Because if you're interacting with anybody else. It doesn't have to be a formalized process, but whatever you're doing, be nice, be kind, but make things very actionable. So my name's Tim Nash. I'm a WordPress security consultant. You can even hire me. If you want copies of the slides, and there's extra resources like actually lists of tools and things, bits, you can go visit that QR code. Hey, it works. People are actually putting it up. Now, the question is whether I actually published the page or not. But if not, go back to it later. Now you've got a picture of it. I did. Yay, someone's put... what I'm going to do is put these slides up on there and put a bunch of other stuff on. I think everybody's taken a picture now. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim. So we have some time for questions. Just so you know, there are 2 standing mics here where you can ask the questions. So you can queue. Oh, already. Either they're running away or they're asking a question. I know he's guessing the question.
I was going to say they're running away. It's
no,
fine. I'm used to this.
This is going to be a good question. I know, Alex. Alex?
Hi. So I think I've got 2 items. I just need to find them. So one question is, like, if you ask everybody to do a review, do you really want that? And what if the review drifts off into, like, flame wars conversations? You need to draw the line somewhere.
Sorry, so the question is, how do you stop as the person whose code's being submitted, how do you stop the reviewer wandering off onto territories?
Yeah, you can kind of go too far by inviting everybody to review. Like, too many opinions sometimes are counterproductive.
Yes. I think I wouldn't say that I would ever want a scenario where it went out to review to everyone, and I had to wait for feedback from everyone to come through. When it's a one-to-one and the person is drifting off, it's back to this, oh no, we've gone off the screen. It's going back down to keeping this in a feedback loop and having the confidence, which is a really hard thing to do, having a confidence to say, no, can we go back on to the subject? Certain reviewers will always behave in a certain way. And the worst thing is, if you didn't make it randomized, if you did have it so that you could pick your reviewer, certain people will always pick certain people. And they will start, because you know what they want, what they're looking for, so you'll go to them. So it's getting that balance, because, as you say, you don't want the person who wanders off, or worse, wanders off for 2 weeks, comes back with a half answer, then changes the goalposts every 5 seconds and adds a bunch of stuff. And the only way you can stop that is by feedback to them and saying, please stop doing that, which is a really hard thing to do. This is normally where you hope you have some sort of management that will help you. It doesn't always, though. So it's not a very helpful answer, is it? Because it's like, feedback.
Well, I think it kind of is attached to my other question or like point, is that you, as the person who's requesting review, you also need to do your homework. And I think that's an important part, especially about if you want to get timely reviews. Like, as somebody who's also reviewing, like, doing the context switch and getting into your review, what do I need to review? how do you review? So as a developer, you actually have a really big part in how timely you will get a review.
Yes, I mean, I think we had the slide earlier where we were talking about what developers can do. And any pre-work you can do to make the reviewer's life easier will lower that barrier to them coming and doing the review in a timely fashion. As one of the ways of doing that is, if you know the expectations upon what the review is going to be based, then you should be able to already match to that. This doesn't always work because code reviewers tend to have their own opinions on that same specification. This is sort of why we do these in the first place, though. Because if we could all manage to come up with exactly the same answers to the code review, every time the code review, if you had 4 people and they all replied with the same things, we probably can automate that, and it's no longer a code review with people, and that's fine. But yeah, as a developer, if you're writing code, making it small, the thing going to review, make it as small as possible, do as much work as you can ahead to make the reviewer's life easier. And don't be afraid to say, hey, have you had a chance to do that review now? Because I have to context switch, and if I have to context switch, this isn't going into production for the next 2 weeks. I think that's a perfectly valid thing to say to somebody. On the other side, as a reviewer, doing those reviews in a timely fashion is really important because otherwise you're holding up the system. And I think quite a lot of reviewers think of the code review as an extra burden, an extra thing that they're doing. And it's not. It's part of your job. You're there to do that review, so it has to be factored in as well. Does that help?
Yeah, and it's okay to re-request a review.
Yes.
I think that's also an important point to make, and I think it can be part of the culture of a project that you explicitly state that.
Yeah, I mean, it helps. I think if you're in a company, especially if you're in a company rather than maybe in an open source environment, we actually have really good contributor guidelines where we can talk about things like, wow, this is how we're going to review things. It's weird, actually, most companies don't have you'd think that they would have their own contributory type guidelines. Some do, they have standard operating procedures, but quite a lot don't. Quite a lot are quite casual about how these things are done. And it might be good just to have some sort of almost the contributor guidelines for the given project that you're working on, which is separated from your standard operating procedures.
Nice. Next question.
Yeah, hi, and thanks for your speech. It was really an
I feel
experience.
you need the microphone just lifted up for you.
I can hold it.
Oh, there we go. Hello.
Howdy.
Thank you.
So, as I mentioned, thanks for your speech. It was really interesting. You mentioned in your speech automatic reviews, tools that you use for automatic reviews. Could you highlight some of them?
So I mean, when I talk about automated tools, I'm talking about tools that we actually already probably as developers would be using. So for example, if you've got a coding standard, then having a code sniffer running before you go, it should be running before you even start the code review process. If you have any form of testing, those testing should be running. You should be already using those things like unit tests. There are specialist code review software that will allow for creating a checklist that say, have you done this? Have you done this? And actually, when you do a pull request, that you can create certain rules that say this must have been run, this must have been run. And although I try to make talks agnostic of any individual software, but if you're using something like GitHub, you already have the GitHub actions that can be processed on a pull request. A pull request is a form of a code review. And we can have the GitHub actions running, and therefore you can have all those tests passing before we start the manual review in the process. But I've got the page that I linked to earlier. It's bare bones at the moment, but I'll fill it with some software and bits in there for you as well.
Thanks for that. And I had another question, but I forgot it, so thanks.
In case you remember, we will have time.
Hello.
Yeah,
thank you for your presentation. It was pretty interesting. Could you please tell us maybe a tool or something to ask colleagues to keep the pieces of code to be reviewed small? Because always getting those huge merge commits and how to fight them?
I mean, if it's genuinely become a point where you need to have a tool to do it, but there's a wider conversation. I mean, you could automate that and actually have it come through so that if you put just running a script on a pre-commit hook that says, hey, this is how many lines? Let's back. Are you sure you wish to send this to some poor soul? But I think while you can do that with code, and you could come up with software to do that, I think that's a process problem. That's a change. That's an expectation within a company that they're expecting to have larger bits and not smaller. So I think it's more about talking to engineering managers or individual developers and saying, hey, we need to do this in smaller chunks. And that's a conversation to have rather than a formalized way. Though I quite like the idea of having a pre-commit hook that just goes, no, you've written too much today, goodbye.
Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Have you remembered the question? No? Actually, yes. Yes, if you did, yep. And that is the last question.
Okay, so as we talk about tools, have you tried any AI-based tools on the... and what are your feelings? Because I tried pair coding with ChatGPT and it wasn't the best experience.
When you say who was doing the coding and who was doing the pairing? I mean, obviously, the future is clearly AI at the moment, whether we like it or not. If you went and looked at the sessions today, you would have thought we weren't at a WordPress conference just by the sheer amount of AI, even content that's available on the tracks. You can make use of any tool, and AI is just a tool. I used ChatGPT to write some code once. It was fun. And actually, I do use ChatGPT to write tests. It's a really useful tool for writing acceptance tests because you can get it to write its tests and then you can get it to write some code and you can get it to test itself. It's brilliant. I don't have to be here at all. I don't know why I'm a developer. I don't think I need to be one anymore. I've got an AI to do it for me. Ultimately, though, at the moment, AI systems are not smart enough to be able to problem solve. You've got to remember that in all of this, they are incredibly clever or look incredibly clever, but they are language processing models that are doing things. In fact, quite often they have no basis in logic, and they do not have imagination for all of its wishful thinking. I know it appears to have imagination when it goes and says something that's completely random and off topic, but it doesn't actually have the capabilities that you have as a developer, and it doesn't have the capabilities to actually solve bugs and find things that you have. So a useful set of tools, yes, but other than the sort of standard dev tools, things like Copilot, Codium on VS Code, and talking to things like Bard and ChatGPT, I haven't seen anything specifically for code reviews. It will be there. It will be rubbish. And it will tell you things like, your code, you should do this in your code, and you'll look at it and go, what? Because that's the nature of how AI works at the moment. 99% of the time it's good, and the other 1% of the time it's, what?
It's completely.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. You were amazing. Thank you. There is a small gift for you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And yeah, that wraps up the speaker session. Yeah, we have another one. A huge round of applause for Tim. And you'll get another gift. So just to wrap up, so tomorrow we start at 9, although the yoga starts at 8:15, just so you know, for everyone attending. And yeah, and there's a group hike that leaves at 6:20 from the hall. That's what it says, just so you know. So thank you, everyone. We meet here at 6 to wrap up the day one. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody. It's the end of the day, day one for WordCamp Europe 2023. And this is our last interview of our entire day one. And with me is Petya. Do you go by Petya?
Petya.
Petya. Awesome. Welcome. How are
Thank
you?
I'm very well, thank you. It was a nice day.
Yay.
Yeah, I've had a very good day.
Oh, I love it. So what do you do, Petya? What do you do for WordPress?
In WordPress, I mean, I've been involved with WordPress for the last 12 years, I think.
Wow.
Started just like in a regular way, just using the platform, and then I started translating, and then I joined the Bulgarian translation team, and then I joined the global polyglots team. Then I started leading the global polyglots team in the communication side, and I've mostly done translation work and work with the translation community. But I also volunteered and organized in the first several editions of WordCamp Europe. So yeah, I was in the organizing team for Leiden, Vienna, and Sofia, which is where I am from. I come from Bulgaria. And yeah, I mean, I do quite a lot. Like I have done quite a lot in the past, like not for the past 3 years, but yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Do you run your own agency or do you work for another agency?
I am currently director of agency operations at Human Made, which is one of the biggest WordPress agencies. Yes.
How do you like it there?
It's amazing. I've been with them for 8 years. I think they headhunted me after WordCamp Europe in Sofia, where I met them in 2014. And yeah, I've been there ever since. I really love it. I started as a PM, grew into like a more senior position, and then started running ops alongside some other wonderful humans.
I agree with you. I don't know much, but the little I do know of the team, you guys seem like you have a wonderful bond. I love it.
Well, the thing that they did for me back then was I was very actively being involved with the community at that time. And I was looking for a company that would be able to accommodate my contributing time, and they very graciously just let me dedicate quite a lot of my time to both the WordPress Polyglots projects and organizing the early editions of WordCamp Europe, anything else that I wanted to be kind of involved with, they supported. So that was an amazing thing that kind of brought me to them.
Did you help with the organization of this iteration of WordCamp Europe?
I did not. I am a firm believer of the fact that once you kind of leave your mark in the community, you need to move to something else, like try and create as much possibility and opportunity for others to do what you've already done, and move into a part of the project that more needs your support and skills. So I've been kind of moving through different parts of the project where I can add value, and I think WordCamp Europe's team has grown exponentially, and there are so many people that have been involved with it throughout the last 10 years that I don't really need to be involved with it anymore for it to be great.
Yeah.
What I can do is like transfer knowledge, and I think that the early organizers, we tried very hard to do that, creating documentation, leaving processes, leaving kind of a mark. I mean, you can tell. The events getting bigger and bigger. The teams are getting bigger and bigger. And yeah, some of the organizers are still working out of processes that we created. So that's very fulfilling to know and understand.
I completely empathize. It's wonderful. And you just mentioned Sofia, which is in 2013.
2014.
Oh, 14.
After Leiden. That was, so Leiden was the first iteration, and then...
Oh, gosh, yes. Okay.
I think we competed against Lisbon for the second iteration. We applied to host, and yeah, we won. It was wonderful.
Wow.
But the organizing team back then was 8 people.
Oh, my gosh.
Yep.
Yeah.
And now I believe you're like 80.
Wow.
So, yeah.
18, is it really? Wow.
80.
Oh, 80.
I think so.
Yeah. No,
I
that
think
makes
so,
sense.
yeah. Something of the sort. I don't know. It's huge. That's what I know.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember organizing for WordCamp US, and there was 16 of us back in the day, and now there's many. And I'm not organizing for them anymore, so I empathize. That's awesome. So what have you done today? Did you go to sessions? Have you spoken?
I'm speaking tomorrow
Okay.
At 3 p.m. I'm going to do a talk on developing cultural intelligence, which is basically all my learnings in both in my professional and contributor career because I work, HumanMade is a distributed company, so much like the WordPress project.
Yeah.
Our people all over the world, our clients are all over the world. So I think for the last 10 years, I've accumulated quite a lot of kind of knowledge and know-how.
Right.
So that's kind of a current topic that I'm digging quite more deeper into, because I really want to put a structure around my learnings to be able to kind of pass it forward.
Share it.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. I bet you are a huge pivotal piece of this community and that everyone appreciates you.
I mean, I can't speak to that. I hope so. I hope that I have been enough of a kind of role model and inspiration for people to get involved to the, at least to the level which I have been involved with. Not necessarily, because I have been dedicating quite a lot of time, but I mean, I think valuable contribution can be done with much less time. But I hope, us early organizer of WordCamp Europe and like the people that are trying to kind of mentor and encourage more people to get involved are enough of a role model for people to kind of follow on in our steps and kind of expand the community.
Yeah, no, I love it. So pivoting, I heard a little rumor that for a hobby you like to dance.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I mean, I've been dancing since I was 6 and gone through like several different styles. I was a ballroom dancer when I was in high school, and for the last maybe 7 or 8 years, I've been swing dancing. So yeah, Greece, by the way, has an amazing swing dancing community. I was just here last month at their Boogie Explosion Festival.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So you and I share a very similar story. I've been dancing since I was young too.
Nice.
And then actually have kids and took a 10-year break, but then discovered ballroom and smooth and Latin styles, and Latin is my absolute favorite.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, whatever the dance is, as long as it's social dance, which,
Yes.
as you know, the goal is to build the language between you and your partner, be able to lead and follow. So, like, basically communicate through dance.
Yes.
That's the essence of it. Like, social dancing is what I do. Like, I love swing dancing, but like it has so many styles.
Right.
Salsa is also a social dance. So, like,
Yeah.
whichever dance is, if you're kind of listening and kind of following and picking signs from your partner, you know that is the best way to kind of have fun with that, and it's not restricted in any
Right.
way, which is also what I love.
Isn't it crazy the correlation of how with work it's all about communication, and then with dance it's all about communication?
It's exactly the same. If you cannot listen at work, you will not be able to listen to your partner. It's like roles. If roles are not defined when you start, and you don't kind of agree in between who's going to lead and who's going to
Right.
follow, like you're gonna have issues.
Right.
It's not that it's not gonna be workable, but it's
Right.
probably not gonna be as fun for everyone.
Right. How many people thought you were going to learn about dance here at WordCamp Europe?
Oh, I don't know. Well, we've had some wild dance parties at WordCamp Europe throughout the years.
You're bringing up one of my favorite things. I still, no matter what, I've been to a lot of WordCamps all over the world, and WordCamp Europe has the best after party. I'm just calling it. I say that every time.
Yeah. Well, we've been trying to we've been touching on the boundaries of like what is acceptable, I think, for years.
Sure.
Every time exploring kind of a new area of being able to have fun together, as long as it's all respectful and in
Sure.
good faith, like it's
I
all
just
good.
love that after a WordCamp Europe after party, you have to shove people out, and like
Yeah.
nobody wants
People
to
don't
leave.
want to leave. Yeah, exactly.
And that is just, I mean, I haven't experienced that at any other WordCamp ever, so
yeah.
that part is my favorite. What do you have plans for the rest of Greece while you're here?
Well, I am here with my goddaughter and my dog.
Oh my
goodness. So yeah, I mean, obviously there is tomorrow, which is going to be like another full pack day. There's the after party, which like, let's see if we survive that.
Yes.
And then I have a lot of my humans here with me. So like, I really would love to kind of catch up on a more informal way with them on Sunday. I'm driving here because I'm Bulgarian, as I said. Like, so we're going to jump in a car and kind of go around the islands for a while.
Yeah.
Go through a friend's house in Volos. Yeah. And then drive back home.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How's the drive?
The drive's perfect. Greek roads are really good, like Bulgarian roads.
Okay.
But the drive is fairly easy. It's 10 hours, like
Oh, wow.
highways, and you can have like mini breaks along the coastline, which is also really, really nice.
Oh my gosh, it sounds beautiful.
Yeah, it's really cool. I love road tripping. In the early years when we started traveling to WordCamps, I started going to, organize Peak, etc. Me and a couple of my colleagues would like spend months and months on the road, just like going from WordCamp to WordCamp in my car. So like it's kind of a return to normalcy for me a little bit. Yeah, road tripping to WordCamps is kind of a thing that I do.
Now, when you do that, do you stay in like hotels or bed and breakfast?
Yeah,
along
we rent apartments, we rent Airbnbs, like whichever is kind of more pertinent, and depends on where we're going, how long we're staying. But yeah, we've been all over, like renting apartments. We are a distributed company, obviously can work from anywhere. So I would say that we have taken full advantage of that throughout the years, and it's been wonderful. I've had like majestic 10 years thanks to WordPress and being headhunted into a distributed company.
Yes, no, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for being our guest and being the last person to round off today.
Well, it was my pleasure. Thank you for inviting me, and thanks for doing this. This is new and really exciting to see.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Stealthy right there, or if it fell off something.
Have audio? Yes, we have audio. Can I have my slides, please? Yes, thank you. So, this was day one, and it's been an amazing day. And it's hard to believe it's already over. Yes! So, today we heard about AI in WordPress, but also about developing WordPress blocks and about diversity in WordPress land. And a lot of other topics as well. Thank you for attending them. So we have a couple of notes for tomorrow. Before you head out today, mind this, the hallway track is open until 7 tonight. Feel free to hang around and chat with other people from inside the Megaron or in a lovely outside foyer. The Megaron itself will open again tomorrow at 8:30. You can join the hallway track over there and get a coffee and chat with other attendees, volunteers, or organizers. And then we will continue our schedule at 9. One more reminder. Tomorrow we will make the group photo. Make sure you're there. Join us at 1 o'clock at the outdoor plaza and be part of that nice picture. And after the photo shoot, the lunch will be open. And of course, tomorrow at the end of the day, we will announce the city which will have WordCamp Europe in 2024. Make sure you don't miss that. Enjoy your evening in Athens and see you tomorrow. Thank you.